It is the final day of the EML Challenger Series, and we have one more team to qualify to the EML. My name is Anne, I'll be your host on today's show, and joining me for the first game, we have Hab and Whippet. And you two got the lucky or the good game for today. We're having a qualification game. Whippet, how excited are we?
I am super excited for this one, and a little bit kind of bittersweet from this one. This is two teams I absolutely love, and unfortunately only one of them will get that ultimate glory of going towards EML. You know, M&M Academy have been battling it out for so long. Wild, of course, Irish organisation with Evan, an Irish player. I've got a little bit of a personal connection there, of course, but both these teams have worked very hard to be here, and one of them is going to deserve that spot in EML so much.
It is a sad day because one of them is going to see their dreams crushed at the very last hurdle, but it is an even better day because we get to promote 5 new players who can make their dream come through, and of course staff and substitutes that will go behind it as well. It is, and always has been, one of the best games of Siege historically that we get to see from teams when everything is on the line, especially given the fact that a year wait is awaiting on the other side of a loss.
It's definitely something you don't want to go through, to have to sit out an entire year to get another shot and making it into the EML. So these players will give their all today. I'm 100% convinced for that. But we've obviously taken a big route to where we are here today. We've had a 1.5 week of the EML so far, the EML playoffs. And this is what happened so far. We started all the way last week on Saturday with our upper bracket games. And yesterday, we had our upper bracket final. That qualified Match Esports to the EML. They're the first team. Had to play against Wild, a 2-1 victory for them, dropping Wild down to the lower bracket final. And as you said already, Whippet, they still have a chance today, but they'll have to win out that lower bracket final first. So that's what happened yesterday. A lot happened in the lower bracket yesterday as well, with 2 games being played out simultaneously. At the same time, we had the Hanvade and GK game, and our stream and M&M Academy and Le Galerian was covered by co-streamers, and it was on YouTube as well. We finished today with having M&M Academy take down Hanvade. So 3 teams have eliminated in one day. It definitely was a busy day yesterday.
It was a busy day for sure, and you know, at some point the tournament will just accelerate, and you know, we have to come towards that end, and that means that we have to say goodbye to some of those names. And I don't think that it was, like, if you're looking at it, that it is completely in vain for these teams, because every single one of them has had 1 or 2 players that have absolutely popped off throughout the tournament. If I look towards Le Galerian, for example, I start thinking of Marto, for example, with a huge game on Skyscraper that kept Le Galerian in against Twisted Minds. When you go overwards, Rexon, one of those players that has been doing incredibly well. Rorik as well. Of course, Rorik already played Challenger League before, got very far with Unlimited, now again does so with his team. So even though they might not make it to EUL with their team, they've definitely put themselves in the market.
A lot of players have put everyone on notice for it and said, listen, you know, some of these teams don't have organisation representatives, so it's not even going to be a shopping trip for orgs. It might just be a little gift for them, as you mentioned yesterday, Hap. But It is unfortunate, though, that we see some of the favourites already gone from this stage. You know, we look back 2 weeks ago, and everyone's saying, you know, GK, Twisted Minds look to be the favourites. Of course, the ex-Falcon roster going up with Twisted Minds, and, well, we're left down to our final 3 teams, and they're nowhere in sight for this one, not even making it to this stage. GK, the furthest standing of these rosters. And this is what I love about Tier 2. Upsets at every corner we've had.
Definitely, yeah. Some big upsets we've had so far, but obviously the teams that have made it so far, that have made it to the stage, it has been so well deserved, taking down these big giants on their way to get there. One of those teams, for example, as well, I mean, the one we're going to see in that lower bracket final, M&M Academy, we know they don't have as much time as some of the other teams here due to also having other obligations to the side of this. They basically say for themselves, you know, it's just a game, but any big titan that we take down on the way there adds up to the fun for us. But we'll start focusing on this low bracket final as well, as we have those 2 teams that still have a chance of making it into the EML, but it is do or die. Do you win? EML spot. Do you lose? As Hap said, you have to wait another year before you get another chance of making it into the EML. Yes, as a player individually, you might get picked up. There might be an organization that wants to have you on their team, but as a team, as a roster, you'll have to wait another year. So the odds are very, or the stakes are very high for this game coming into it here. And especially if you look at the amount of players, Whippet, we've got 10 players. One of these players, only Skitty, has been at that tier 1 level before all these other players are new to that level of competition.
This is so interesting in my mind. You know, we can only get to this stage and expect to be a few players that have had their exit in tier 1, battling all the way. Only Skitty, who's been out of the tier 1 system for a very long time, departed heroic, and he's left that team, has tried to rebuild himself here in tier 2, and has been an exceptional talent at that level, and he has earned every right to be in this moment. But the other side of this will be wild. This roster, essentially in their first year of competition at this level, on the cornerstone of being able to make it towards the EML. Victory here from a former academy team tells a perfect story that if you can just back yourself, you can get to the highest heights, but they still have one more best of 3 to get through to make that happen.
It is a rough fight, and mentals as well right now are going to come into play. These players, and you know, we kept talking about how there's no pressure for some of these teams, well, there was all the pressure for the others. Not the case now. It's one best of 3. It is one game. It all relies on this, whether or not you will be able to build your pro career this year, or will have to wait a little bit longer. So if there was no pressure, suddenly you're going to be feeling all of it in this game. There's no more second chances, and that is going to be making for one exciting game.
It is no more second chances. One of those team is literally on their second chance. If we talk about Wild, for example, they've already had their first chance yesterday against Matchgo in the upper bracket final. Unfortunately, lost out though. I think if we look at that game, have some mega individual moments from these players, specifically thinking back about that Consulate game, just too many to count on 2 hands either, but this is their only and their last chance they're going to get. The pressure must be really high for them.
The pressure must be high, and you know, Wild, of course, they were a team, they were an organization that found themselves in tier 1 before, after the restructuring and everything that happened, now needing to find themselves requalified. And of course, this team has been freshly promoted. They were the academy team that went through, and they will feel that weight on their shoulders right now. They missed the first opportunity as they lost out to like long arch nemesis Matchgo, and now they have to go up against, well, I guess, as Grace called it earlier, a bunch of part-timers that you cannot lose from. And I don't know if we can still call Eminem that, because they have been on an absolute spree.
The thing that scares me about Wild right now is this has been the story of this organization time and time again. Always on this cusp. We think about their time inside of EUL, they were always the best of 3 away from going out to majors. They never got across that finish line. We look back in the Swiss bracket for this little team, and well, they were in a position where they had 3 chances to make it through and qualify for our playoffs. It took them all 3 chances, failing twice, one of which was to Matchgo. You gotta look at this, and I think one of which was to M&M Academy as well. This is going to be a very scary moment because, while yes, it's a new roster, there are expectations and there is that little ghost in the closet haunting them with this organization's failures in the past.
Throughout the EMLCS, I just wanted to say, throughout the EMLCS, there has been 3 losses for Wild, and that is Swiss, but that also includes the playoffs. 2 of them have been to Matchgo, and a single one to M&M Academy earlier. So there is some demons sitting out here. They need to make sure that those are flying off as quickly as possible, because otherwise they might be in for a tough game.
Oh yeah, well, we'll talk about this being a rematch later on as well. But talking about the opponents first, talking about the M&M Academy that's been successful in that earlier matchup against Wild in specific. They played a game with as much pressure as this one is less than 24 hours ago. In fact, they played 2 of those super important games yesterday. But they sent home Le Galerian, they sent home Hanvade, made quick work of the last series, and I feel like teamwork is always the key for this team.
This team plays a perfect basic style of Siege. It is a joy to watch. The big mindset that they have is they always want to take fights where they have the advantage. Notice this on the defense. We'll see that a lot when we look, and I might have spoiled the map bans for myself, so I see what I'm not going to spoil it for you guys, for the viewers watching out, but one of these maps here are exceptional, and they always manipulate to gain themselves the advantage time and time again. This team loves to play numbers games, and they won't give you anything on their defense. They won't extend. They're going to play very safe. Risks are not in the vocabulary of M&M Academy, and expect that to make everything so difficult for Wild.
I think you can also like partly put this through to just the IQ of players that they have, and that might sound weird, but just the smarts that they have, the wits that they have on the go. Think of Tazza yesterday. They were trying to block stuff up, we keep a barriers, he crawls underneath, kills one, instantly goes through the rotation and finds himself with a second kill. These are the kind of plays that will really disrupt a team's flow, especially when they're on the defense and things are not starting to shift for them. But one more important thing is the fact that they came off the back of a bunch of wins. If we're going in from M&M Academy, yes, they lost from Matchco, went down to the lower bracket, but then they went 2-1 against the Galerian, then they went 2-0 against Honved, now they find themselves here, whereas on the other side with Wild, they just came on the back of a loss. So it is a little bit of a different form that these two teams will be having.
It's good momentum as well, I guess we can say, for this M&M Academy roster, especially if we keep in mind, as we have already been talking about, this is in fact a rematch as well. We'll pull up the map feed so as we talk about what happened in that initial matchup between these two teams, because M&M Academy was able to take down Wild in that 2-1 fashion, but all three maps were a 7-5, so an extremely close series, and I do hope that we'll get something similar coming out here today. First off, we'll be heading to Consulate. That is Wild pick. Then we'll have a Clubhouse coming out from M&M Academy. And if I'm looking at the decider, Whippet, you said something before the show went live. If Wild go to Lair,
yeah, they're gonna lose. That was my prediction for it. The big thing that scares me about this is that we've seen them go to Lair time and time again in these big important games. I watched them during the Swiss stage do this. They picked it up against Matchco. Matchco, a team that during the Tier 2 finals LAN event played Lair a lot and was very successful on it. We've seen Matchco do that time and time again here in the playoffs. Wild often have the confidence to go to these maps that they maybe think they have a chance on sometimes, and they pick into their opposition a lot. It being decider scares me because M&M Academy looked so good against Honved yesterday, but this veto, the first two and the only guaranteed maps, lines up really good because these are both high preference maps for both these teams. I've got a bad feeling that Lair is going to be in our destination.
I'm just going to make it even worse for you. First, I'm going to be highlighting one of the bans. Bank, being banned by M&M Academy is crucial. 5-0 record currently for Wild inside of the EMLCS. They, out of the 8 games they've played Bank 5 times. Now, if we want to highlight Lair again, both these teams have played it. Both these teams have played it 4 times. It's just that M&M Academy has won it 4 times, and Wild only once. That doesn't mean they don't have a game out there. But yeah, those stats, they don't really help Wild in this scenario here. So they got to try and lock this off in 2. I think Clubhouse might, we saw M&M Academy playing that yesterday. There was definitely some sneaking around and some fluidity there that can maybe be countered here by Wild. I think Consulate is that big first question mark, though. I mean, it's the first map, but it's the big first question mark. Both these teams have equal preference towards the map in terms of like banning it, but also in terms of playing it and winning it.
Right, so if we look at Consulate more in depth then, as you said, there are still some question marks regarding this map for both these teams, but they both have a similar preference coming into this one. The fact that it's Wild's map pick leaves M&M Academy to start out on defense. You'd assume that that's going to give them a little bit of a head start going into the series, given that sometimes it is a bit more defender favored. Looking back into the EMLCS, of course, we've seen them already beat Le Galerian earlier on it yesterday, a 7-5 fashion. However, Whippet, this was the map that Wild lost yesterday in Matchco that eventually sent them down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I saw this getting picked up by Wild, and I got a high confidence going into it. This has been in other Tier 2 competitions, one of their hallowed grounds. This is where Wild have been so good, and I think that's kind of biting them a little bit. Teams understand how they play, and have shut down the fluidity that Wild love to bring. The big highlight for how they love to play Consulate is they love to play aggressive, fluid, manipulative, offensive style, and this is the one thing that I'll highlight. On the attack, Wild have seemingly been a little bit better here on Consulate, always able to somewhat get rid of the advantage of defense intrinsically have, and a lot of that comes down to players like Sneak and Boomsy playing an incredible duo style, always trying to find picks, and when they get one pick, they find a gap and cascade into from it, so there is that chance, but I do think that M&M Academy have done their homework here and have confidence going into it, and they have that opening 6-round advantage on the defense.
I was just checking as well, and I'm just looking ahead on the maps. Clubhouse actually has been one of the permabans of Wild for a very long time. They let it go through once, instantly picked against them. They did manage to win that one though, but usually is banned by them, which then tells you, okay, M&M, they definitely have a good game out there. They realize the opportunity and they will be abusing it. I don't know, the more I'm starting to look at this, the more I'm starting to favor M&M in just this entire veto.
All right, that sounds promising. for M&M Academies, definitely as we look at their run through the lower bracket so far. I mean, you mentioned how that off the base of a good momentum, having already won quite a few games in that lower bracket to get themselves here, whereas Wild, they lost that game yesterday. And we talked about how it was probably less than 24 hours for both these teams after the game they played yesterday to go back here today and play another really important series. So it comes down to, where we currently still have question marks out, but it comes down to who has the best support staff potentially, who has been able to do the most with the limited amount of time that they do have to get something from the VODs, to get some kind of information on what the enemy team does. Whereas, you know, Whippet, if you talk about players on the side of Wild individually stepping up, that's going to be big and important for them on a map like Consulate. What is M&M Academy going to be able to do against it? It comes down, like we said, to having that support staff, having the idea of what you're going to do against your enemies on this map.
It does, and I mean, at the same time, like, you can go for predictable Siege, but at the same time you have people like Tazzy that play unpredictable Siege. So it is going to be a matter of adapting on the fly, and this has been what Siege has been all about for like years. You can play this perfect plan, you know, step-by-step game, but if there is one person out there that's throwing spanners in the works, you have to be able to deal with them. And if you're not able to make those quick corrections on the fly, which is very important for Clubhouse, very important for Consulate, there's a lot of angles where suddenly someone can pop up from. It's even more important maybe for Lair. You're going to be finding yourself struggling when there is a player on a team that is going to be providing these obstacles. So maybe throw up the obstacles yourself and make sure that you are able to adapt to them quickly.
Big thing is you have to not let M&M get comfortable within their structure. They've got Tazzy, who's exceptional at being able to find picks, but the rest of this team help enable him. Meanwhile, he was 14-6 yesterday against Honved on Clubhouse. If you can find a way just to disrupt everything around him, you can't stop everything he could do, of course. Mechanics are undeniable at times, but get rid of that support system best you can. And think for Wild, the big thing for this side is this might have to be the most structured and the most reserved they have played so far. If there's a moment to show maturity from a fairly young roster, now is the time. And I'm going to be putting a lot of pressure here, and a highlight here, Evan the IGL. A lot of important decisions are going to be coming from his mind in this game, especially on this opening map.
It's that kind of maturity that we want to see for them to show and to prove that they do belong within the EML. They deserve to take up that final spot to complete the full EML teams that we have for the upcoming stage. You've already briefly mentioned the name of Tazzy there, Whippet. He's definitely been stepping up a lot in the EML CS as these last 2 weeks. What person on the side of Wild, other than Evan as the IGL, would be that person if we do expect those entry engagements? Who are we going to see in the kill feed up against each other in that?
It's a tough one. I think I'm going to throw two names up initially. It's going to be Boomsy and Sneak, but Sneak to me has really gained a lot of momentum going into this.
Yeah, they definitely have to see what's going to turn out here, though. You two say the map veto might lean in favor of M&M Academy. It's a very tall ask of them to complete this series as well, because we're going to start out on the map pick of Wild. Please take us to Consulate.
Thank you very much for this one as we get ready to qualify one more team to the EML Hap. I could not be more excited for this one. Bands rolling in. This is what we expect so far.
I mean, we've been seeing quite a fair share of shields to be removed from the game. So, seeing the Blitz and the Blackbeard gone, I mean, you start thinking of Consulate, and I start thinking about a lot of close angles, a lot of close corners that you have to just navigate yourself around on, and having shields present is going to make that so much easier for the attack to deal with. So, naturally, you remove them. Valkyrie, always a pain to deal with on this map. Plenty of clutter you can hide those cameras in. And Azami, well, I don't think that needs any introduction or, description as to why it's a good ban. So, nothing out of the ordinary here, I would say.
I have to agree. This is following the script for what we would tend to see between these teams. And big thing, though, is going to be that Mute Mozzie combination getting brought out initially from M&M Academy. And I maybe touched a little bit on this, but Wild's fluidity and the way they want to play this map is very much around spotting gaps, taking that. You can't spot gaps if you don't have the drone economy to make that work. And Mute Mozzie, in combination, doing a great job to do that. So keep an eye on that economy on the top left-hand side of your screen for a while. Just really have to be careful with what they want to use and commit their drones to at this early stage.
Yeah, they're probably going to be quite good with them and not just sending them out, I thought, until 3 have been destroyed in the meantime. Is it 3 destroyed? I don't know. This is... Okay, it's 1 destroyed.
We gotta wait till the repick's done, I think. There we go. 1. Lost one.
Okay, I was wondering why I was suddenly going 3-2-1, 3-2-1, but you know, it was just one, so that's good. That's better than the point I was gonna make at that point. So at least they have the opportunity. And again, like I just mentioned, there's loads of close corners here, and having those drones available is just gonna be making life so much easier when you need to go for a certain type of execute. You want to know where these players are. You want to make sure that you have the information. You do not want to guess, because if you extend and expose yourself to one angle, you open yourselves up to 2, 3, or maybe even 4 other ones on this map. Which is why it's so important to have the information.
Boost from the castle is going to present a little bit of difficulty for Wild. Look at the soft breach potential. Not a lot getting brought out. The realistic, you're going to have to use your grenades, your Salma charges. You do have your terror drones to work with, but already 2 of those displaced by Boomsy. Just trying to clear away that long desk, making sure no one can pounce behind it. Mozzie will get detected in break room, playing close towards that mute jammer. Keeps him safe from any utility like a Deimos or Alliance run. Nothing going to be catching him just yet. Pressure from those windows, and this might be an invitation from Ozzy just to concede that control, and he will do so. Falls back towards long desk, but Boomsy will catch one from the drone hole. That's going to be Skinny the first to fall. We have goodbye to a mute. We have goodbye to one of those nitro cells as well.
I was going to say, look, it felt like it was a pretty decent fallback at that point, and had a good opportunity to move, because there wasn't too much pressure being put upon them, but still a kill being gained out of it through the drone holes. Not often that we see those happen. And it's definitely a good start here for Wild on Consulate.
Minute 30.
Looking at it, they need to start off strong here as well, because the rest of the map veto is going to be quite difficult for them. As the indeed pops, that is a trade to come through. A bit sloppy if you ask me. I mean, you can expect someone to be out there. They didn't, and as a result, they lose out one of their global abilities.
That's a big mistake and almost an unforced error from Sneak dropping in, getting caught out from that rotation on that single wall by Yellow. And with just over 60 seconds, M&M Academy have brought us back to a level playing field. But as I say that, Raiden does find Boomsy, and it's going to be an advantage for M&M Academy. Now, this is where they're going to be a very dangerous side. They've got the numbers game, and they're going to play very regimented. They'll likely want to set up crossfires and play to trade each other up. The light wall goes out. There's no explosives available to deny this, but Nitro goes deep and does find one. Evan's been slain, but Garen's got time to try and stick this case. Cover from long desk needs to be perfect, and it's going to be good enough for one. Need to find a second, but that planter has been shut down. Nerf gets that credit, and a post planter very quickly. That 1v3 neutralized. Raiden gets that pick, and M Academy counter defuse all day, every day. Opening round for the defense.
It's a very, very odd round. They had, like, there was almost no pressure coming down to admin. Yes, there were some shots being fired. Yes, there was a player inside a copy, but realistically speaking, they were not really going to do anything but punching that castle barricade out there. And as they fall back, they still lose a player to the drone hole. I mean, that's just bad luck. That kind of happens. It is a smart move, you know, finding a kill like that, but it feels a bit anticlimactic that way, because it was the right call being made. They have the man advantage, and then unforced errors. You mentioned it, like, why do you jump down there? I mean, I get you wanted to go to Spiral, but at the same time, you see that wall is open up near Yellow. You can expect and almost have to be certain that there's a player playing there at that point. So I kind of just let things slip south, and M&M Academy more than grateful of taking the opportunity and winning that round.
Those mistakes are the exact thing you have to mitigate against a team like this. M&M Academy are so good at spotting those gaps and taking them, and I mentioned it just a little bit in the closing moments of that round, but Wild need to keep themselves in a numbers game where it's either advantage them or level, because M&M Academy will not make it easy if they can just play off a trade system to get themselves that success. Open hatch up in display means you're going to try and hold on to this middle floor out by lounge and lobby as long as possible, likely aiming to fall back around that minute 30 mark. Extended roam presence from Tazzy upstairs so far, at least starting out here on that Fenrir. He does open up that hatch, and this is going to be a difficult one now, as M&M Academy have the entirety of this map to clear if their drones spot out this threat. Mute Jammers going down to sure up positions in lobby and lounge as well.
And this will indicate that there is going to be a bit of pressure up towards that top floor, well, at least middle floor. Usually, of course, verticality quite important here. You want to make sure that you have the verticality so you can dislodge players from behind the pillars. You want to make sure you have verticality so you can stop bandits from potentially tricking on the main garage wall. The other option would just be to go for an opposite side push from Visa and try and see what you can do from there. They've already prepared a little bit as they opened up the hatch, and Raiden will be found as he was tracked by the Deimos, tried to fall back, got himself caught up by the window. So a good play there from Wild, a good opportunity spotted and taken, and now they have one less player to deal with.
lineup-wise, this is much more stylistically what we see from Wild. They've brought out the Dokkaebi, they brought out that Deimos, and they're going to use this to maneuver M&M Academy into positions where they should have crossfires, like we just saw in towards Visa. As they got themselves access upstairs, they begin to use this as a staging area, just to gather a little bit more information, and just being careful to check out towards Closet, making sure no one's lurking, trying to catch them off with a rap play. So, drone economy looks good from Wild so far. They'll take their time, and they'll spot that drop, realizing that the rest of this defense will likely come back, as Skitty will take some damage, source of which is unknown, likely pressure from Vert or Spiral Stairs. They won't be too keen to take a fight later on this round.
Minute 30, another track coming through. This time they will find their target. The last couple of times it was the Mew German that stopped it from happening, but Booster's finding himself nicely and safe on the site, and thus the track gets cancelled. Not going to be actually going through with it because it gives away the information of where the Deimos is as well, and if there would still be a person roaming, or if there would still be someone feeling a little bit adventurous, might actually get himself picked off on the back of it. So to have the information, that person's fallen back to site, we don't need anything more than that. As they now start preparing that top floor. The shotgun that Evan has brought on the striker is going to allow them to, I was so tempted to say recruit there, is going to allow them to start making sure there is that extra pressure coming down. Flashbangs and grenades will soon start rolling down into the kitchen as well, which will give the opportunity for Evan to try and force the plant next to the bomb chassis.
Nades go deep to push everyone out of that kitchen, but this will be Tazzy's moment to shine. Picks up Sneak. That will be one of those players vertically holding them. But however, this case goes down in the midst of that chaos, and everyone from M&M Academy compressed deep out towards Pillar, out towards kitchen and security. And Evan is not going to be too comfortable here, but he's going to try and get one, play his life to hold control. Tazzy charging up to try and demand control and respect via Spiral, and this is where Wild's cover needs to be perfect. And they're going to creep up with that wooden barricade, betrays the defense, forcing him to read his position. Boomsy does find Nerf. Fenrir's gonna not last too long, and Wild flutter kill figures blue, bring us level after 1 round apiece.
It was a great round from them, of course. You know, it wasn't like 100% clean as they lost one of those bodies, but they were able to dig in deep after the grenade flurry came down into the kitchen, which forced these players off. There was no one present near Pillar, the Pillar near Pipes, that is, which means that they had the opportunity to just dig in deep into the site, go to a bit of an off-plant position and get that plant down. And at that point, you're like, okay, well, he's not in a comfortable position, but he didn't have to be. There was 2 players still up on the top floor that had complete vertical control at that moment in time, and there was still 2 players horizontal as well. M&M Academy cannot afford to just send up the entire team towards that top floor at that moment in time, because that's one way to guarantee lose the round. So they just sent Tazzy, the rest tried to deal with the horizontal level and threat, but it didn't work out, and Wild find themselves their attacking round, as probably will be looking to find, well, 2 or 3 more here. I mean, it is their map after all, and I think the map veto again, it will be difficult for them for the next 2 maps. So having a confident Consulate would be a massive relief off their shoulders.
Nerf going to pick up the pulse this time, going to go on towards our middle floor site. So, Piano and Expo, the big thing here is Nerf's going to likely lurk down below as long as possible, and that will provide a threat late on this round if Wild get themselves in a position to get this case down. They will be forced to fight for a lot of map control that doesn't connect them to that site directly, and M&M Academy want to stall this out as much as possible. The addition of Evans bringing out that Monty means they can get a little bit of extra time efficiency of clearing that space, using that shield ahead of the French operator just to buy that control and pressure. So a great read from this, and I just like this lineup from Wild. It's a boring one, but it has every essential utility you need to get things done. EMPs to get themselves through this wall, as we see them hopping on board here with Garen, as Osama charges through to open that, and access granted down below the basement.
Oh, shield suddenly in, and there's a man behind it as well, but are they fully aware of it? As the Montaigne is being challenged, but they flood the side instead. Sneak will find himself a kill, however, 2 are found in return. The site is under control though, and that means the plant can now be attempted. Evan on top of the piano, turning his back towards wherever they're coming from, and suddenly there's a bit of a time to scramble on the side of M&M. They were hoping to push back towards that side, making mistakes in their movements and being caught off by players still further back in the hands of Wild, leaving only Nerf, the man that was downstairs, down below. He had all of it happen on his cardiac sensor, but he's not going to last long either. And that brings a second round in for Wild. They spotted the opportunity to instantly flood the side and get that plant going. And whilst there's a scramble going on to get back to position, you see that the rest of M&M Academy was being picked up by the roamers.
This is what I mentioned when I talked about how they have to trust the IGL, and this is where Evan in this role is going to make important decisions. They realized that it can make a pivot, try and get that play down, set his team up in a great position to have those crossfires, catch out of Academy on their rotations, and there was nothing they could do to make that work. Great read from this roster, great round, and they're going to get themselves a second offensive round. Great position to find themselves in. One thing for Academy here is they just need to not let Wild grow into momentum here. This top floor should be a great way to reset everything after 4 rounds deep, but if you let Wild get a 3rd round here, Academy might be in a little bit of danger here on Consulate early. Don't doubt they can dig themselves out of that, but still not an ideal position to start things off.
No, isn't ideal, but things are still salvageable at this moment in time. Wild, though, definitely starting to build that momentum slightly here. Their pushes were kind of relying on a nice bit of explosiveness in their attack, where suddenly things just accelerated too quick for M&M to handle. Let's see if they will be bringing that same mentality up towards the top floor as well. Well, no, what kind of take we'll see. Now we once again going for the archives and push on towards, you know, the meeting room like that. Or are we going to go for a more direct approach? Maybe even try and take control of yellow. I mean, they haven't brought a shield. That would be something you would do if you try and take control of yellow. So it will probably indicate that we're headed towards a repeat of the last round.
I have to agree. The lineup looks the exact same from Wild. Not a single change away from what we saw in our opening here on Consulate. So they want to put the player out of Garen out towards that balcony, in towards a projector room. They use those light walls to cut the site in half and make an execution happen via that doorway. So everything really is going to be posed on if they can get successful control out towards the admin side. Tazi is the front line of this, and his job, supported up by Skitty, is just to hold this as long as possible. Wild can't make an execution work if they don't have time, but Skitty, just sit still here. Your presence alone is enough to slow things down. A sneak upstairs, just probing with that DMR upstairs. Skitty does peek out wide, finds Mats, and we do say goodbye to our striker. That utility now off the board from Wild, and bigger blow, the first player to fall is going to be on their side.
Yeah, big change compared to the last time they were here, of course. At that moment, they were able to find that kill on the rotate back. Not happening now. It is actually they who lose 1 out. So, we're going to have to try and salvage. 90 seconds left in the round to do so, as they still dealing with utility with those RC Roteros. There's none left in pocket now, and that means that Boomsy is going to be fully focused on trying to get those shots down. Someone's being used as well to provide an alternate angle into the map. But Boomsy, as he gets down, is quickly trying to crawl himself into cover, but he's kind of doomed wherever he goes.
And this is all going to be down to the crossfire establishment long desk. Nade goes out to try and sure things up, but at this point in the round, Academy just need to coast themselves to victory, not give away stupid picks. Unfortunately, Raiden's there to get that trade. And this is the problem for any team that lets Academy get in the driver's seat. Nothing comes for free. They will find that trade. They're always going to play around it. And now at 45 seconds, Academy won't budge. They won't move. You've got to make them move in this moment. Peek goes out. They had the information. They double swung that as well. Raiden gets that confirmation. And this is what I talk about. They wolf pack. They hunt you down together. They will lose 1, but they'll reset, fall back, and they're not going to make any more mistakes. They will sit still and wait and drown you on time alone. Head gets spotted out, that DMR rattles off, but immediately you see that pivot, immediately you see the defense moving around it. Garen will try and stick this plant. Unfortunately, might just be his own death tome, as he will get hunted down. Does pick up 1. Unfortunately, the trade from Raiden's there yet again. Academy bring themselves level here after 4, 2 rounds apiece.
Yeah, wasn't going to be much more out of that than that single kill at that moment in time. And 2 rounds indeed back towards M&M. Now the big trouble starts. So back towards Cafe, back towards Garage. This is where they were kind of forced out of their positions, and maybe they were a little bit too held back with their defense. There was no one around on the pillar near pipes. There was no one around near yellow. It allowed them to just dig in deep, go into the deep corner of that garage. No one was there able to cancel it and counter it. Now, of course, there is going to be a little bit of extra information this time around that was the previously chosen site to plant. So if there is another smoke canister to be tossed out by the side of Nerve, big opportunity. It's actually headed into that corner. Maybe they're actually going to try and use the Evil Eyes as well, you know, place one cheekily near the actual breach. So you have the opportunity, you have the knowledge of where the actual push is coming from.
Boomsy's going to pick up the knock this time around, and well, I say that. The timing is almost impeccable this time around as Wild go for a complete repick. As I expect Maverick getting brought out this time around, and this to me means they'll likely go for something a little bit more direct. They want to try and push into it. Matt's going to pick up Habana as well, so they got a lot of hard breach potential available from this side. Evan once again on that Flores, and his job's just going to be chipping away utility from a safe distance early. Wild, well-rounded lineup in utility selection. They have a lot of options available for them. They want to go vertical, they have sneak for that. They left themselves with options open here.
Talking about the evil eye that I was hoping to see. One on the actual side is going to be providing them with some information of where this push is going to be coming from and where the plant might be attempted. As Boomsy in the meantime trying to soften up that wall. As he gets to both the anchor points, allows the buck to now come in, or the RC Retiro. I believe that you do actually have to make that jump before you stick it on, because it's still electrifying somehow. Did you not get it? My screen froze. I don't know if you got it.
I see the same as you have, but I don't think it went off.
No, you did. Okay. That's what I meant. You know, you have to make that jump and get it that way. There we have the confirmation. Evil Eye will be taken down as a result, and as the buck comes over. And I said it, you need to jump early enough, because then it becomes indestructible. But yeah, there you have it.
Just unfortunate. It wasn't fully locked up into its fully secure mode, but they will get that opened up eventually. They do spot the Maestro, and these Evil Eyes could be a problem later on into this round. Normally, if you do detect that early, teams do like to bring that Brava, as Claude Jones a perfect counter for it. And Tazzy on Spiral with that shotgun makes himself somewhat of an immovable object. They have to clear him. They don't have nades to make that one work, so they'll have to work for flashbangs to try and sit that, or just ignore him for the time being. Hold him. Just work away through the verticality. Skeleton Key works away. Open up all these positions, trying to clear these powers. Making sure it's a little bit more uncomfortable for the defense, and it can be just to sit where they want. And that Rotero drone should clear that Evil Eye. I believe it will. It does.
Not sure if there's any still left on the board. You would assume so, considering the fact that one of those RC Roteros did not quite reach a Evil Eye, but not quite sure where they have been placed. I believe there was one on Pillar's Pipes. Give them the opportunity to see the run in from the breach if that is where they're starting this plant from. However, the hatch now has been opened up as well. That's going to be providing with a little bit of extra pressure, as in the meantime, a little bit of a push from the archives coming in as well. Boomsy is playing a crucial role here.
Raiden gets warm, a Boomsy Garen fire off, and this is going to give the opening. That trade or that plant should go down. The Nitro Cell not tossed in the right direction, and Wild get that confirmation. We do lose Nerf and Booster in the midst of that. Boomsy mats with that kill credit, leaving Tazzy all alone in a 1 versus 4. He's got an SMG 11, known and 1 Nitro Cell still in his back pocket. That Nitro does get expended to no use of his team, and job is done. Garen holds that cross while lock it out for a 5th round, and they look exceptional here on the offensive side of Consulate, showing why they chose this map in a very important best of 3. Now we move on to round number 6, the last of this half. What do you think, Hap? 4-2 split, or M&M Academy do enough to get this back to level playing field?
They should be a 4-2 split, realistically speaking. We saw the exact same issues from M&M Academy as what they had in the previous time they were defending basement there with it. They were 2 hands off on the actual push. They basically just gave the entirety of garage away, all camping around in that kitchen. And at that point, angles are slowly starting to fall away from you. More are being created, and you are finding yourself picked off one by one. And thus they decide to just throw it over a completely different boat. We're going for the split side. 1 down below, 1 finding themselves on the middle floor. And it is always a little bit of a tricky one to go at, because the defense is now taking place over 2 floors rather than just 1, which makes fallbacks to the defense sometimes a bit harder. However, it's also trickier for the attack, because there's always defenders somewhere around.
This site is so interesting to me for the reasons you mentioned, and this creates an interesting dynamic for Wild. There's not going to be a very easy route to manipulate and then push M&M Academy into one position. They're going to struggle to find that control, and that's where they benefit time and time again. Evan on the Monty does give them that option to try and walk in and get control, and I'm very curious if they want to try and get that verticality established. We see a massive commitment from M&M Academy upstairs with that Solace of Tazzy. I think Raiden upstairs as well. Combination of all this roam pressure makes that a difficult one for Wild to consider. They might have to take their time to finalize what they want to do here.
Just a patient waiting game now. Don't have to move. Booster probably saw someone walking by as an EMP gets tossed in. It's probably used to try and get the breach. Is there double EMP?
Yes.
There we go. So that's going to be 2 of those electric claws now expended. They're not going to be recovered, considering the fact of what they have to deal with. As Boomsy finds a kill, then Nitro does kind of go a little bit too high, and as a result, Booster's not going to find anything either. He's trying to make himself a rotate out, or at least an opportunity to spot them and shoot at them if they start walking downstairs. But look at that, there's already players, the Boomsy on that knock, that's trying to knock on the other side of this door of archives.
This is Boomsy's speciality here, just being lurking. He's not quick enough and can't find the damage to shut down Booster, but now your Kaid's completely alone and isolated. And as you mentioned, Hap, these rotates back to side are oh so difficult on a split site like this. Boomsy does take a lot of damage, and that TCSG not something you want to dabble with too much longer. Evan does pick up one, and Raiden does arrive finally. The reinforcements and support have showed up. Tazzy as well. Max is next to go. Case should go down. The cover needs to be perfect. He can't go long way around. Eventually shuts it down. Does get traded by Garen, and with 40 seconds, so that Case goes critical. We're down to a 2 versus 2.
Why not shoot him? Did you try and knife him at that moment of time?
Like,
It could be the round lost to the back of this as Tazzy's the last man standing. He's being shot at, takes a little bit of damage, but there's 20 seconds. There's not a lot of time. He needs to make a move. You could have stopped this from happening by just shooting him in the face. And as the defuse is being attempted, will they be in time? They should be, and they will actually use their guns.
oh.
Why knife? You have a gun in your hands.
I don't even know how to react to what I've seen there. Well, unfortunate mishaps in the basement. Unfortunately, the reverse plant Monty gets the job done, forces his opposition to go a long way around. It will be a 4-2 split for the side of Wild, starting on the offense. Great job for them. And now they're on the more preference side of the defense on their map selection. And they're closer than ever to getting themselves the opening map of this series. All the pressure now rests on the shoulders of M&M Academy. And looks like initially, they do have that Capitao in play. They might try and go for an admin side clear, just like what we saw Wild go for.
I'm just mad. It's not like a random league game you're playing, you know? It is kind of the opportunity to make your career and go towards EML. I mean, what does the knife get you at that point? Bullet conservation? Is that the reason why you wanted to go for it? I'm just trying to wrap my head
He's trying to get his
around
melee badges for his profile. Like...
I was about to say a bad word on stream. Screw that. Screw those badges. You might fill in which word I wanted to say. It's like, you don't need them. Come on, like, you want to go to EUL. That's the most important thing here, not those badges.
Oh, as he find a reset, I think, into this round, and I think I must need one for the side of M&M Academy. They have a lot of work to do here on the offensive side. They'll use those X-Harris pellets, they'll chew open those castle barricades. No one from Wild will see that as an invitation to dive straight out those windows. Although if there was one team to do it, I think Boomsy would definitely do that, even on the smoke. As we'll see in this series, even on a smoke, he doesn't really care. He'll just do everything he needs. Nade goes out. Long desk, pressure does arrive. Does clear away that desk, make sure you can't sit behind it as comfortably. Second nade from that IQ getting ready to toss out. Tazzy does send it. And they'll get some early access in admin. Rimbees do buy them extra space, and Wild falling back very early here.
I mean, Wild, they have the lead. They just need to make sure that they're pulling this one in the bag and just holding on tight. And, you know, they're on the defense. It is M&M Academy that will have to come towards them sooner rather than later. The more picks and opportunities you give them, the easier you make life in their eyes. So, all they have to do, sit back, relax, make sure to take out those drones and just roll it from the back of there. 5 already taken down. There's a minute 30 left on the clock. There's still plenty of drones available though, as yet another one falls. And they have the idea that someone's out there, but Sneak are able to survive with just this life.
Just the longer everyone from Wild stays up means the longer they can make this a 5 versus 5 dive bomb execution from the side of M&M Academy. And just waiting holding out as long as they can. The Goyo canisters take up so much time. The 3 toxic canisters, which all remain in the hands of Boomsy. Great utility to work with. Those F-Nats will choke down any plays you want to make a pivot from this team. And everyone's stacked up now. Booster sends out that first asphyxiation dart, and Raiden gets that opening pick. No trade yet from Wild as they storm in, take control of long desk, and this could be a tidal wave of pressure they don't have an answer to. Nitro Cell is good for 1. Impact goes out to Spiral. They're aware that threat's lurking. Needs to win his 1. Finds it and drops. Nerf for the case going cold. The flank up Spiral's not good enough as Booster gets into the action. And well, M&M Academy find a way to claw this one back as they shut down Wild, who try to make rotations around the map to shut everything off. But their information was good. They shut it down and get 1 round back.
Managed to get that 1 round on the board, close to equalizing the score now. That was a pretty decent attack coming through from them as well. Suddenly everything just fell apart for the side of Wild. For those of you at home, it is a qualification game that we're currently at stake. That's why I was so mad. It's not like it was like... It is, you know, one of your Swiss games. We have a little bit more opportunity. But we're enough harping on that. The winner of this game will eventually go towards the EML, towards the European MENA League, where all those big teams will play, to try and qualify for the major, to try and qualify for 6 Invitational. So, if anything, winning this game gives you access to so much more tournaments.
Opens the door. I mean, also, not just that, though. This is a dream for many of these players, realistically. And for a lot of them, you know, M&M Academy, I'll speak a lot about this. There are some names here that have been playing for a tremendously long time. When I started casting this game in the UK scene many, many years ago, Nerf was one of those players, always at that top level, always someone you would speak about. Never getting his roses, never really having that moment, that call-up, that opportunity. And now 1 best of 3 away from being in the top flight of competition here in Europe. And they are only trailing by 1 here on the map selection of Wild. There will be a basement defense getting brought out by this team.
Nitro ready, he's not going to be tossed out eventually. Once again, pressure will come towards that first 4. You instantly see the ready. Now those red outlines. Circling up on Piano. Eventually, they will try and take it. And it is up to Mats to try and stop that from happening. A little bit of support with Boomsy. He's upstairs as well. But for now, he's just waiting. Little does he know. There's a nature documentary shot about him. Whilst he's in his natural habitat, just roaming around, stepping around. And it is M&M Academy that's just trying to find the right moment to strike.
Lots of
Maybe he
patience.
has no clue who's being watched.
None at all. The nade might give that away. Does move him in towards that main section of Piano. Raiden jumps in. The cover is good for it. And Boomsy reads that run from Tazzy. Finds a second one. Skinny Cop on the multi. Bears him down. Evan's there for cover. And just in a blink of an eye, Evan finds a second one. Shuts down Nerf. And Wild gain the advantage yet again. That round did not last any time. That documentary in Piano was longer than when we saw gunfights arrive. Wild find a way to win it. And they take round 9 and move 1 away from that point here on Consulate. What have we just seen?
It's beautiful though, like they were ready with the crossfires. Maybe there was a little bit of lack of information on the side of M&M Academy and they decided to pull the trigger the moment they thought it was ready. I'm not quite sure how that injury actually came to be on the person that jumped in from the window right next to Piano. That must have been verticality from all the way on the top floor that eventually shut him down. By the way, we find ourselves with Wild finding that 5th round. 2 away from taking that first map. Their own map pick. And again, I will be warning you all, it is necessary. I think the next 2 maps are going to be way harder for them. In terms of preferences. In terms of how we've seen M&M Academy play.
I think I can also add the caveat to, time and time again, Wild have been a team that has struggled to close out best of 3 series. In other, this roster in particular. Now, of course, there are the ghosts of the other teams this organization has failed in the top flight European play, but this team in the Swiss, for example, failed 2 qualification games to get to the playoffs. They got here on their last chance in that Swiss bracket. And it's just been a storyline from them in other tier 2 competitions as well. Just never getting across that finish line, having great performances, great showings on individual maps, like what we're seeing here. Maybe just not having the stamina to go deep in these best of 3s. M&M Academy will certainly test them, as you mentioned, on the next 2 maps, if we do need that third. But Clubhouse has been this domain. They'll just charge in with this Monty. Great EMP to buy that cover, but there's going to be a Warden stacked up for it, and Evan's going to find himself a second one! Garen makes it an absolute massacre upstairs. 5 versus 2, 3 versus 2 now, as Raiden gets himself a 2-piece. Plant goes down, but not good enough, as Nerf shuts it down with his SMG-11. With 2 minutes left to work with, they find ourselves in a 2 versus 2. Absolute calamity here from both these teams, as everything has to be reset now.
It kind of feels like the same as last round. They decided to pull the trigger and everything just kind of went south from there. The entire operation falling apart. At least this time they still have 2 members left running. There's 2 minutes left on the clock. They have the fuser back in hand. Raiden has an LMG and 12 kills on the board, so he can just continue firing for the remainder of the round without having to reload. All they need to do is just isolate and find these players now, though. That shotgun getting quite close. If that even connects a little bit, that's a big bout of damage that will be given out to the player underneath. And as Garen's just holding tight, he's waiting. You see Boomsy falling and pulling back as well. They realize, hey, the site hasn't really received pressure yet. Every single gunfight's taken care of in that top floor. So at some point they'll have to drop. And the only way to do that is either through the outside and then just jump in from the window, or use the hatches in piano directly. And as the smokes are coming through to block some lines aside, there's another Candela as well to be tossed in on the close corner. It is Raiden in first, who's trying to make stuff happen. You instantly saw the tracers travel through the smoke, but as he's attempting to plant. But where is the cover from Nerf? There it is, where the SMG finds the very first. However, unaware of the second, but Raiden gets up that plant, manages to shut him down just in time with his LSW. And as a result, a round will go into the way of M&M Academy, but that is a very long-stretched round that could have been over so quickly after that push came in.
I'm going to have to give Nerf just a massive congratulations for that play. Sits there realizing, right, we don't have anything to work with. I've got a Super 90. I can make a angle that can watch deep towards yellow, and that's going to be the cover. And they stuck to that plan perfectly. A chaotic, explosive, and very aggressive beginning to this round does get shut down, and Nerf played it masterfully just to control that tempo. Great cover and a very sketchy gunfight at the piano to wrap things up nicely. And that does bring us to a 1-round deficit for the offensive side of M&M Academy. They trail by 1 going into our 10th round. Tazzy repicks away from that IQ straight to a Deimos as we go upstairs. Wild, the CEO and office for this site. And initially, what are we thinking? Do you think another admin take, or will this be out towards yellow, out towards office side? What's your call?
And if you're looking at the operators, it will be another admin push that will be coming through. I'm kind of sad though, because I really did enjoy the quick Amaru plants that we've seen on the window from there. I'm not quite sure why that suddenly has been shifted off. Maybe everybody's kind of prepared for it. Also, when there's a Gaio on board and, you know, there's a bunch of C4s, actually just one, it usually will take a little bit for you to actually get all the utility out, and then the spiel is over. I say, as Monty is repelling next to the window, I might still actually decide to go for the repel in.
A great use of that grenade as well, able to toss that from safety. Hopefully that's bounced back off the bookcase, is able to burn away that first Goyo, and that's going to be a massive benefit. And look at the way Tazzy just moving through this map with complete confidence. This is enabled by a great drone network so far. 5 drones standing, 5 drones active, relaying that, as Raiden's getting on their own drones, as well as Nerf just relaying as much information as possible. I do think this will be a CEO side take. With your Deimos down below, you can clear these power positions like behind that main desk. With a Monty now walking in from yellow stairs, this is going to compress Wild and make things oh so difficult. They can't really move around the map they would have wanted. Shut down by Deimos down below and yellow stairs, locked in by Raiden. Great positioning from M&M Academy so far.
A lot of damage taken by Booster there. Luckily, though, they do have those adrenaline surges that are going to push him back up a little bit. Just got to be careful you're not taking smoke canister to the face now, as will deal double damage and that accelerated heartbeat time. Booster, again going to move up, and another smoke canister to be tossed. This one not doing any damage as it lands right at his feet, and he can fall back just in time. With 90 seconds left on the clock, it's slowly starting to tick down. Booster back up to full HP. Raiden holding on to the yellow stairs. There is one more smoke canister to be used. They use the EMP, but he's going to get shot out from his feet. The smoke canister is going to be confirming that kill. Actually, no, it's Matt. However, the pressure is already on. As Nerf walks in, finds two, knows about one that's hiding and residing inside the bathroom. Raiden, with that diffuser, has the opportunity to try and make this plant stick. The question is, where is he, though? As Nerf finds yet another for his double. Boomsy, the last man standing as an EDD takes down Raiden. That is not ideal. The track is on. It is a duel. It is a 1v1, but Tazzy will find the upper hand. And we equalize the score to 5-5.
They are all the way back. Eminem Academy almost fell flat-footed going into the second half of this matchup, but on their offensive side, they have found a tempo that we rarely see this team play at. Eminem Academy, I praise them for their methodical, their slow, their structured, their disciplined style of play. While realizing that might not work against a team like Wild, they have thrown everything at this. From the kitchen sink itself, they have went completely 0 to 60, and this has been a joy to watch this team flex their ability to be aggressive in your face and shut things down. And Wild, rightfully so, have called that timeout as things go level here after 10.
You know, I'm kind of tired of seeing the kitchen sink being thrown all the time, Whippet. It's always the kitchen sink. What about the refrigerator?
I mean, I think it's easier to pull a sink out of a unit than is a fridge. I think so.
It depends on how big the fridge is. Maybe one of those mini fridges, you know?
Okay, I think I could show a mini fridge.
Anyway, 5-5, tactical timeout called by Wild. That kind of shows that things are not really going as they expected, because suddenly Eminem Academy have hands to fight him back, to clap him back. But this was a big test here for the side of Eminem Academy. When they were on the fence, they were 2 hands off. They basically gave the entire garage towards Wild time and time again, and they were able to just get that plant down time and time again. So what do we see here? What will they be doing? Are they going to be more hands-on? Are they going to be more contesting towards the side of Eminem Academy, who will be eyeing up to open up that breach as soon as possible?
I think they have to take the fight more direct here, and the real thing for me is going to be Sneak picking up that Solus, will be playing upstairs, and this to me means that screams that Wild want to control this middle floor, they want to control piano, they want to control display as long as possible. That's going to enable value from your Solus, it's going to help all this verticality work in your favor. So Wild perhaps just inviting Eminem Academy to walk in this site, trying to play for that control, but Eminem Academy will be 2 prior to it. That won't be a very easy one. Red Pings go out, great initial use of that. Just trying to gain that initial pick of where the entranceways begin. Great teams can make a read off that information alone at the beginning of the round. Wild be able to find that success.
As a mirror main, I always like to see how teams can get creative with these setups. It's a beautiful line of sight. I'm not actually sure if you can actually contest it when they walk in. Give you some information. One person that can contest it, though, is Mats, as he's right above, just sending out some goo mines. Skiddy in the meantime, though, from the back. Should expect to be spotted due to the hole that is in that floor. Evan, however, will of course hear him walk. It is a giant walking wall. It's not very quiet. There a window there, holding track of him and then keeping track of him as well. Making sure they're aware of where that push is going to be coming from. Evan, though. Oh no, they don't know he's here. Evan, you had the perfect opportunity. Although they might have been aware, they sent bees his way, so possibly it was a bit of a bait, seeing if they could maybe get him to step out. Either way, they know the Montaigne is there, occasionally showing his back towards Garen on the mirror. As these smoke canisters are being tossed out, as Raiden that will find a double kill. That's huge for the side of Eminem Academy over the top.
Watch the entire roam presence neutralized in a single sprint, and a single magazine from the SMG-12 has completely opened up this round for Eminem Academy. And now they are a single round away, 3 picks away from going to be on map point advantage on their opposition selection. And Evan needs to win these ones, stacking up as Tazzy does find one more. The trade needs to be there, and Evan's finding it, but unfortunately, 3 in the round for Raiden, find one more for Booster, round 11 goes for Eminem Academy, and most importantly, they find themselves on map point here on Consulate. Wild, on their map choice, might be letting things slip away, And M&M Academy, what a bounce back this has been in the second half. They have found their stride, they have found their legs, and now they just need one more round to send us to Clubhouse, their high preference map, and send themselves potentially all the way to EML.
It's not looking good for Wild here. Being that one round down, we said it before, Clubhouse, Lair, they will be favouring M&M Academy as we get there slowly but steadily. They were forced, or basically required, to be winning Consulate here. And it's not over. Of course, they still have the opportunity to push OT. They still have the opportunity to take it there. But M&M Academy are giving them a fight for their own map pick here. A fight they might not be able to put up on a map like Lair, for example, later on. And thus, Wild, it is absolutely crucial that you take this round and force us to go towards overtime, because if you don't, you're making things so much harder on yourself.
10 seconds remaining.
They do opt to bring this upstairs for what could be their last defense and the most important defense they have played so far in this bracket. Do or die on their map selection here of Consulate. And M&M Academy have just been nearly perfect here on the offense. Just in complete control, never really being tested. A lot of it's come down to mechanics. Able to find a huge flurry of kills back to back to back. And one player who's been very important to that has been Radiant. 16 and 6 so far. Huge individual effort. Booster has been able to find massive picks as well. And Tazzy, the hero of previous days, especially yesterday. M&M Academy are so deep in terms of talent pool, they can rely on someone else to stand up tall.
Drones coming in, Nitro's being prepared, they're hoping to fish, they're hoping to find something, and Boomsy with the SMG will find the very first. That's Raiden gone, that's a huge pick, 16 kills for the man on this map alone. Then a reason why there's so many rounds that's gone the way of M&M. Nitrocell exploded there, instantly the bees come out, it's going to be confirming that there's no one left in that room. And his sneak is trying to hold on for as long as he possibly can. He as well will be forced to fall back into no man's land. The long hallway with vending machine at some point. This is going to be a bit of a stall. All of those Goya pockets around. All there to stall for time. The multiple seconds for each. A beautiful shot from Sneaks before he gets traded out by Tazzy. One of the man of the hours of yesterday. A little bit more quiet now. 7 on 10. Still pulling his way to some extent, but not the same as yesterday. And as grenades get used, the Goyo canisters pop. And things are starting to come to an end here for this round.
This push towards vending is oh so difficult for so many teams. You got pressure arriving from long desk. You got the players peeking out from that site. It will be Yellow of Mats. Just lurking around with that Scorpion Evo in his back pocket. Likely have Grizzmots around as well. IQ will spot those and be able to relay information back to the rest of their team. Booster, all 4 light walls remaining on sends, and one of those Goyo canisters is now popped out towards doors. Just choking out this play. M&M Academy need a lifeline, and that light wall goes out, but facing with a shotgun up close and personal, Tazzy will fall to it, takes a few extra shots, and there will be no trade. Second wall goes out to mask everything off, a third one followed, stuck by that Grizzmot, and that might just be the dinner bell. Booster does find one of the mats. No response from Wild just yet. 3 versus 2. This is winnable from both these sides. Light wall does mask up that angle. Shotgun can't have effect from Evan. But with 15 left to go, they have to make a dive in the site. Flashbangs blind Evan, and they open up his cover. He's not long for this world and shut down with that DMR. The smoke though denies that plant and leaves it all down the Booster alone with 3 seconds. A 000 dawning, and it will be the time to wrap things up as Wild live the fight one more day as overtime is calling our name.
The smokes are pulling out. They're clutch there in the end. There was so much stall. There was so much time wasting potential that those smoke canisters eventually were the reason for that round to be lost, because otherwise they could have attempted that plant. They had a pretty decent amount of cover out there, had the opportunity to play it out for the remainder of it. But overtime it is. This very first map. As M&M Academy, they will continue on the attack.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I think this is a wise choice. And the momentum has been so heavily in their favor in this second half. They've been exceptional. There will be a repeat of this site upstairs. We go yet again from Wild. No major variations in lineup. I would love to highlight the fact that M&M Academy, it looked like it was dire straits. It looked like that round was almost over before it was over. What a great play, realizing that Evan controls this with his shotgun. Let's get rid of his cover. Let's burn those X-Carriers pellets. Let's open up that wall. Let's find it. Always fighting. Always trying to grind out every single round. That's what's made this team so successful in Tier 2.
5 seconds to insert.
And they have to do it all over again here as everything resets. 3 rounds at maximum. Decide who takes our opening map of this series. It is, of course, the map choice of Wild. They will be very, very keen to get this one locked up sooner rather than later.
Nerf's playing around with the Amaru. Just talking about how I missed those executes. Well, we might actually get one in just a second from now. Booster will be in a crucial role, of course, having those asphyxiating bolts. Decided to pick the LMGs. Well, that is not helpful. Sneaks taking down Tazzy. It is your global ability gone. A moment where everybody will have to go and tell their mom, no, sorry, I cannot pick up the phone now. I'm in a very important game. But instead, the plan still goes on. They're still moving through. There's still an opportunity to. It just relies a little bit more on every other member now.
This is that never say die attitude that we see from M&M Academy. We're gonna deploy. Oh, I think they might be cooking something here. Maybe actually gonna go down below, open up those guard canisters. They do have that option, as you mentioned, to go through that hatch. They also can use that Super 90 to open up some verticality down below, clear people out of positions like behind that bench or behind that main desk. They don't spot the prone player on Spiral. That's gonna be Matt just lurking, just waiting for someone to stumble into his waiting trap. As M&M Academy do want to start this delicate dance of baiting away the smoke canisters upon that Amari repel. Expect that to start in the next few moments.
So utility being taken care of. Skitty, he's going to go from the opposite side whilst the first plant is going to be attempted. Smoke canister goes in, and you know what that means. Nerf is out. He's going to be making sure he exfils from the building. He's not going to stay around much longer. But they have more opportunities to do this. He's going to try it a second time, and thus a second smoke will be used right afterwards. And that way, we're just in a little bit of a back and forth. And that one nitro on Evan might be the difference maker. Skitty coming up around the corner. You gotta watch your left here. The swing is there, and that is all pressure now gone from the opposite side of the map.
Everything's all down to this single stack up on the main window. They'll try and bait one more smoke. They will do that effectively. Boomsy has one left in back pocket. He's got 10 more seconds of denial left in his left with his utility. They'll try and send it. They'll bait out that final canister. Get out, not even take any damage for it. And well, when we hit this 30-second mark, it is go, go, go. The cover needs to be perfect. There's no one down below to restrict the movement from Wild. So, with 1 second left until that smoke is gone, they've made the pivot. Down below, trying to use that shotgun. Open up an angle. Have they cycled who controls the diffuser? No, they haven't. And Nerf loses his one. Evan has simply won this round if they just sit still, forcing a commitment from our Academy to dive in deep. Vertical still held, shut down by Boomsy's shotgun. It's a 5 versus 1. Wild will find themselves on map point after a flawless defense upstairs. Pressure back with M&M Academy.
A little bit confused as why I went to go for the chase down below. I mean, I guess they thought there was a way to get some verticality out there to start putting up the pressure, but you had the diffuser. If you died, that would have been round over. And because it's a 5v3, you've lost all the pressure from the opposite side of the map. It is just kind of fruitless at that point. But they go over to the fence again, and they go towards the top floor. Luckily for M&M Academy, they do not have to defend twice, as they were struggling on other sites. So they'll be trying to take this here, and then force the opposing team to a different site.
To locate and defuse bombs.
And where would Wild go in that case? Of course, you still first have to get there. Wild have the opportunity to lock off this map here and now and finish the job that they came to this map for. But it would still be a long, long series ahead.
Bomb located.
Things do not get easier once we exit Consulate for either of these teams. And for Wild, as you mentioned, they'll know how long this next road will be. The next 2 maps that have been selected for this best of 3 Clubhouse, a map that M&M Academy are also comfortable on, and Lair, a map where Wild have picked it 4 times, only been victorious once. It's been the crux of so many matches for this young roster, time and time again. A lot rests on this next round. Can Wild get across the finish line? Can they confirm a lead in this series? And can they put all the pressure on M&M Academy?
We see the Tachanka being brought out, and that might be a little bit of a question mark for some, but what we just saw, if it is a plant coming in from that direction of the map, you can, instead of smoke canisters, just get those Shumikas out. You can stall for way longer during that time. And otherwise, I mean, you still have the good opportunity to lock out the no man's land hallway. That is near vending machine. If the push is coming in from there, there's very tight doorways these players would have to go through.
They want to bait Wild into those positions. Salma charge is going off and they're going to be successfully shut down from it. This peak, Skitty has found this, Mats. This has been a very scary one time and time again. You don't want to extend yourself. Skitty has been so successful with that peak. Mats does find the opening. Tazzy's going to fall from that. And this is going to be a little bit of a disaster so far. Your entire admin pressure. And Skitty's going to be trapped in break room. No way out. If that death mark arrives, he might not be long for this world. He does find one. The trade is there. Garen shuts it down. Advantage back with Wild. And now they've gained control all of admin side. What now becomes the perilous task of pushing out towards vending, as there will be so much denial facing that position. They do have the Amaru to make a late round pivot. Curious to where Sneak might deploy that Gara hook.
It might just be to put the pressure on from the rear whilst this push will continue. Although it is only at Mats that is left there, I think. I think all the others have decided to exit admin. Yeah, we see 3 people starting to eye up on a CEO take. Or 2 people, sorry, excuse me. The question is Garen with them? As Boomsy will go down. That is a great pick to come in for the side of M&M Academy. And if it's Garen that's left in the admin site now, he's all alone. A Sneak will find one, another kill comes through. It's all up onto Booster now, as suddenly they came in from the rear. He knows they're there. The plant is going down. His question will be from where? As the spree fires will give away the game, with 45 seconds counting against him. As M&M Academy is looking to lose the first map, Wild, they bring it back even though they were a map point down. And now finding themselves 1-0 up for a spot in the EML.
One step closer to ultimate glory, one step closer to achieving the dream many of these players have dreamed night after night after night. But there is still a terrifyingly long journey ahead of these teams. We look towards our next map. That will be Clubhouse, a high preference for M&M Academy. I have a sneaking suspicion in the back of my mind all 3 will be needed to send our final team to the EML.
It definitely would look like it. I mean, it was a very close game here for the side of M&M. It's just that those last 3 rounds kind of just completely fell away from them. They were onto a little bit of a heater, and then suddenly it just all kind of fizzled out in the end there. Especially the 2 overtime rounds did not really go as expected. So I'm excited to see where Clubhouse will go next. But before we go there, we head to a very quick break. Don't go anywhere, and don't forget to hydrate.
Wild find themselves on map point here in this oh so important game at the EML Challenges Series. They're now one map away from making it into the EML, and they win their own map pick. Now, this one was a true back and forth. It started off with a really good start for Wild on their attacks. M&M Academy came back, Wild pushed it into overtime, and from there on, it was just amazing stuff from Wild. I think the thing we can compliment them most on Whippet is their teamwork. It seems every single time they're peaking things in a 2v1. The body system is really good on that team.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and it's such a great sign of a great team with cohesion and trust to be able to go, we need to take that gunfight, let's do it as a team. Because even if you lose that first play, you have that immediate trade, you don't lose that initial advantage, and we saw that time and time again. It was a huge benefit, and I love watching teams put it together. Great sign of trust, and just, again, it shows to me a very well put together team.
I think you can even go at some of the attacks that M&M Academy have thrown at them, where suddenly it was an explosion all over the map. Yeah, they came out on top because they were so quickly in position. They were aware of the fact of where their own players were and could instantly respond within a second to make sure that those crossfires were in position and in play. So that was some good positioning from them there, and I really hope that we continue seeing that on Clubhouse.
Yeah, me too. Especially those are the positive trends we need to see continuing. Some negative trends that we have seen so far this map is some trolling here and there. I mean, we're talking about one specific round on a defense for the side of M&M Academy with a Montaigne in play, a plant going down. Do you think at this point maybe the pressure hap just gets you too much, or do you want to... Is it just something you do because, like, your brain's on constant focus for the entire time?
I was going to say, if they would have shot the person there, the plant wouldn't have gone down. They might have actually won that round and won this map. I'm not going to go that far because it was still a round that was out in the open, but, you know, it would have been different because you win a man down and the diffuser kit gone out, and that means there's 45 seconds counting in your disadvantage at that moment. So if you would have actually gotten that kill, plan wouldn't have gone down, would have maybe played out differently. So, that said, why? I don't know. I'm not a player, so I'm not going to be able to put my head in there and be like, why wouldn't you just use your gun to get that kill?
I mean, in a game like Siege, though, we are making, as a player, from a player's perspective, you're making a million decisions every single round, but where you start, what to hold, and you're trying to process so much information, especially those panicky moments. I'll let it off this time around. If it happens again on Clubhouse, that's where I'll raise some questions. But I think it was just one of those moments of a reflex. You see a Monty right beside you, you're like, what do you do? And they just, I think, a poor reaction that moment, unfortunately. But it was one mistake, and unfortunately, that could have led to that thing, and that's a war of attrition the game like this is going to become.
Yeah, we're obviously highlighting it, but we shouldn't go in too hard at Raiden for that. Like you said, that one singular mistake, for example, in the 1,000 decisions you make within a round. He was definitely putting up numbers for his team in all the other rounds. Definitely a top fragger on the side of M&M Academy there. On the side of Wild, I feel like it's Whippet. It's continuously the same characters that show off in a way where confidence just seems to be so strong on these players' side that they'll be willing to peak things that I probably personally wouldn't peak in a ranked game.
I have to agree. You can see it, especially with Boomsy and Steak, for example. They really trust their mechanics. And they're like, oh, there's someone in a position where I shouldn't peek it, but they believe they can. And that's been a kind of a tide turner time and time again. They also have been trusted a lot of the time with individual plays. We saw that previous round, that late round Amaru push to go in the CO and get those 2 picks, so basically win that round. That was very important for them, and Sneak was very trusted to do that. Boomsy on the knock. We'll see that again in Clubhouse, I'm sure. They're very good at trying to make solo plays and always finding an impact with it. So those 2 players full of confidence, and I just feel like getting a map victory against M&M will only boost that going into the rest of the series.
Just a fun statistic to go with what you just said, Anne. Yes, it was completely, like, the entire time, different people popping off. There was 6 people, or 6 players, that were positive in that game. I'll leave it up to you to guess. Like, which ones do you think? You have an idea? I can tell you. I can tell you right now.
No, it has to be Raiden.
Boomsy,
all
5 players
Sneak as
on
well.
Wild and Raiden.
Yeah.
All 5 players
so
on Wild and Raiden.
yeah.
That's it. Like, the entire team and Raiden.
That's actually impressive, given that it was such a close game, like an 8-6 victory. That's actually really impressive over on the side of these Wild players. But given that it was such a close game, something you two said, hey, this map veto really leans in favor of M&M Academy. They're gonna go on their own map pick now. We talked about how Wild have been banning this map a lot. We're talking about Clubhouse in specific. They've been banning this map a lot. Could give an advantage for M&M Academy. The map was close, Hap, but what needs to change going into this next one?
And it might just be that they didn't really feel Consulate that much. You could kind of see it in some of their attacks, like it was just throwing bodies at the wall and see what stuck, and they managed to get a couple of rounds out of that on the side of Eminem. Whereas at defense, especially that garage defense, they were super hands-off. They just let Wild take all the ground they wanted, and then they went for the plant, and there was nothing they could do. So maybe being on a bit more familiar ground is going to be helping these players out as well, and put up, well, an even better fight in terms of their own KD ratios.
I have to agree. We talk about this, Vito. The longer this goes, the more favorite for I'm going into it. With how we've seen them play Lair in particular, I really want to highlight that Honved game that we had last night. They looked so clinical on this map, and they really didn't let Honved into that at all. If Wild go to Lair, I think they're going to find themselves in deep water, and that will put more pressure on this young roster to get the job done here in Clubhouse, which is, again, a map that they've been banning a tremendous amount, and a super high preference for M&M Academy. This has all the makings of a very close, intense map.
So what I'm hearing is, if Wild want to grab that EML spot, they gotta make sure they finish this in 2 and not let it go to an eventual decider of Lair. But of course, it is still M&M Academy's map pick. This first map was really close as well. I feel like all is still to play for, but unfortunately we're being kept on the edge of our seat just a little bit longer as the players are making their way into the lobby and getting ready for this next map. We'll go to a bit of a break, but you do not want to miss this, because the next map might determine if Wild will make it to the EML, or if we need a decider to find out who makes it to the EML. Don't go anywhere.
And it is time to decide if Wild can get this job done in 2 and book their ticket towards EML, or will it be one more chance for M&M Academy to force this to all 3? Hap, what are your initial expectations after what we saw on Consulate?
I'm a bit mixed because we've seen M&M Academy play yesterday, and that gives me hope. But, like, a lot of the players were just not connecting the same way they were against Honveit, for example. Raiden, though, incredible game that he played, is definitely, you know, the reason why M&M Academy could stay in the game for that long. I just want to see a little bit more out of all the other players that are on that team. Just a little bit more creativity, a little bit more of just being active and about. As the bans seemingly go pretty expected. The 2 shields, we see the Cade on Azami maybe.
I want to see an Azami here. I think it's going to be a very powerful one to take away. It will be the final ban that week. Gee, taking a mirror away. While both teams exchanging shook messages in the chat as we see, I think, very targeted bans away. I will highlight that we saw yesterday on this map, M&M Academy were very, very potent with their mirror placements. Think about how Booster was playing inside of showers yesterday on Gym Bedroom, just making himself so difficult to shut down. So I think Wild maybe saw that and realizing we don't want to deal with that as we move towards our offensive half later on. They do be starting on the defense here, so can Wild get across and get a good investment here in our opening 6 basement, the first site getting deployed. Anything catching your eye from this lineup?
Very architect heavy when you have the castle bow ready and the Azami. Probably going to be finding ourselves with a bit of extension towards that first floor, whereas the Azami is probably going to be focusing on the site more itself. Besides that, nothing really too out of the ordinary.
Very curiously how we watch this getting played from both these teams going into it. Wild do strike me as a team they would like a little bit of this upstairs pressure, playing with your hatches open, able to play with an aggressive drop. We did see that yesterday from M&M Academy as well, and it looks like with the addition of these rotates upstairs, they do have that intention to hold on to this top floor for a little bit of time and force M&M Academy into a full map clear. This does leave the site a little bit short-staffed if they spot this out, but a very difficult thing to clear for this offensive lineup.
As we go, it is an important first round. Wild, of course, starting off on their defense. They have that one leg up. That is so important. Again, they missed out on the opportunity yesterday against Matchco. They lost out. Matchco, they qualified themselves, finally, you can add between brackets, to the EML. They've been knocking on the door for so long where they, you know, they're a great team. There was just no opportunity for them to promote. And now it's there, they take it. And Wild, losing out on that game, will have been a bit bummed about it, but have the opportunity to step up now as Boomsy. It's not a great start to your round. 1 HP and a dream.
This is possibly the worst start for a player like Boomsy, who likes to play aggressive, and well, even worse one now, Skinny finding 2 upstairs in server. And that's a relative free. With Goodbye the Mats and Sneak, 2 high-impact players from Wild taken away. You lose the only Nitro Cell. Tazzy just drops the hatch in the bar, finds Evan. And well, very quickly, it will be advantage 5-2 for M&M Academy. And Wild trying to batten down the hatches, but unfortunately, it won't be long for this world, as it's going to be Boomsy, stuck in Oil Pit, shut down by Nerf, and a few extra shots for good measure. Left down the Garen, 1 versus 5. He does collect 1. For his pride and ego, but that just might be all he gets. Held vertically, Skinny shuts it down, and that's M&M Academy on Clubhouse. Perfect efficiency, shuts down that roam presence from Wild, and they get themselves what felt like a very easy round.
Yeah, you know, I said I had some worries about M&M. They kind of just decided, you know what, let us show there's no need to worry here. We are fine. It is Clubhouse, it is our map, we are chilling, and they're vibing. And an instant attack, a very strong attack as well, onto that basement, which is historically the harder side to actually take. But due to the fact that it was such a heavy roam, well, the fights basically took place elsewhere.
Up to Gym Bedroom. This was a site that was somewhat of a stronghold for M&M Academy in the previous day we saw against Honveit, and I think this opening round was a little bit of a warning shot that Wild suffered, realizing that they might not be able to play the same fluid, aggressive, and kind of reactive way they would have wanted. M&M Academy read them like a book, shut that down, and the big thing is that opening 2-piece up inside of CCTV. just spelled complete disaster, and not a single death from Wild happened on the site itself on basement here on their own presence. The entire team committed to it, and they got shut down in the space of around a minute. Hopefully, better stories ahead for this defensive side.
3 minutes for this next round. And M&M, they just decided to bring some pace. Let's see if they do so again. I mean, yesterday we had the rerun and speed run kind of beat. Not the case yet, of course, but it just shows what can be done by a team like M&M. That's a very long throw on that Selma. And the instant double to go through. Mats will find the very first. Is that both tricked? Yes, it is. Evan just did something most bandits would only dream of.
Huge value from that single bandit pick, and this is just going to shut things down. Grimbees go out. You've only got one bit of hard breach utility left to work with. Now you find that pressure for M&M Academy. They'll try it. No, absolute calamity.
No way.
It feels like they're going to get it, though. I think they are. They set out some stun grenades, force away Evan, but the big commitment here is that going to be a time of it. They stacked. I mean, it doesn't work like that, guys. You can't stack a Selma on a thermite to get more breach.
At least they get the opening, and they're inside. Most importantly, Nerf will find himself a first kill, instantly flooding into red, and now they have the opportunity to keep on pushing. But Snakes finds a huge double. Nerf fights back. Booster does as well, but he's all alone as his teammate's been down in a 1v2 effectively. Luckily, plenty of time, has the opportunity to go for the pickup, but has to make sure he doesn't expose himself. Diffuser recovered. Nerf being picked up as well. 20 HP on his counter, about 50 for Booster. As they both will be moving on towards the site itself. And with a minute 10 left on the clock, there's plenty of time to work on the information that they need.
Good minds from Garen will give a little bit of extended information. They do have some BP scattered around the map as well that make things also difficult in combination with Mats on that Valkyrie. Nitro still remains in back pocket. So they do have the availability to offer that threat down below, but I think they want to make this a fair 2-on-2 gunfight on the site. They do have that HP advantage, and with just 40 seconds, M&M Academy are forced to make a very impromptu plan. Wild can play around the HP advantage, they can play with the information game, they'll have all of that in their favor. 3 active drones left on the side of M&M Academy, and they have to use them very effectively. But Mats does find his second around. The trade from Booster is perfect! Jumping in, but stuck with that Gooman, he'll try and pull it out by the weight racks. Legion not quick enough on that draw. He'll drop the open hatch, and this forces an ultimatum. You gotta charge up this staircase. He'll get caught by that barbed wire, and time is his enemy. Booster on low HP, can't win that one. Garen swings out wide, shuts it down, and Wild bring us level after what was a very chaotic and very hectic round here on Gym Bedroom.
A great round. Unfortunately, he drops through the hatch in that last second there, but there was some questionable moments there from the side of M&M. Technically speaking, if you get everything perfect, you should never be able to trick out both a Selma and an exothermic when they're being placed at the same time. So, that said, I haven't still managed to do that. Then we had the exothermic place, and the second Selma just landing right on top of it. Of course, I still managed to get the breach. Boomsy already fell off. He was not going to stick around that far. So, you know, they still got that wall open, but a little bit of too much utility used. That might have been useful later on. And then it just turned into a bit of a frag fest inside a CCTV and cache. Losing most of your players, down to a 2-on-2. You mentioned it, HP advantage towards Wild. They also had the time in their favor. The hatch didn't help them either.
It certainly did not. That's the last thing you want in a moment like that. I mean, great timing from Booster to jump in from Gym window. Get that trade for his teammate. Unfortunately, she said, open hatch spells disaster for him, and there will be CCTV and cache getting brought out, this time from Wild. And the Azami up on rafters, why we would have mentioned it would have been incredible for them to ban away an Azami for these teams, making it a little bit more untenable to play up here. But these keeper barricades just make things oh so difficult. Booster have a very important job with those fire darts in Capital, just to clear them away. It'll be very important in the later stages of this. Evan just working away, constructing this site with this shotgun.
For a second, I was afraid he crashed. After he just emptied that magazine, just didn't move at all. Still around. And as already the attack is knocking on the doors. The breach will soon be made. There is some pressure from below. Again, a double breach. This time, Boomsy unable to trick both. However, the Selma still popping up, the extra thermic gone off the board, but it still provides them with the opening they need to at least exert pressure onto the side itself. The Ash Charge will do the exact same as the window gets opened up. My question here would be, why didn't you do that before you actually decided to put the breach down? Because then there is phantom pressure on the bandit. He's not actually allowed to play around as freely. You would have had to complete a wide opening off that site. But hey, I'm not a pro player, so who am I to judge?
I agree. I mean, my rank KD says I should never comment on how another player does anything, it seems like, this season. As the first gunfight just slips us by. Skitty on the Ash, lurking in Logi, just not finding Evan yet. And lots of this pressure, all of it somewhat arriving from construction site. Red silhouettes deep towards master bedroom as well. They'll begin to work on opening this single wall. A very powerful position if the offense get that control. Grim Bees will deny a likely threat from that. Nitrocell goes deep, but not deep enough. But Tazzy will take a beating from it. Fire darts choke out this play, and Boomsy not very comfortable for much longer. Skitty does get that opening pick, and Evan is first to fall.
Smoke canisters used to delay. Skitty will find one as Tazzy gets sent in by Booster. He face rolls through the door. But that's at least bringing it back slightly. A little bit of a gift once more. A little bit of a sloppy play from the side of M&M as they know where these players are. But Max finds one. Another to be found on his tally as he's lurking around and realizing that there's another breach to come through. Forces him off the balcony as Booster finally comes in on the top of Red. He finds himself a kill. He now knows he is effectively in a 1v2 on the side as he gets shut down, and Raiden, the man of the last map, is going to need to find a 1v2 clutch to bring home CCTV cash for his team. He knows one's on Raptors. Does he know exactly where they are? No, but the flashbang will slightly delay. He hears him now. The second flashbang comes out. He needs to bait these 1v1s, but he also knows that Wild is most likely not going to be granting it while he sees the shoulder. Not enough to find a kill onto Boomsy though. And with 10 seconds, he needs to make a move. He hops in, but he gets sprayed by both. And Wild, they found round number 3, and they get themselves 2-1 up.
Oh, yet again, another round that was not easy for either of these teams. A deep push through the site required from Booster to get some control. Unfortunately, not having support directly behind him. His teammate Raiden out on the balcony, applying that crossfire control. Just can't fight for that trade. And you got to imagine an unfortunate team kill. Just unravel things. Tazzy could have had a huge impact, but he did get denied early. Corey classic. We do move into a 2-1 advantage for Wild.
I love how we just started calling a team kill at Corey.
I mean, every time he plays, there's at least 2. So I think it's a deserved moniker at this point.
Lucas, you really got to do something about that if you're watching. Doubt he's probably like drawing some like new building or something right now, but either way. 2-1. M&M Academy, not the greatest start that they were hoping for, finding themselves 2 down already. This is their map pick, the pressure's on, Wild is finding themselves 1 up, so if Wild are able to put this into, well, let's say a 4-2 split, they have done their job. Because Clubhouse, whilst, you know, a lot of teams will always favor the defense, I would say it's more of a 50-50 map nowadays. Especially with all the operators. Of course, maybe that changed a little bit with the bans here and there, but if they managed to find themselves with 4 rounds here on the fence, wow, they've done a really good job.
They have. I mean, a 4-2 split here on the defense against the M&M Academy, who have been incredibly effective on their attacking sides here on Clubhouse in the past, would be a massive benefit. Both these teams, especially Wild, I do feel just favor being on the attack a little bit. They often capable of flipping those defense preference maps in their favor. Basement site getting brought out this time again. The roam clear starting upstairs. The blitz outside via Jacuzzi. No one from Wild realistically coming to challenge that. I think a much better approach this time around from this young roster. Realizing that the roam clear was so effective, they don't want to even contest it this time around. And well, time efficiency is perfect. Look at how they're moving through the map with purpose and effectiveness. They got all that on top floor locked down with 2 minutes left to work.
Slowly but steadily, the push towards the first floor will now start. They have been very effective so far with the clearing, but this is where the true challenge will come to be. There's going to be these black guys all over the map. Do they have something to deal with it? Not really. They, of course, can see them, they can shoot them out, but they don't have anything to track them down. And whilst Garen is still active on the main stairs, it's just going to make things a little bit more awkward as soon as they do want to start opening up that kitchen floor. And every now and then, he just swings out with that SMG-11, sends 1 or 2 bullets down, enough to at least keep Tazzy on his toes. Maybe those bees are going to be changing things slightly. Actually, no, a Mute Gemmer is there. It's going to be stopping the bees from actually deploying. And we're in a minute 20 left on the clock now, and smoke canisters being used. Now you start to worry, actually, for the side of M&M Academy. The top floor take was so quick. But how much have they actually prepared? There's still a Tubera on the board. If they're focusing on a single hatch, they're not going to be making it. And it feels like it will just have to be a motorcycle drop en masse from them.
They have the vertical. They can't. Garen can't rotate away. Nitrocell pre-placed by your Tubera. The fire darts don't go deep enough. Yes, they do, just about. But he's able to maneuver himself into a safe corner. The drone goes out, and they still know he exists in this position. This is where you need to make someone to commit to this. You have a blitz to work with. You have that utility, and that fire dart does go enough. The verticality will shut him down eventually. But job done from Garen. He wasted so much of this round, and now time is the ultimate enemy of M&M Academy. They have to make a snap decision on what they want to do, and they're going to try and pivot your blitz all the way towards Dirt Tunnel. They want everyone on the verticality by that kitchen hatch, but Sneak, a massive pick, will find Radiant. They lose any more of those smokes along that Capitao in a final 20-second dash. The Kiba barricades play such a role. They will shut down this blitz for a vital few moments, but everything comes down to this drop. Mats can't get one, finds a second one, booster charges in. It will be a second for Habana, bearing 9 in hand. He's all alone. Needs to make something happen, finding 3. 4K to save the day. Time will unravel his hopes and dreams. Wild find themselves a 3rd round.
That almost was able to be made to work, but a little bit too close, no cigar. Again, so much time wasted by Garen, and so much utility, more importantly, with it.
Yeah.
The smoke canisters, just flashbangs, drones. They were holding down the vertical, hoping for him to fall back for about a minute 30. And the man's just sitting there in the same 2 square meters, able to keep and hold that position for as long as he could. Of course, at some point, he's going to be forced out, he's going to die. There's no 2 ways about it. He was not going to be living from that position as soon as they opened up their verticality. The only way out was death. But he managed to stall it for so long that he's basically occupied 2 or 3 players, basically half the round that they had in pocket. And that was a massive achievement on just your own.
I was getting flashbacks of DZ G2 during the Montreal Major, where we saw basically G2 stall with the same play. They had everything in place, and that's the moment where you gotta look at this and go, we have a blitz to work with. I know we're gonna lose health, we're gonna lose HP. You have his retreat covered. Just tank a little bit of that toxic fume canister damage from your smoke, clear that position, and you're gonna be able to get that control. I would rather have my blitz on lower HP for that execution than waste so much time on that player on stairs, forcing a last gasp dive into the objective, and Wild took full advantage of that. They now lead by 2. Got some more pressure on the shoulders of M&M Academy.
Again, a single round here in these next 2, and I think that will be enough for Wild to play out the remainder of this map. Next to Thermix once again coming in. The opening to be made on Jacuzzi. It's going to be providing with a direct entry towards the site. However, Clash is going to be slowing things down. Evan, you got to make sure that you're not overextending yourself here, as Nerf, some great drones, is able to provide some information. But for now, it's all prep work that's being done. And the Skitty is slowly being zapped. It takes a small amount of damage, nothing too major though. It is Evan holding off this Jacuzzi for now, and there's no real utility on the pockets of M&M Academy to deal with this Clash.
And even more than the fact they can't deal with the Clash right now is the fact that Evan's just going to be able to say there's no pressure here. You can't rely on that phantom pressure if you've got visibility on it. So his job is just to soak up time and play a little bit in the minds and thoughts of the offensive lineup here as they struggle to deal with it right now. Now Academy just in the stage, just baiting, looking for an opening.
Tazzy's angle, like, most of your bullets are going to be caught off by the actual railing out there, but, you know, he has a plan, he's trying to play, it's just not really working as of yet. As right now, the Clash focusing and forcing a little bit as a walking mirror window. You bend that mirror, that's fine. We're just going to be using the Clash instead to provide that information. Maybe someone can swing behind and actually repositioning themselves inside or right next to the bathroom, rather. And Skitty is just alone there. He's challenging, but it's basically just a one-on-one, and he's not able to do anything else but just sit here as now a teammate comes in and starts flashing.
And this is going to be a great moment that dives deep in towards Jim. But Clash still relays that information. Tazzy does find an opening pick, finds himself the second. And the patience is going to work out perfectly here for MM Academy. As they drop deep into the Logi, Tazzy finding a third booster. Breaks the party, but Sneeko shut down. And now, it's all down to this. 40 seconds, we go critical. Second one for booster. Flawless round from MM Academy. And it looked to be oh so dire with the Clash staring down and time wearing away. But it will be a near perfect round from MM Academy to bring themselves within touching distance and reduce the deficit by 1.
It's just a very strange ending there. For so long, everything seemed to be going so well for Wild. Tazzy drops in from logistics, finds himself with 3 kills. Suddenly, the entire side opens up. The Clash is gone. The other side player out of the equation as well. They find themselves with the opportunity to flood and do so successfully. Tazzy created that opportunity. The rest of the team profited on the back of that. But that's great. That's what they need to do now. 3-2. And again, if Wild able to find themselves a 4th round, they are in a pole position situation to win this game, to win this series, to qualify themselves for the EML. So a lot hanging on this round here on M&M and their map pick.
So much pressure for all 10 of these players. 9 of these players have not broken out of this tier 2 ceiling. Only player who have done so is Skitty. With that run in Heroic and Navi all those moons ago. So close to getting back to that position. And Wild do lead that charge. 1 series or 1 map up in this series. The Clubhouse has been a tightly contested occasion between these sides. Wild on this defense. The last of their opening 6 rounds. The last of this first half for them. The 4-2 split, as you said, puts them in pole position. MM Academy have been so good time and time again in these moments when they find all that pressure. Previous round, and that's a great example of it. There's no time they work with, they still find a way to win a round. They grind every single round out to the end of it. And that's what they've been so good at time and time again. And can they get the job done here in CCTV and Cash?
A bomb has been located.
Blast area!
Reparation being done once more. Boomsy preparing with a double bandit battery. He was afraid that maybe there was an EMP impact coming out. Not quite sure. Already a little bit of pressure coming out on Tazzy. This is exactly what we need to see from Tazzy. He was doing this yesterday as well on Clubhouse. He was creating openings. He was creating opportunities. And he's doing so again. Is that breach is going to be stopping Raiden temporarily from opening things up. Now they do have the opportunity to use these impact EMPs. Not quite sure what the plan is here. Oh, eventually we'll be opening up. The fire coming in from above. That was the actual plan. There was a one-eye disc there to slow it down slightly. Failed. Wall opened up on construction. Now they can start focusing again onto the main wall.
Evan gets that first pick on towards Skitty. We lose your Ash from it. And in the midst of that, when the wall was opened up, actually use a secondary EMP on that detective wide disc to just knock it offline long enough to get that wall open. But now becomes a very delicate dance from Raiden, trying to open up the second wall. Evan does pick up a second kill for his efforts. Booster does get that trade eventually with that fire dart on his Capitao. Front lines forming up. The sneak goes on drive-by on the Booster deep inside of construction. And now forces MM Academy to fight this in a 4 versus 2 disadvantage. And well, Tazzy is still standing. He will charge deep. He got his commando in hand and needs to win his ones. Unfortunately, Boomsy shuts it down. Sneak finds one more to Raiden. And Wild go a 4-2 split here after 6 on Clubhouse. Ideal start for them in the opening half.
A great start. A great first half. And a great opportunity to continue what you started in map number 1. They struggled then as it went back towards an overtime situation. But this feels like they are a little bit ahead of M&M. In terms of everything, really. As maybe today is not their day. Wild are looking to close it up. They missed the opportunity yesterday against Machko. They lost their fight. They lost the spot. Now, on the retry. The second opportunity of fighting yourself into EML. And fighting themselves one map up, 4-2 on the first half. Now onto the attack they go. In basement, the first test that is ahead of them.
everything changes at this moment. We go into our second half, and this is where the test for Wild really, truly starts. M&M Academy, through every game that they played on here on Clubhouse, have been so effective on their defense, and they are so good at winning defensive rounds when they are down to 1vx's. They can win 2v3s, they can win 2v4s, they can win without the numbers on their side. It's all down to that body system, all down to how well regimented this team has been. Wild have done a great job disrupting that on their defense. Things are a lot tougher now. Pre-placed Nitrocell from our Warden. Keep an eye on that one. Tazzy, I don't know, was Nerf, might find a freebie later on this round.
Quick bit of opening over the top there. A little bit of carefulness as well, knowing of course that these nitros could be flying out at any second when players are around in lounge. But the prep work is being done slowly and diligently here by this side of Wild. They know what's at stake. They know what is expected of them. That's very dangerous, putting down the breach charge there. Make sure to detonate it before it gets shut out. There you go. That's instantly going to be forcing Booster back. For a second, I was afraid there was going to be an SMG spray right through into his face as soon as he put down that breaching charge.
There's something of anxiety. I've done that too many times in my own matches. Open that up with a breach charge and just find a few shots of 9mm arriving in my forehead. Nitrocell, not where I would have expected it, bearing 9. Or SMG-12, good for it. Nerf does get that confirmation. And Boomsy, first of all, this main stairs has been a fortress for both these teams, it seems so far. Can Wild find a way to break this down? EMPs in the back pocket of Boomsy no longer applicable. This might be a great start and a massive opening pick for M&M Academy.
That's even better when you think about it, because they've played this pre-placed Nitrocell before. They're just waiting for someone to start pushing the staircase, and due to the fact that you've now lost those EMPs, that Nitrocell is going to stay up until you kill the player. A trade on trade comes through, and while it's not looking great for Wild, considering they're 2 men down, at least they've taken care of the player out there. The main stairs can now be approached. They can now be used. They can now be pushed through. As Stazzy is reinforcing some of the ground that's instantly sledged away by the Caber.
Just over 1 minute left in this to work. Reinforcements go off by Skitty to shore up this defense in towards Church just a little bit more. And that Skelvin Key works away. 4 versus 3. Advantage with the defense here of M&M Academy. Nitrocell ready, and you don't want too many bodies stacked up. But they've dove straight into Armory. Max finds one. They realize the read of Dirt Tunnel is there. And this plant doesn't go down. Denied from the cover. And makes it very quickly a 2 versus 1. All down the sneak. Alone up against Tazzy and Skitty. The last 2 names you want to read on that team sheet when you have to clutch up big for your side. 30 seconds will feel like an eternity for both these rosters, but unfortunately with a hammer in his hand he will get caught out trying to clear that BP camera, and it will be the very first defensive round for M&M Academy.
They almost managed to go south there, but just in time they pull the brakes, they make sure it falls back into their own hands, and they win their get-go defense. However, little asterisk there, you're expected to win that basement site. They have to win that one. They did. And that means that now the true pressure starts. Because all that theoretically has to be done here by Wild is to win the offside twice. Like the tertiary site, CCTV cache that would be. And then find one other in any of the other 3 rounds that will be played to secure yourself the victory.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So, still a lot to go at here. If this one goes away from them right away, there is going to be a little bit of panic in the M&M camp.
Yes, there will be. I really feel though this next round is super important for Wild as well. This team has often, and I'll mention it during our pre-show or pre-game for this as well, that this is a side that have struggled to close out these best of 3s, and they'll hold their hands up and say that it's not been a highlight of their time in these leading positions. They need to keep the daylight between these 2 teams. They need to keep themselves in the driver's seat, because if you let M&M Academy into this matchup, you let them control the tempo, you let them control the pace. Things are so difficult. So this young roster, there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders now. And the weight of great expectations they place upon themselves might begin to weigh them down here.
Raiden's also gone maybe a little bit too much in that first map. Still is able or unable to find himself with a kill after he dropped 17 in the last. Still will be positive, but of course would make life a lot easier on the team if he's able to put down those numbers again. A lot of Bs coming out very quickly here. It is, can only tell you that it's a very quick take of logistics as Boomsy is already finding himself inside of the main stairs, going for a bit of a chase as Garen finds one. The trade's starting to come through somehow. M&M Academy find themselves in a bit of an equal fight here, but the Blitz inside of Jim has the opportunity, or actually the Fuse, sorry, not the Blitz, inside to try and get that plan down. Matt's taking a slight amount of damage, and Nitrocell gets tossed out as Skinny gets injured. It's an effective 2-on-1 situation now, but what? A headshot on that shield player. An amazing peek to come through. Might have just been the saver of that round, as he knows the pickup is happening. He needs to go for the challenge. He shoots him through the wall, and eventually will be able to lock out the round. Wild. What a scrappy end that was. How did he even find a head on that Fuse is my question.
Lady looks clearly shining upon M&M Academy, but just not bright enough. A one tap on the shield through a wall, not good enough to find that clutch, but from Wild. We looked at this almost expending the entirety of the utility of your Grim straight in the Logi. They walk up main stairs. M&M had a single gap in their defense, and Wild found a way in, and they creep themselves even closer to series point here. And not just series point, promotion point. The dream of all these players is to return to the top flight of competition. Wild find themselves 2 rounds away from that glory, 2 rounds away from the next chapter of their careers that have only started to begin. This team is oh so young. Former academy roster of this organization called up this year, and for many players, this is the first venture here in the Tier 2 play. M&M Academy, not dead yet. They need to fight back. They need to show a sign of life. They need a pulse. They need a heartbeat. They need someone to stand up tall.
All I'm gonna say, Whippet, is if you had one shot or one opportunity, would you seize it? Or you let it slip?
I knew it would happen eventually. I knew it would happen eventually.
Another one lined up.
Tell you what was lined up, that Nitrocell from Booster. Boomsy will get picked off early. We do say goodbye to our Maverick, and that's a massive blow. He was actually on that Maverick trick, trying to open up that main wall in the CCTV. He does get caught out by it, so an unfortunate early demise for Boomsy. It's been so impactful time and time again. This does force them into an uncomfortable position. If that wall wasn't opened up in the timely fashion they would have wanted. Castle Barricade soaking up some utility, like that Gone 6. Could have been used elsewhere. External Castle Barricade will do for now.
2 minutes left, the man down. Not the best of exit situations, but I think Boomsy, I mean, it would be nice to still have him on the board, of course, but not the most impactful operator that is now taken off the board. Matt's going in from the opposite side. He's going to see if he can find any of the roamers. He's having some support as well from logistics. They're entering from Jim, but there is one very slippy player, one that I complained about, did not have a kill beforehand, finds 3 now, and he's still in the bathroom fighting strong. He's finding himself a 4th. No, Mats will shut him down before that happens, but the round is basically already sealed. As Garen and Maxwell, the 2 of them are going to have to try and bring this back, and if they do, that might as well be a nail in the coffin for the side of M&M, but they're too experienced to let that happen. They're just going to sit still. They're going to wait. Yes, 60 seconds or 70 seconds even is plenty of time to make something happen. But it's just too difficult of a sight to take with a 2-man disadvantage.
Too many crossfires, too many angles to be held. You walk through this door, you're going to get caught out from rafters and top red. Don't have a lot of utility. They got 2 Salma charges to work with. Complete garage and rapture control still held by M&M Academy. And this will force a pivot from Matt's, likely going to go in the storage down below. Use that skeleton key best he can to open up the floorboards. Maybe force a pivot. No. Clear utility. But unfortunately, the players in garage shut him down. Tazzy gets that pick, leaving Garen alone. He can only find 1. Can't make it more. Skinny gets that confirmation. And that's the heartbeat that we needed. That's the lifeline. M&M Academy oh so desperately needed as they move in the round 10, likely to go back to the basement, the site that they won previous. Nope. Church Arsenal. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, my basement, yes.
I can't count sometimes.
That's what the B stands for. It's not even counting, Whippet.
It's hard sometimes.
I'm sorry.
As they will go to the basement, the site that they did win on their first defense of the half, likely expecting a very similar result, and they can do that. Immediately, you got to imagine tensions start to reset a little bit, and pressure goes back on towards Wild.
Possibly, yeah. But it isn't like they were too far away. It was just a little bit tricky when they were dealing with the main stairs player, and you know, if that's going to be the case again, if there's again going to be a player sitting and holding steady in that staircase, you can only assume they'll be bringing something to deal with it. Although, it seems like a completely... Never mind, I was going to say the Kali's being brought out. That's a little bit different. But not the case.
That's a sneak classic. He'll always show that Kali. He'll always show it to you. He'll tease you with it, but like, nah, I'm going to go back to Sledge.
Attackers must locate and defuse a
Nice
bomb.
and classic operator.
Can't go wrong with it. Unless you're trying to break a bulletproof camera with a hammer in a 1 versus 2.
Well, I mean, it would have succeeded, just except for the fact that his flank was being watched.
It's true. They did bring the blitz out this time, and I really want to see them not struggle with this main stairs take. This has been... Both these teams have struggled with it, trying to get down that main staircase. Doesn't look like it's going to be a significant commitment to that position. I do expect Raiden to be right there eventually on the Warden. As I say that, we turn around, spot him in toward dummies. So, not going to be the position I expected. So, main stairs should be free. Wild likely won't run into that roadblock this time around.
Yeah, I count 1, 2, 3, 4 players on the site. I'm not sure if there's a 5th as well. Might be, nope, still not quite sure, but at least there's going to be a very heavy, I believe all 5 are on site, just from these quick spins that we're seeing. Matt, can you turn a little bit slower so we can actually just, yeah, okay, all 5 are on site. So it's going to be a full turtle setup here that they have to go through. That blitz pushing in from the side of Dirt Tunnel. We've seen this work when Eminem pulled it yesterday. Blitz, together with one piece of cover, was able to cause so much damage onto a defending hull that might just be pulled against them now. Openings will be made on all these hatches. They have opportunity, they have different options available to them, and there's no impacts there to stop it. But 3 C4s that might be used to go and fish inside the kitchen.
These nitros scare me. They genuinely scare me so much. Do you want to hold that verticality? And this is going to be important. Evan will have a teammate behind him. He'll charge down into Dirt Tunnel. Mats will be tasked with that behind him. Nitro's going to do so much damage onto that blitz. First of 3 expended. Flashbang goes out, but the cover should be good. Unfortunately, teammate blinded. Mats does get that confirmation. That will be Tazzy. The flashbang is good and Booster falls. Emma Academy lose 2, but Raiden and Skinny stand up tall. Bring this back level, but sneak upstairs with the cover of the LED5 is perfect for it. The Bees lock Raiden down. That MPX is so dangerous. Skinny finds himself a second. The Nitro cell is perfect. Skinny gets 3. Raiden locks things out with that Nitro. And while Emma Academy, it looked in dire straits in the first half, but they are all the way back. 5-5 after 10 rounds played. All down to this. End of regulation guaranteed at this stage. And Wild letting their opportunity for EML perhaps slip between their fingertips.
I'm having a feeling here that we might be headed towards another overtime to decide if a map 3 will be necessary, because at least 12 rounds will be played. And surely Wild is going to be able to find one more out of these attacks. Because it isn't like they've been ways off. They've actually been super close. It's just that at the end, 1 or 2 pieces fall the wrong way and everything collapses. No tactical timeout's been called yet from either of these 2 teams. There is still the opportunity to intervene strategically. And as we get going into what is possibly the second to last round, it could also be the start of the preparation for Lair.
That is the worst case scenario for Wild in this moment. I have a feeling, a sneaking suspicion, that just the weight of all of this pressure might sit on this young roster. I often praise Eminem Academy for how they have veterans of this Tier 2 scene. Players like Nerf, like Skiddy, who did have his venture in Tier 1, but has been a lot of grinding here in Tier 2. Booster as well. They've seen that, done that, they've dealt with pressure. And this is where they can test this fledgling roster. Found the tricks. We've seen exceptional plays with these car batteries so far in this matchup. Will we see the same again? Boomsy back on that Maverick. Fell victim to a Nitro cell early last time out. We're likely to want to avoid that.
Just watch the floor with your gun.
That's too easy.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's what I mean. Just watch it. That's a great kill onto Tazzy. Okay, so maybe they wanted to go for a bit of a bait. Just put down the EMP, let them think there was an opportunity to trick, and instantly follow it up with the Maverick charge. Find a kill right afterwards. A great opener here for Wild.
Dream start to find themselves in. However, that dream will quickly turn to a nightmare as they still have 2 players in CCTV and Cash to clear, or in towards Cash. If that drone goes out, will spot Nerf, and they can play around these mute jammers and these Kiva barricades just to make this a very difficult fight to take. They'll leave 1 player, Boomsy by himself, to hold it as they rotate all the way down. Max will take Raptor's control, and these drones not having the effect that they wanted with the availability of these mute jammers choking out that information, but they do detect that player on white stairs or red stairs. That will be Skitty.
Evan in a crucial role as he started descending the staircase. The FNAC gives away the game, and Skitty finds 2, Nerf finds 1. Suddenly things are all starting to turn around here. M&M, they find themselves with a man advantage as 3 kills go their way in seconds, and a 4th as well. Garen, the last man standing, cannot even retreat for a tactical timeout to be having in regulation. As he's being swung at and his head gets removed, M&M a round away from taking this map. As suddenly everything is coming back together and Lair is being prepared right now by the analysts.
That is the most M&M Academy round I've ever seen. Everything was trust the system. You realize that, Skitty, I'm going to get droned out. There's going to be someone walking up my staircase. There's an FNAT. I can sit here and rely on that to help me get that freebie. They trusted the defense. They trusted the system. And a great flurry of kills. That round ended quicker than it would have started. And Wild do find themselves on the wrong side of a map point advantage if they want to get this job done into. MM Academy, on their choice, on their map pick, have 1 more round to guarantee a 3rd map in this series to reset this best of 3 and take us all the way to Lair, aside a map where Wild have struggled time and time again, and CCTV and Cash will be our final defense of regulation. It is overtime, or Lair.
Let's just take a little bit of calm here because it is about to pop off. This could either be M&M just pushing this to Lair, as you mentioned just now, or Wild forcing us back towards overtime. And CCTV Cash, that's not an easy side to hold on to. And Wild will be fully aware of that. They know that a lot relies on this single round. Can they bring it to OT, or will it be wrapped up here by M&M?
This is the level of tension I absolutely adore. This is the Tier 2 that we all wanted back and dreamed back when we saw this Challenger Series announcement. These players have grinded for a full year in this European Tier 2 system. They've competed in events like Rumble, South Breach and Combine. They have cut their teeth at every corner of competition. And now it comes down to this. A 3rd map if Wild falls short here on Clubhouse. And overtime, they can survive that far. MM Academy have found a momentum. They found a wave here on their map selection. Can they just close things out? Initial drones get caught out by those mute jammers. Tazzy collects them and confirms it. They'll hold down below. They really want to make everything Wild do so punished. They'll lock them out down. They have to clear storage. They have to clear bottom garage. It's all so exposed, all so open. But look at MM Academy. All stepping up, all playing a buddy system. No one is fighting alone. Everyone has someone there for a trade. And Tazzy finds that opening. Garen's first to fall.
Great start, a necessary start, as Evan will find a little bit of a response. That is going to be crucial as well. They want to push this towards an overtime as their feet are being shut out, and while he cannot physically enter, his head will be removed. So Evan is forced to go for a different approach as Sneaks is able to find Tazzy. He's been incredible here on Clubhouse. He had a little bit of a rougher start on Consulate, but he's now remembering how he played here yesterday, and he's starting to put those numbers on the board. As 90 seconds are left, and the opening will now be made. The anchor points to be removed here by the Maverick is going to be opening up the opportunity to create the opening in that wall. There's nothing they can do about it. However, the anchor point not quite found, and that is going to be a little bit tricky to get eventually, but it opens up, and that means an opening into the site has been made. It is now present. And no nitro that can be tossed out either.
Skitty finds such an important pick down towards Boomsy. They're going to clear that pressure in Lounge. And now Wild find themselves scattered and trying to look for a plan back into this. A great use of that IQ gadget, finding what they can information-wise, realizing there's something lurking above that door frame. They spot that Valkyrie camera, will clear that, deny that information game. But a lot of this round will ride on what Mats can do. And in charges Evan. The cover needs to be perfect. Frantic flashes, but he's going to get caught deep inside of Red. Sneak is there for that trade on towards Nerf. And they're going to creep on in now. Need to win their ones at this stage. Pistol in hand, and Sneak's good for 3. Skitty alone. Needs to find a clutch and cannot get it done. Mats cover is perfect, and Wild have forced their way to overtime here on Clubhouse.
3 more rounds, or 2, if it is going to be one-sided, to see whether or not Lair needs to be booted up, or if it is going to be Wild that locks it off here. Again, this is the final spot for EML. We want this to go all the way. The first map went to OT, the second will as well. It's only right we get a third map, but Wild will be thinking differently about that.
It is the last thing Wild want. They do not want this to run deep. They do not want a third map. They do not want to let the doubt creep into their heads. They have been here. They've done this. This organization has ghosts in their closet of failing for qualification, these big best of 3s. This team itself nearly did not make the playoffs during the Swiss stage, failing twice in best of 3s to make it here against Machko and M&M Academy. They can get an oh-so-sweet revenge story if they just get themselves 2 more rounds on Clubhouse. For M&M Academy, it has been a long and journeyed road they have all walked to get to this point. A 5 stack of players oh so deserving of the moniker to call themselves Tier 1 competitors. And all this pressure now rests on their back. They will go to the basement here on Clubhouse. The site you'd almost guarantee for a gimme. So Wild, a lot of work to do to get this one done.
There's a lot of work, but they've proven they can deal with some of these situations. And again, you know, like, I doubt they'll be running into the same issues they have beforehand. This time, no one present on the main stairs. No one's trying to hold that off. They don't actually need to set up that verticality out there. The instant openings from the bailiff as well, just to make sure there is a bit of vertical pressure. Hatches being opened up. We're 30 seconds in with it. There's so much preparation already done on that top floor. Really will start coming down. Look at that angle, by the way. It really will start coming down to how quickly they can get that first floor completely under control and how they can start preparing. This is looking at how those barricades have actually been put down to see if there was anybody actually in strip. That's a way to see it. You see that the wall there was barricaded from the other side. Still checking just to be safe. You don't want anybody to be playing around there in strip club now and coming in clutch in the end. And with a minute gone by, the first floor slowly starting to fall. Tazzy looking to fish with those nitro cells. And it is Mats that has to be worried about it most, because he is the one with that verticality. He's the one with that skeleton key that will start opening things up.
4 nitro cells brought out from our defensive side. They have the option to go fishing, and this would be a disaster if multiple bodies fall towards it, but they have the information. They've got a red ping on it. They'll try to open this up best they can. Tazzy not able to detonate that in time to stop it, and they get that hatch open. They've got dirt tunnel open as well. They're putting pressure on this vertical. They might even toy with the idea of a Boomsy solo push to unravel things in the later stages of this. With just over 60 seconds, you feel the pressure on both these teams' shoulders. Can M&M Academy hold the line, or can Wild break the serve and get the opening round in the offense here in overtime?
Ready for the execute. Grenades will start to roll in soon. That's going to stop anybody that was playing close in the doorway. Here you go, execute is nigh. 50 seconds, flashbangs are rolling in as well. They have the opportunity to drop the talent shield. Will be deployed. What is there on the side of M&M Academy to stop this plant from happening? Because surely they're not in a position to do so now. Tazzy sees it happen. They need to go for a bit of a push. They lose 1, they lose 2. The hatches are too strong as it's all falling apart for M&M. The first one will strike back, and that is the planter as well. The most important one to find off the bunch. And as Booster finds himself inside a door, the second player drops in. The kit is being picked up once more as Tazzy finds a kill. No way that M&M Academy is able to fight back into this one. As Booster's still around, Tazzy going quite low. He needs to pull a miracle as he's all alone, but no, Wild. They lock it off. They're on that point. They're on EML qualification point.
The round you need your players to stand up the tallest. We had a huge play from Wild, a deep push with the talent shield to try and work it, but Academy find a way to get that pick and they unravel it. Unfortunately, they can't get across the finish line as Wild charge in and force themselves, as you said, to map series and EML point. Everything now rests on this next attacking round from the side of M&M Academy. They have battled through thick and thin. This team has been through oh so much together. They have fought in every venture Tier 2 in Europe has to offer. And now, everything comes down to the next 3 minutes of their lives. Career defining, soul crushing if they lose it. Wild, can they return their organization the former glory in the top flight of competition? 3 minutes is a deciding factor of this.
And these will be the most excruciating 3 minutes for these players, but also for a lot of fans that are watching at home. Wild, that round, it seemed like it was going their way. Suddenly everything falls apart, but they still managed to clutch it out. Still managed to bring it back. Recover the diffuser, get the kills that are required. And now on the comfort of the fence in that basement, we'll be hunkering down, at least you'd assume, but there is a roamer out and about. There is a man that is roaming and running around on that top floor and sneaks, finding himself near the steps. Are they gonna hunt him down? Are they aware is the big question. I mean, there is a big drone academy, 5 drones currently up, only a single one has been destroyed. And as they are opening up, the nitro cell comes down. It's not gonna find anything, but it's definitely telling them, hey, pressure's on. Be on your toes or we will come find you.
That nitro cell would have been massive. That would have been Tazzy off the board, who's found a hater so far, warming up into the second map of the series. 12-9 so far. And this main stairs has been a battleground for both these rosters. Both teams failing to clear it with major success. Now, they all have to buckle up and hold on best they can. 2 minutes left. Habana begins to work through these hatches. Early damage done to Skitty. A long angle deep towards main stairs. Not keen to recontest it. And the Blitz of Nerf can play a very important role. That shock and all, that shield bearing down can buy so much space for free.
A minute 15 past. A little bit more than that still available. As openings to be made, a preparation for a final push, a final assault are coming through. We're still on a 5-on-5, just a little bit of tag damage done onto Skitty. Nothing too major, nothing to worry about really, but it's the big turtle setup they need to worry about. A single man that's inside of dirt is holding off that push. It is Avon with the Tubarao that's wasting time. Eventually this hatch will open up. There's no stopping that. But with every single second he wastes, they force him to go for a different approach. As Boomsy takes the first bout of pressure, the first big hit. A bit of meaningful damage that could be round defining later on, but still on 5-on-5. A minute, and M&M, they must be sweating right now as they need to make a push that is going to be oh so difficult. And there's a little bit of hesitation there whether or not Nerf should actually go through the dirt tunnel.
They can no longer space for hesitation. They have to make this play happen. Gone 6 will clear that barbed wire. And they're putting their eggs in many baskets here. As Nerf all alone with the case in hand will try and make that pressure happen. Finally a teammate arrives for that support. But dancing around AKs will be Matt. 13-11, a huge performance on that individual basis. And we're down to 30 seconds. Grimbees go out, the smoke is there. But that Nitro needs to be perfect. Cover from every angle, has to hold the line. And Boomsy first to fall. M&M Academy come charging in. Evans sneak pop off. Raiden gets one of his own, but time will be the disaster as Tazzy locks it down. Garrett alone can't make that stand, and M&M Academy have forced us to 15. We go the distance here on Club.
It is going to be one hell of a 15th round. Again, Wild. They were just waiting, they were hoping, but they were taking the first bits of pressure and things slipped away in that opportunity, but still a round to go for. A timeout to be called as well by M&M Academy. They also know that this is important. And you could either do this to let the opponent marinate in the mistakes that were just made, or they need to have a little bit of a chat because they're back on the fence. What side will you go to? How will you play? Where will you be positioning yourselves? As these next 3 minutes and 45 seconds are going to be crucial.
You can feel the pressure from both these teams at this stage. Academy took it nice and slow. They kept themselves at a fair pace the entire way through, not wanting to overextend. And in that final 30 seconds, we've seen this time and time again from this roster. They found an ability to be calm and collected. Greatness often comes from chaos, and Academy have reveled in it time and time again. And now, one round separates the storylines from this side. For Wild, this organization can regain their spot in the EML. They can fight back. This young team can make their debut. For Academy, victory here just resets things to Lair. A map that they've been so dominant on time again. Gym Bedroom, our site of choice.
Time will once again become an issue for these teams. I mean, the clock will start to run down, and Wild knows that they cannot afford to make these mistakes. You said it before, if this goes to Lair, M&M will take it. I don't know if you're still 100% convinced by that.
At this point, I don't think I am. I think both these teams will test each other no matter the map preference going into it. I did not think Clubhouse would be this close between these sides. I thought Clubhouse would be a little bit more contested and domination from Academy, just considering what we've seen from them so far. Wild have fought tooth and nail to get here. They know how important these next 2 minutes 40 seconds are.
No mistakes can be afforded, I say. A sneak snuck up and almost finds himself Booster, who's still doing side prep. That must be a little bit of an adrenaline rush right there as he escapes with his life still on full health as well. Whilst in the meantime, it is just the basic amount of siege that's happening on the opposite side of the map. Preparations to be made, CCTV to be opened up. And slowly but steadily, it is Wild that is looking to make a push happen, that's looking to get inside that building, but 2 Nitro cells is what they're facing initially. Those 2 players, if they manage to get by, would be differentiating, but Nerf, he's waiting for the drop sound, and as soon as it comes, that Nitro's gonna fly out. Actually still holds on to it for now. EMP there is going to be used to try and see if they can open up the wall. Actually somehow stuck there. A little bit of an invisible kind of barrier that stops those EMPs from detonating. If that is going to be around defining, that is so unfortunate for Wild. They cannot open up the wall now onto CCTV cache, so they're going to have to go for a different route. 90 seconds, they're just going to have to try and brute force themselves through.
Evan gonna get caught napping there. He would have walked up an offender either way. Tazzy does get that pick onto him. We do lose Nerf in the midst of that chaos with just over a minute to work with at this point. Wild need to find some tempo, some pace, and Garen just finds it. Tazzy has been slain. Numbers game all in favor of Wild at this point. A reshuffle of those FNATs to try and shore up this front line as Wild settle themselves down. They've got control of CCTV and cache, and now they need to make that final charge. That final push. Radiant, Booster, Skitty, the last 3 standing, the last 3 hopes for this team, and a late round pivot towards Jacuzzi Wall, trying to open up with a Maverick, put some pressure on, and make sure you can sit here safely.
M&M, their palms will be sweaty as they are moving on and hoping to hold on tight as these final 30 seconds potentially commence. Everything relies on these next few picks, whether or not we go to Lair. This pressure is great. It gives them the opportunity to go for a bit of a gym push, but it's Skitty that is the big troublemaker now. If they manage to find him, this plant will not go through, and he is found indeed. With a 3v2, one stuck inside the bathroom, the plant can be attempted to whip it.
Raiden's gonna make this rotation deep inside. He can deny this plant right here, right now. Matt is so low, and Vault in there. And while Boomsy's so far away, held that Maverick hole. He'll vault into his demise. And M&M Academy find round 15 against all the odds yet again. We go to map 3. We go to Lair. This matchup continues.
The idea was there to just hold it from the Maverick hole, make sure there was no rotations from bathroom, no rotations from the main stairs, and that they were able to get the plan down. Little did they know that the last 2 were moving through on the actual side itself, actually making sure the push was going to stick there. And as a result, they take it away, and the last member, I mean, you're rappelling back up, but there's nothing you can do.
Oh, you got a feel for both these teams. A massive adrenaline dump for both of them, as now M&M Academy have made it to their third map. A high preference for them, and Wild, they might have watched their lead slip between their fingertips. We need a little break after that one. I'm sure so do you. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back if you get ready for map number 3. Lair, do not go anywhere.
What a series this has been. M&M Academy find their way back into the series, tie it up to a 1-1. And so you know what? I'm just gonna say, one of you two called it out. I don't know who it was. One of you two said, Wild have some difficulties closing out a best of 3. Well, there was the golden opportunity, and they missed out. Who was it? Which of you two said it?
It's Whippet.
It was me. I've watched this team lose too many best of 3s, and it's almost heartbreaking. Is they're such a good team to watch, and it feels like this is a repeat of their story yet again. But judging how this matchup has been stylistically, I don't think there's going to be much daylight between these teams as they move to Lair. I know it prefers M&M Academy, but I think at this point, these teams are just out for blood, and they want that EML spot.
I mean, we've had 29 out of 30 rounds so far. I'm ready to go for another 15 here. You know, make it go all the way here on Lair. And sure, Lair 4-0 over this entire tournament so far by M&M Academy in terms of map wins, where it's 1-on-3 for Wild. It's not looking the same, but still, there's so little between these teams right now, and especially if you look at like the players showing up. I mean, Tazzy decided that, hey, wait, Clubhouse is actually a great map for me. He decided to show up. I think it was 16 kills here or something. Like I was like not really complaining, but I was begging him to start showing up, because in that first map he didn't really put those numbers on the board. It's just a matter, can they keep up with the current form?
Yeah, it was Tezzy on 16. I think it was Skiddy on 15 as well. Those two players absolutely stepping up on the side of M&M Academy. It just felt like a very big back and forth, whether that was in between rounds or whether that was in regards to the score as well. Most of these rounds, it felt like you couldn't tell necessarily who was going to win it at the halfway point. And the rounds really going back and forth. It was a 4-2 half for Wild, then 5-5 eventually. But the fact that M&M Academy managed to pull this back, Hap, is just so impressive. It shows that mental resilience that we talk about for M&M Academy a lot, with the players that have obviously other obligations as well, to make the most out of their limited scrimming time.
I mean, they've had a really good run so far through EMLCS, and they're finding themselves that map away now from becoming full-timers again. I mean, I don't know what like the plan will be, because obviously they have jobs. Is it like, are we going to quit our jobs and start focusing on esports again, or are they gonna, you know, see if there's any way that they can maybe go part-time on one and like try and focus more? I mean, that is a good question for the interview to maybe have if we do end up speaking to them. But for now, I mean, Grace called them part-timers. They're definitely a rough team to go up against here for Wild.
Oh, certainly. I think this is, on paper to me, one of the most interesting matchups stylistically, because Wild, I think we've seen this time and time again from them, especially in this game, they will throw you a different look every single round. They will attack the same site in 4 different ways in the same round, it feels like. They always have some way to react. They are so good at that, and M&M Academy, so rigid, so will do the same thing if it works. It has been, I think, a clash of styles, and both teams really not moving, not finding enough daylight between them. As he moved to Lair, this does scare me just a little bit for Wild. I think they're going to be forced to move and play in a very strict way, and the more you constrict a team like Wild who want to do more crazy things, who want to play more to their own speed, the more they're going to find difficulty. So M&M Academy will use this map to advantage and just, I think, choke this round out if they're let get complete control.
All right, that sounds like something we'll keep our eye on if that's going to happen with Wild and their attacking style and the way M&M Academy is able to capitalize off of that. Have you already briefly talked about the statistics for both these teams coming into it? I looked back and I saw in the EMLC as the last time Wild won it was against Le Galerion. That was a 7-5 on Lair. But obviously, it seems like M&M Academy are doing a little bit better on this one. Would you reckon, also given that they have the momentum off of that second map win, they have the better cards going into this map?
I wouldn't really call it momentum that there is going on right now, because that second map has been very back and forth. So I would say we're kind of starting off like it's a best of one again. It is just both these teams, they are equally matched right now. They're going up for just a single map to decide which one is going to be finding themselves with an EML spot, with a ticket to a Pro Live. It is rough. Statistically speaking, this favors M&M, but we also see that players pop off in one game and they're a bit slower in the other. I think it will really come down to which team can get all 5 cylinders firing at the same time.
I have to agree. The one scary thing with both these sides, though, is that we've just went from a 15-round, massive kind of all the pressure, handshaking moment to it's round 1 here on Lair. It does not matter what we had. It is a complete reset, and it's down to play this brand new game. And I think this could be that moment for reset. And this break between maps so important for both these sides. Get your mental right, get your game plan right, and forget about what you've just seen. Forget about the last 2. Just lock in for this.
It's needed to have that bit of a mental reset as well, given that both these teams were playing another super important best of 3 series less than 24 hours ago. M&M Academy, in fact, even played 2 of those yesterday. So it's been a lot of playtime for all these players in the last 2 days, really, and then to have to play another game. Stamina will really be tested here in this final map. Now, the other fact that we do know is that Wild's going to start out on the defense whip. Do you think they might have an advantage with this? Will that create something for them to put some rounds to the board, or do you think M&M Academy might be able to capitalize off of it?
Just based on what we saw at the Honved game yesterday, I think M&M Academy are very clinical on their offense here, and Wild a little bit, I think, defense troll merchants at times, it felt like, especially in the games against Matchco, for example. So I think this is actually more of a 50-50 here on Lair compared to the normal defense bias.
See, this is where I get worried, right? Like, Wild, they'll be starting off on defense. We always talk about, you know, the defense. They need to get those 4 rounds on the board, because otherwise you're going to be struggling. That is going to be playing into things here. If they are not able to get those 4 rounds on the board, hey, you are in trouble. So you really got to start it. You have no other choice as well. You need to get 4 rounds, 5 maybe even, if you want to set yourselves up well for success, because otherwise it's going to be a very rough fight once more.
Given that it's just one map that separates these two teams from making it to EML and having to wait an entire year to try it again, do we feel like there's anything regarding operators, for example, in the ban phase hap that either of these teams could really try and manipulate to ban it out because they see the other team as like making big use or an advantage of it?
We've been seeing shields to be very, very prolific in one of the previous, or a couple of the previous Lair games. However, both these teams have been consistently banning Montaigne and Blackbeard. So one could throw a curveball and decide to, you know what, we're not banning the shield operator we have been banning over these last 2 maps. We're going to leave it open. We're just going to spice things up a little bit here and see if we can abuse it. Whether or not it plays out that way, of course, is always going to be the second game, because if you leave it open, you also have to be prepared to deal with it later on. But yeah, I mean, it is very rough to call right now how those bans will go.
I think especially for M&M Academy, they're not going to mix up their bans here. They know what Wild are going to do. You're going to expect Boom's going to knock. You're going to expect him on Dokkaebi. You're going to expect that style of play. Deimos to be prevalent. Maybe a Deimos to throw things out, but both teams likely want to take away as many shields as possible. I know they both like them, but double shield ban I think is going to be on the cards. I don't expect too much funky stuff here in our bans.
We've definitely seen one of these players like sneak up with, for example, an Amara shotgun. We've seen some Deimos shotgun action here and there as well, so some sneaks might definitely happen on this last map here. But I don't know about you guys, I watched the majority of that last map with goosebumps all over my skin. It was such a close game. It was so exciting, and I feel the pressure rising even more for these two teams because only one spin in Pro League so far, and they all want to make it here. One will go to bed tonight as a tier 1 player, and the other team will have to wait another year for a shot again. It is one map to determine who makes it into EML. Is it Wild or is it M&M Academy? Let's go to Lair to find out.
Thank you very much for the last time for promotion games. It is time to lock in our final promoted team to EML. What a journey we have been on. Our ban phase begins, Hap. No surprise that we see a Blackbeard first to go.
I said it. Now, Blackbeard and Montaigne have been banned consistently by these two teams, and I'm almost expecting it to continue like that. Unless M&M want to throw a curveball now, leave that Montaigne open, and actually start playing it themselves. I don't think they need it, but it might just be, considering they're on the attack, that they start off with it. Oh, Blitz. Okay, well, that does leave the Montaigne open. Wasn't wrong in that regard. It's just that it's a different shield that's been banned.
I mean, this is interesting. Again, the big thing told to me, the Monty is going to be a little bit less of an issue here on Lair. A lot of teams are used to that style where the Monty wants to walk in and somewhat bait utility. We see it time and time again, that dance holding, just trying to bait out smoke canisters and really losing that. The Blitz can be more aggressive, take the fight to you, so I think a sensible ban is Azami. No shock here at all. Those keeper barricades just make things so difficult and really act as that kind of architect and design these crossfires. Our final ban is going to be, drumroll, the Clash. Okay. This is interesting, as Evan loves to bring the Clash here on Wild, especially on the defense, considering they start here on that defense. That's a ban that they're going to use and view as an investment into the second half.
Not just that, but we've also seen M&M Academy using it yesterday when they were trying to, you know, stall some of these parts of the map, when they knew there was a Montaigne on the board and they knew they were pushing from one side, whilst the rest of the push was coming in from his complete opposite. That Clash was able to balance it nicely. So that being gone is just going to be removing a little bit of the flexibility on the it sounds weird saying a shield is flexible, but it provides the flexibility on the fence if you have that Clash available to you.
It really does. I mean, it's so many options, and the big thing is it just slows everything down, and the big idea is that this is going to allow teams to not feel that time pressure as much on the attack. They're just going to be able to make that final dive in and really get that control. R6 and Office, our very first site here of choice, following the script as per usual, and these opening 6 rounds, I mentioned a little bit before we dove into the game, this is really where I want to see this team. Like, they have to be a little bit better than what we've seen from them time and time again. They have played each other on this map during Swiss and lost this map. So, M&M Academy know they can beat this Wild team here on Lair. So, Wild have to really find a way to change things up compared to what we saw in that Swiss bracket.
Now, it wasn't the most easy-going game they played. That was a 7-5 scoreline, so that is still like a pretty back and forth. And a single gunfight going the other way could have meant the difference that was required. However, it's a fresh new game. It's a fresh new scenario. There's different stakes, and whilst it was map 3 then, it is map 3 now. But now there is an EML spot, the opportunity to become a pro on the line.
And what a moment for these young players, especially for a while, they can get that job done. Just patience will be the virtue, and again, I mentioned big reset in terms of mentality from these players from both sides. Diving straight back into a round one mentality, just trying to take things as they come. And there's typical bait out from the Monty, just arriving as expected. Can't shoot through that one. That joint's a little bit escaping you. Evan plays such a crucial role, realizing that Monty will bear him down, has so many rotates to maneuver himself and get himself in good positions. You hear that barbed wire getting cracked, and Toxic Counter will lock off one angle as Monty stares down a crossfire.
All he has to do is just stay extended here. First smoke canister already used. That's part of his job of being around, just to waste those smoke canisters. As Boomsy's being tracked by Deimos, not quite sure what that's happening on the map, but it is cancelled. There's a minute 30. And the third smoke canister just being tossed out now is going to allow the side of M&M Academy to start pushing through just momentarily from now. Raiden still from below with this skeleton key is going to cause some problem from vertical. And then Nitrocell to find the very first victim.
Great pick there. And that's going to be your Deimos gone. Those death marks no longer available. And this is a much more reserved, a much more defense-oriented side from Wild. They're not pivoting. They're not making fast rotations. They might find themselves running out of safe space to work with. And that's going to be one of those moments. Wild get caught out doing this time and time again on a map like this. And Tazi will draw first blood for himself in this matchup. 50 seconds. And Wild back to a level playing field, but can still use this map to cause all these problems. And so tantalizingly close. If a shot was just timed, Evan would have been off the board. Another man picked off for M&M Academy as 30 seconds remain. Tazi takes some damage. Nerf is wounded, and I think they're aware he's there, but Evan swings out too wide. Booster finds a second one, make it 3. What a moment. And well, just like that, M&M Academy have opened up this round. They lock it out, and Tazi gets that final confirmation. What a moment. Booster, take a bow.
The attempt was there from Wild to isolate the player. They knew he was out there. There was support being called. The shotgun was meant to be a ruse, whilst the other member was able to run from the side. However, both found, both taken down, and M&M Academy, they benefit from this. And hey, look at that. That's the first attacking round on the board. And I said it, 4 defensive rounds from Wild, and they find themselves in a good position. Anything less, and they will be struggling. And M&M Academy finding this very first one on the back of such a huge play is going to be painful, to say the least.
Wild moved the defense down to labs, and this, I've mentioned it every single time I've seen it. I've often seen teams just be a little bit unconvincing on their defenses time and time again here. Academy just showing yet again their side so comfortable in these back foot positions, having their backs against the wall. Huge individual plays dig them out of moments time and time again, but this time Booster standing up tall. Always there and thereabouts, but this might just be his map, it feels. It's Wild. Need to get this next round traded back, as they need to invest heavily on this defense, otherwise their hopes of VML might begin to slip between their fingertips early.
What a round that was from Booster. Single-handedly just confirming the entire round and presence that was still around. Been able to take care of utility mostly. That's not actually meant to take down Garen, just the barbed wire. However, he's playing close with the shotgun. He's waiting for the sound, he's waiting for a movement. The fact that that barbed wire has been taken care of, it kind of tells them that there is going to be a little bit of pressure sooner rather than later. Smats goes for a long run out, gives away his position, but I don't think there's too much doubt about the fact that people are on site. I think the bigger question is how many are off site for the side of M&M Academy.
Counter smoke from or smoke. Evan takes so much damage. It's just going to be a flood in. Look at this round. Academy diving in. Max, though, calms everything down just a little bit, finding 2 and brings his team back to level. We've lost Sneak. We've lost Evan. We've lost our Nitro cells available on that Kaid. It will be one more pick for the side of M&M Academy. A second for Radiant. And, well, just like that, everything opens up nicely for the offense. They should be able to plant in the midst of this smoke. They saw the thermal vision of Skitty to act as that cover. And the Toxic Babes go out to no avail. Skitty does get that pick. Garen falls, and Wild feeling on the ropes here in their second outing here on Lair. as they do lose that ultimately. Skitty gets that pick confirmed, and it will be 2 consecutive attacking rounds from the side of M&M Academy. This might be dire straits and Wild. They need to get themselves back in this fight.
I think it's time for a tactical timeout already. Yeah,
I agree.
You know, that one round, they tried to focus on Booster. They got themselves basically picked up with 3 people afterwards. Now they just flood the site. They managed to find the initial engagement. Yes, they bring it back to a 3-3 thanks to Mats, but that could have gone down very quickly. And these attacks, they seem so easy here for M&M.
Attackers need to
And,
locate
you know,
and
we
defuse
had
bombs.
rerun, speedrun last time around. It's not going to happen now, but the speedrunning hasn't stopped.
Certainly has not, and this is what I worried about, especially after I saw the Honved game yesterday. I took a lot from that matchup when I saw this team play. M&M Academy, on the attack here on Lair, are so well structured, and they have such a clear vision of what they want to do, and they already have these massive characteristics of they're not really phased by the time. They understand this is going to put pressure on them, but they don't feel that pressure, and on a map like this, it's a great attribute to have. And Wild, on these defenses, I think if they lose a third one here, it has to be a timeout decision. They have to find somebody to change things up, because you go in towards your second half here, you go down 3-4 rounds down, or they in a 4-2 split in favor of the offense. M&M Academy should be able to coast away to victory, so I'm urgent alarms early here for Wild.
Again, just to get the historical map records on the board, 1-3 for Lair on the entire email CS for Wild, 4-0 for M&M Academy. So, you know, we're kind of in line with that currently on how these 2 rounds have progressed, but it's only early on. It's only 2 out of 12 that we're in so far. Of course, it could end earlier. It could go on longer. There's no infinite overtime for these games.
I would have loved that
M&M
for Clubhouse.
Academy already starting off strong, and that means that Wild basically have been left to the point where they need to win every single defense right now to put themselves in the proper position.
Evan brings the M870 this time, and again, the map will see a lot of those off-pick shotguns arriving. Yesterday, even seeing a Ying shotgun getting brought out for a bathroom take upstairs. We'll see how impactful that will be. Scorpion Evo, great up close. A great map to take full avail from. Evan with his pistol tries to act on that crossfire, but not really too keen to take that engagement. And just for a while, this is a good time to slow things down, begin to choke out the pace of play. Nerf from that Monty can buy some space, some wild sprays from that Scorpion, trying to read into a potential bait from his backside. Boomsy finds one, Evan gets one more, just like that. A flurry of nitro cells arriving, and well, Max is going to pick up Nerf, leaving it all down to one player booster, and Wild have found a way to win that round in the blink of an eye.
Not even sure what happened. I just saw the kill feed out in time. Suddenly everybody's dead. Great round from Wild. Stacked up. They were all coming in at different points, and initially everything was found as well. They found a first defense. Still a long way to go here for Wild, as M&M unable to find that first floor site. But back towards the top floor we go.
Attackers need to locate and
I'm
That
still
one
trying.
was a bit tricky after they tried to chase Booster out of existence.
I'm still trying to figure out what exactly we saw in that previous round. It was nitro cell, nitro cell, nitro cell, and then they picked everything off with the end of the rifles. Great job from the side of Wild. And that's the round that they needed. And we mentioned that, you know, this you have to keep close. You have to keep close to your opposition here. You cannot let M&M Academy get themselves a third, a fourth, maybe even a fifth round on the attacking side here in Lair. You have to try and invest heavily on this opening 6. And they're doing a better job here in that round. They didn't overextend. They didn't take too many unnecessary risks. And this is what I want to see from them here again. They can't be that first player to fall. They can't get picked on the rotates. They have to make sure every movement they make is calculated and down to the button. They cannot let M&M Academy in, because otherwise it's already looking dangerous.
All right. Is that the Ying shotgun that's on the return here from Skitty?
I believe it is.
Pistol still being brought out. That usually says something, because that shotgun doesn't have the range.
There it is.
Here you have it. It's the 6SD. Actually, not SD, the 612. The SDs, I believe. Is that on the Ying? No, it's Legion.
Legion, yeah.
Yeah. 2 different variants and 2 different operators. And that might indicate a little bit of a quick push of Sneaks, taking a little bit of damage. Not quite sure where that happened from.
Was that a case of maybe some friendly fire? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like anyone's in
I don't think
proximity.
so. He was rotating around. It might have just been like a stray gunshot going by from one of the DMRs opening up one of the walls as Skitty goes down first. From where? Drone hole?
unsure of that. He goes down with his Candela just going off within his face. Garen does get a confirmation pick onto Tassie, and this is a much better start from Wild yet again. They'll use that impact to try and guard break on Monty. The flashbangs do force a retreat. Boomsy's there for cover, and well, just like that, another blink of an eye, Wild collapsed completely on what was a wounded defense, and they just dive in, get that site done, and well, Wild bring themselves back to level.
First 2 rounds, we're thinking, okay, trouble for Wild is looming ahead. Then the 2 rounds afterwards is flawless. It's another flawless. The single kill to be gained by Eminem in these last 2. And suddenly, as the downfall of Wild might have been close, they pick themselves back up. And this is what I said, these 2 teams, they are so close. They are both aware of each other's game on this map. And it's only right this goes to 15 rounds. There shouldn't be another way.
We go back to level. I'm almost just sitting here, almost incredibly tense as these teams for it. This is, I think, a perfect moment for both these rosters to go to this map. MM Academy, so happy to take Lair in this decider pick, realizing that they've been so dominant. We mentioned during our stats, they've played this 4 times, they've won this 4 times. Wild have took this map in so many important matchups against MM Academy, against the already qualified Matchco and lost it. What a mountain to climb. What a revenge story this would be if they can beat them here. They move on to our 5th round of the defense. Wild need to find success here. They want a 4-2 split at the minimum. That's all they can get. Carry forward that momentum on towards their attacking side.
And as the first little bits pass, you're looking at M&M Academy now. It's time to do something. It's time to find a reply. The setup is still happening on the site itself. It is just shotgun shells going through, and Skitty finds himself removed from a little bit of a step out from Boomsy. And after these first 2 rounds went so well for the side of M&M Academy, it just happened that they stopped playing Siege. They're being taken now before they can even fire their guns. And Wild are on a spree, and they're looking to extend it.
The confidence of Boomsy to take that engagement just shows that maybe they're growing a little bit into this matchup, realizing that they can't play the way they've been playing this map so far in this bracket. They have to step things up just a little bit. A great start. Boomsy does get that pick. We lose Skitty. We lose those 2 logic bombs. We lose that camera hack potential that we've seen M&M Academy you make full advantage of yesterday in their game against Honved. With those 2 ADSs stacked up, Boomsy will be a very difficult defender to displace. Upstairs, hunting through that vertical from that boogie drone. All being retaken, or all be pressured now from Raiden, I should say. Just looking to clear what he can. Maybe find a roaming defender lurking down below.
Minute 20. Time slowly ticking down, and that means the pressure of the attack will start to rise. Verticalities to be made by Bugies. Are they able to leverage this into a kill or into some extra pressure? For now, Wild is sitting still, is sitting tight. They don't need to move. It is M&M Academy that has to make this first opportunity happen. And for now, as the time is still ticking, Evan aware of the fact that someone's above, he is in some tricky terrain, but still holding strong for now.
He needs to just keep himself intact for this. In the long run, M&M Academy do not get themselves back to a level playing field. Wild can play the numbers game advantage. The Goyo canisters burn away and just denying entry for a little bit longer. Every second a valuable resource for this defense to use. Garen still holds 2 toxic canisters in his back pocket. He can choke out this play for 20 seconds, but there is Booster. Bearing 9 gets Boomsy off the board. We wave goodbye to one of those nitro cells, and here comes that execution stacked up with those Candelas. Toxic Babel forced them to go deep from this. Crossfire is not good enough. Nerf will get 1, needs to find a second one and does so. Advantage now with M&M Academy, and Booster combined with his Ying will try and dive in, but Sneak needs to stand tall. Pistol in hand, has to hold the line. Comes down to a 1 versus 1. Booster the bearing 9 locks things out. M&M Academy find themselves a 3rd round, but a much better showing from Wild, coming down to bare knuckle brawls in the basement here of Lair.
A little bit of a reset there on that bearing 9 spray, because it is getting quite hard to control when you get that far down the mag. And he also knew not a lot of time left. If he kept on pulling that trigger, it might have just ended on the round with both those players out of ammo, not able to take the fight. And M&M Academy, they managed to find themselves back in the lead. The tie has been taken care of. But it hasn't been without any pressure coming in from Wild here. Wild definitely stepping up big, definitely showing that they have a life here on this map and that they are willing to play it till the absolute maximum to make sure that they're the ones that go to EML at the end of this best of 3.
What a moment for either of these teams. Just even saying that really puts everything back in perspective. EML is just around the corner for either of these teams. As we go into our last round of the opening half, M&M Academy have looked good on the offensive side here on Lair. Get themselves 3 rounds, they can hold their heads up high nicely from that. Even if Wild take this defensive round, we go level, we split everything down the middle, 3-3 moving that second half. I worry that even a 3-3 might not be good enough if M&M play a very solid defense. So Wild need this investment, they need to find themselves this 3rd round guaranteed. Put themselves in a best position. Try and claw this one back as they move towards that lower preference offense. All of this rides in the next 2 minutes 30.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
A lot relies on this. I mean, again, if M&M are able to find another attacking round, they are setting themselves up for success. But I'm not going to count Wild out even if that happens. They have been showing some promise here. Ooh, Boomsy's seeing something walk or drive around. D on the global is going to stop the movement for just a second as Tezzy is looking to enter and instantly put some pressure onto the side itself. Breaches are going to be making sure that longer lines of sight will be created that you have to worry about as these defenders limiting their opportunity for movement. As Garen, aware of this, trying to lean into the fight but also looking around for drones at the very same time. And now the camera is been hacked by the Brava. He's just holding strong now, but goes on scope at the worst timing ever. Booster will find the trade at least. But we're down to a 4-4.
Worst timing. But that does bring us neutral, 4 versus 4. And M&M Academy just moving their way as close as they can. Gonna put as much pressure on this defensive structure upstairs. They might be able to try to ignore it, dive deep, but they don't have the smokes to really, correction, they have the smokes to work with to try and get that done. Just every second that drains away, you'll feel the agony beginning to build from this. These shotguns will have less effect at trying to fight through that staircase. The Grimbees go out to try and get them some control, and Boomsy plays such an important role. He will see this case goes down and needs to find that, needs to see Booster, and he does so. Shuts him down. Boomsy gets that kill credit, and with only 60 seconds, they're going to try and stack up for a second one here, but they got a player down below. They shut that one. M&M Academy down the one sole survivor. It will be Nerf. The Nitro from Sneak finds him, shuts him down, and it will be a level 3-3 split after our opening 6 rounds here of Lair.
Again, as I said, 15 rounds. They are looming for us here. This first half was definitely promised for it. But now that side swap, that is so important. Wild going over towards the attack right now. That's going to be harder to actually pull off. They got to make sure that everything is connecting. That everything is firing at full cylinders. The defense, you can get away with just a slight mistake here and there. On the attack, that is only amplified. But at least all their guns are firing. Everybody is showing up. Same case for M&M Academy. Everybody is putting numbers on the board. Or some more than others. But it's not like we have these big standout players currently.
Everyone doing their job, it feels. And the big thing I look into this one is this is the perfect scoreline for a matchup like this. Every single game, every single map so far, we have needed overtime. 15 rounds on Clubhouse to be precise. And now we're level at the half. No team can find significant distance in this series in the slightest. And just showing how much this means. Promotion on the line for one of these rosters. And if you fail to get it into the EML, it is a long 12-month wait until you get your shot to go again. Deimos has gathered lots of information. We saw on the left-hand side of his HUD. 4 defenders already detected. Already to be hunted down with the loss of only 1 drone. Great economy to start things off for the information game of Wild.
As pressure is rising, so is the actual side pressure itself. Doors being opened up. The prep work is being done. That bulletproof, that's going to be stopping an RC Rotero dead end tracks if it comes around the corner. That's actually huge. Oh, as they go for a bit of a swing, the grenade will take care of that camera, and that means that these drones are now able to swing around. However, there's still a player on the staircase that can shoot them down. And that is one little fact that they oversaw from that plan as soon as they move back out. The second drone will... I don't know, my screen froze again. I forgot to swap. I believe it's been shot as well.
I believe
Third time's
it.
a charm. There you go. Finally, that barbed wire is gone. Oh.
I mean,
What
that
the
is
amount of utility they've tossed at that single barbed wire.
one grenade in every single Flores drone has been slain at this stage. So Garen's job done, at least I should say, or Matt's job done. He does hop on and get that done. He will be able to try and get that control. Candelas go out towards bathroom. This looks to be the vocal point that Wild want to make their entryway from. It will be much easier said than done. The Banshee just lurking outside that door will let out its massive wail the moment they get close. Raiden does get knocked in the midst of that hailstorm of fire. Boomsy finds himself a second, and he's going to get himself one more, as Wild looking great control, finding themselves in a tactical 3 versus 1 now, as it all comes down to Tazzy. You wanted one player to stand tall and win a clutch up like this, it would be him on that Legion. However, that death mark makes things terrifyingly difficult. He'll be hunted down, and no mute jammers the close proximity to dive into. It will be a 1 versus 1. He sees that Deimos, but not baited into that fight just yet. So much time to hold on to. Well, can't make a mistake here.
Being chased, being hunted. They know where he is, but he rotates out, somehow manages to slip away as he takes down the drone to a secondary position. There's just a little bit of uncertainty now. Where is he gone? And that death mark will instantly clear things up as he's going for a rotation. And Stazzy swinging around the corner. He knows that he's going to be hot pinged constantly for that Deimos. The plant will be attempted as he's trying to find a little bit of a spray to make his life slightly easier. Doesn't find that. Garen locks it off. Wild find themselves 4-3 in the lead of this series and in the lead of this map.
A very, very nervous conclusion, even though it was a Deimos up against one player. You gotta feel, even that 3 versus 1, a single misplace from Wild opens that up to a drastically different storyline, especially when it's a player as gifted as Tazzy on the other side. So they played it nice and slow, they used every second available that they had, and they got themselves that all-important 4th round here. And a great showing from the offense side of Wild, as yes, it didn't look the cleanest when they started things off, clearing that staircase. We'll use all 4 Rotera drones and a grenade. We'll just clear some barbed wire and a BP. But they used every inch, every second they had to get control, and their picks when they needed them were perfectly timed. Great job from Wild, and it will be a defense moving down to labs.
Who cares how clean it is that you take out
Exactly.
that utility as long as you win that round? I mean, obviously they would like to have it cleaner. You always want to be more efficient with all your utility, but they saw it was key that they were able to find that bulletproof, that they were able to find that piece of barbed wire. It eventually got it. The picks came in as well, and then they played that 3v1 perfectly. They were just waiting tightly, waiting patiently, using all bits of utility they had left, rather than going for an ego swing, thinking that a single man can be the hero of that round and securing the last kill. No, they stayed patient. They used their drones. They used their death marks. They made sure that everybody was doing their part and no one was trying to play the hero.
That's a level of maturity that I've often asked this Wild roster to show, watching them play time and time again. Good at showing it now, when it matters most, and you stand up the tallest. Begin to work their way through this. Now it will be, of course, down towards that basement. The big thing you need to work with is going to be able to open up your verticality. Matt's job with those buggy drones just to get as much of that open as he can to try and displace anyone playing in that main body of the site. Just make sure you're not comfortable. The only issue with that is this roam presence, and Tazzy, being one of those roamers, is not the thing that you want to be facing up against. That Vector up close, playing around these deep 90-degree positions on a map like Lair, can be a very difficult weapon to deal with. And well, some loose sprays from that Scorpion in the hands of Ela, just to try and catch someone. Raiden's not lucky enough for this trip fishing yet.
Just some occasional shots through, just to keep a little bit of attention trimmed towards himself. As time ticking down slowly, the Bugie's starting to do some work. The Montaigne is knocking around the corner as well. It is Wild that is looking to up the heat here. Slowly but steadily they are forcing them out of positions, but it's Boomsy that falls first, and that is definitely not the start they were looking for this round. Still not the end of it. 90 seconds, they have a lot of control out here, especially from above. If they manage to manipulate that into a pick or two, Suddenly they're back in this round.
They need someone to back up Evan in his position. He holds that diffuser, and that will be down to Garen. Salma charges begin to hiss through that wall, and it looks like with that verticality available to them, they might try and plant within the midst of a smoke. There's only a single nitro cell available in the hands of Nerf, so this might be an easy denial as they walk them onto in, and they have an opportunity to try and get this case down, and that's exactly what they'll do. Ram moves out towards lobby, but the smoke cancer chokes out, but it's a little bit too late. Evan gets this one down. He will lose his life in the midst of that one, but it will be a post-plan in favor of Wild. Mats gets a trade off towards Skitty, and all the pressure now. This retake from M&M is so important.
Everybody's went up to the vertical here with it. No one's trying to play it around at a horizontal level, and that means that it needs to be a big hunt. They cannot just go for a bit of a defuse. As Stazzy now decides to drop back, he's actually given up on the try and the retake on that top floor. Okay, scratch that. Garen's still around as he finds his very first kill. You have the diffuser being taken down, and suddenly it's only up to Raiden now, who gets shut down by Garen as well. A wonderful round from Wild as they just decide to stick through it. The Montaigne that was a casualty they were willing to take because they had that complete top floor under control. They could shut them down any single time they were trying to get that defuse going on.
That round victory for Wild makes things oh so interesting because we find ourselves in a position we've seen before. Wild are 2 rounds away from promotion to the EML, and they are against M&M, who are trailing by 2. We saw this on Clubhouse. We saw this position. It played out to a 15-round stormer of a game. Can M&M Academy get one trader back? Can they get daylight closed off between these teams? As Wild have looked a much more mature, a much more well-regimented team on their attacks, in particular here on this map. And I think M&M Academy are going to start feeling that pressure creeping in right about now.
Pressure will definitely start to rise. There's no denying that. Of course, they have been the underdog for the majority of this tournament.
10 seconds to go.
They have been orgless. They have been working their normal jobs, not being able to scrim as much as any of these other teams can. And yet they find themselves here 4 rounds away from promoting themselves towards the European and MENA League. But yet, things are starting to slip. Wild is definitely starting to show that last time around here on Lair, you might have had us then, but they've learned. And whilst they've lost this map yesterday against Matchco, but now a round away from reaching that match point, from reaching EML point.
There is
With
no
the preparation being done, there's still a lot to do. Ed Booster is going to make it a little bit harder taking down that Striker.
That's a massive blow. Striker carrying so much utility with this team, as well as being active on those drones. Nade goes out to clear that barbed wire, just force that mute away. But defeat is the greatest teacher of all, and Wild have suffered so many defeats on this map in particular. The hands of the teams that are all around them at this stage of the bracket. Hopefully they've learned a thing or two. Unfortunately, they do lose Matt Sori at the hands of Booster. It will be a recovery job from them. They're just taking their time. Skitty, though, will get caught out. Boomsy with his shotgun. Somewhat of a classic from this roster with that Deimos. Able to get that trade back. So eventually hunting it down. And that's going to be your smoke off the board. He shuffles around trying to figure out who he wants to hunt down with that death mark. And it will be the bandit of Radiant.
A bomb has been located.
Try and figure out where they are, but you instantly see that the mark has been cancelled. They realize he's on site. He is not the threat they are looking for. There's someone else will be the next target. I think they're trying to find out if there is an actual roamer out there. The next truck is going through. There's a Legion. Where's Tazzy? Is then the big question. Oh, Tazzy just been shut down instantly from below. The Vendetta coming in clutch there for some vertical play. And that opens up a huge opportunity here.
Door is wide open for Wild to try and flood in at this stage. They can play the numbers game, and Evans going to swing out wide to find Booster. He's all down to one player alone. It will be Nerf. He doesn't last long. Wild storm in, take control, and they claw their way back. Not just a map point, not just a series point. They've clawed their way back to EML promotion point. They are 1 round away. M&M Academy, 3 rounds down, forced to be flawless.
And for everybody that after those first 2 rounds thought the game was over and M&M had already won, it's time to fill out the apology form for Wild out here because they are bringing it back. They are showing us that they are maybe the deserving EML qualifiers here. as just a single round basically keeps them away from reaching that goal. A single round that separates them from, after being promoted to the main team and playing around in T2 for so long, to qualify for the main league, not by being promoted internally, but by qualifying for it yourself.
What a story. What a story this would be. A team that has stuck it out in their first venture into Tier 2, and they are on the dizzying heights of 1 round away from promotion. What a story. What a moment for this young team. However, job not done. M&M Academy are the last team you want to face a moment like this. They will be there every single round and every single moment. They will make this a test and a gauntlet. And you want to be that EML spot, you'll have to be worthy of it. Because M&M Academy will not make this easy in the slightest.
The hunt is on, as Raiden's all about to receive the first bout of pressure. The boogie drones will soon start to come through, as well as the basement is yet again the site we choose and opt to go for. And that means tons of verticality, less places to actually be in, as you are one of those defenders. The dom panels as well are going to be securing that first floor just slightly better and giving away a bit of a warning sign if a defender is looking to retake. The first minute has passed. The pressure starting to come up. Boomsy, of course, finding himself in and around that first floor. They're headed towards the basement soon. The boogies are now starting to pop off. Those are going to be detrimental, as Booster playing on top of the staircase, going down to 1 HP. He has that shotgun. He doesn't need much more than that. But any piece of utility that hits him would be the end of his life, and potentially this series, and potentially the EMLCS.
Logic Bomb rings out from Dokumi, the first of those two deployed, and Booster, as you mentioned, is wounded. Won't need his shotgun. That Nitro Cell is good, but unfortunately does not hit the mark. He will hit the deck and try and play this prone. He'll hear flashbangs in the distance, and that will be a warning sign. Goggles on as Warren, hunted down by that Deimos, spots the shoulder of the Ela, and a massive pick that would have been, but Booster is down, being slain by Sneak, and Wild move themselves one tantalizingly step closer to the EML.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
All this verticality, it will not be easy to navigate around this if you are M&M, but you have no other choice. You're a man down. You are 3 rounds down. Those are 3 map points and EML points as well that you are about to lose out on, as the pressure now starts to rise. 45 seconds, hedge drops are being eyed up as grenades are rolling around the corner and the dome panels are covering the plans with it.
This case should go down in the mix of the Chaos. Evan will find himself 1 pick on the nerf. Deimos track to your Ela, and M&M Academy are on the ropes. Wild did deliver 1 final haymaker to shut things down, and that case goes down. Boomsy's cover is golden. Skiddy is wounded, and Raiden needs a stand tall. Griswold out to no avail. Wild are on the precipice, and they've done it. A flawless round on Lair. A flawless journey it's been. Welcome back to Tier 1. Welcome to the EML. Kid be a Fulsha Wild. You have done your job well, and they got it done here on Lair.
About it, beat up maybe even, but they managed to get the job done on their second opportunity. And whilst M&M, they've played an incredible tournament. Wild just a little bit too strong here today, and they are the ones that qualify or re-qualify themselves for EML. And as I said, these players only recently promoted from Academy towards the main team, having to re-qualify for that spot. It must feel so good that you're able to get this done.
What a moment for this side. They got called up, as you said, and now they've took this organization back to the top flights of competition. They should be oh so proud, but commiserations to M&M Academy. They have been a great team, but we can bring Alan back to try to make sense of what we've just seen here, as a map that we didn't think was going to go the way of Wild has flipped completely.
Yeah, wow, what a series this was. What a barred winner of a series. I think we'd have wanted to see 3 maps for this one, and I can't lie, we were a little bit in doubt with Wild, and I guess it's fair. After that second map, it got really close, and I think we also owed him a bit of an apology, as a whole of us, from this analyst desk here, because their attacks on Lair They were really good. I was actually positively surprised with what I was seeing here. The teamwork seems to be perfect. They got the verticals locked down. They got the information. They're pinching together with their teammates. It looked very solid on the side of Wild. So a big congratulations to them. They can now call themselves an EML team. This is absolutely huge for these players. We called them the new kids on the block, only recently making that step up to the big Wild team from the Academy team. And now, Hap, they already find themselves in EML. Well, some of these players have only been playing competitive at this level for a year.
Yeah, they find themselves in EML, but their job is not done yet because they still have to play the grand final in just a little bit. And I just want to know what is going to go on in their minds now because they are full of adrenaline. They've just played the biggest game of their life, and now they're going to have to go into the grand final for a massive cash prize. But it's like, are they going to crash at that point, right? Like, this is the shakes that are now starting to come through. They're going to be realizing in just a couple of seconds now, we are pro players. We are back in Tier 1, or we are actually in Tier 1 with the organization backing them. It must be an amazing feeling for them.
I have no doubt. This team have fought so hard to be here, and I will say, as much as I want to sit here and give Wild the roses, I have to say for M&M Academy, I mentioned at the start of the day, it's a bittersweet feeling. Both these teams so deserving of that spot in the EML. Unfortunately, it's the thrill and agony of esports in this competition. We have to say goodbye to one, and they have fought so valiantly to be here. One of the best teams in terms of structure, one of the best teams at the basic of Siege. Unfortunately, just not their day. And I have to say, what a little roster this was, and I hope these players have big things, and hopefully they've got some eyes looking at them, because what a showing they've had in this bracket.
Yeah, especially after those two big series yesterday for M&M Academy. I mean, if we could, we probably should have just given them both an EML spot. It would have been absolutely amazing to see them both in there. But there can only be one, and luckily we get to speak to the winners as well. We have them on the line to ask them a few questions after this very tense matchup. We should be speaking to Boomsy very soon on the broadcast to ask him a few questions. First off, Boomsy, welcome. A big congratulations. You have made it into Tier 1. Must be an amazing feeling.
It really is. It's a dream come true, to be honest. I have no words to explain how I'm feeling right now, to be honest. It's just, there's so much emotions. My heart is still racing from the game. I just don't know. I just don't know what to say.
No, I totally get you. It was a long series as well, right? I mean, of course, you won the first map, had to recover after that second map there. What do you think was the main key? What were you most proud of today from the team?
Composure was really good, to be honest. Even after the first 2 rounds on Lair, we lost the defenses. Everyone stayed calm, composed. We play as a team. We knew how they were going to play. I'm not trying to, call them bad, but they play very scared, M&M. So it's you kind of know what they're going to do, every round, no matter what.
Alright, sounds good. I think from having seen you guys play in the EMLCS so far, confidence definitely not lacking from your team here. Now, obviously, coming back from yesterday, you already had a chance to make it to EML there. You lost that game against Matchco. How difficult is it to get back into the mindset within 24 hours to play another super important game?
I mean, it's nice having a night to recover, because I think if it was instantly, we might not have won. Because I don't know, everyone was very upset after we lost, just purely because in our opinion we should have won that game. I feel like we were the better team, they just had the better individuals on the day. And that happens sometimes. It's just we threw some very important rounds away, and that's what it came down to. But I mean, today we recovered really well. We were happy when we got on. Everyone was everyone just wanted to be here for a start. It was nice to see the recovery.
Well, all's well ends well. You still make it to EML regardless, and in about a month, I guess you'll play your first EML game. Do you feel like your life's gonna change much on a day-to-day basis?
I would say so, yeah, because especially for me and my mum, because I live at home with my mum, and she's quite ill as well at the moment. So hopefully I can help her a bit as well. That would be neat, nice. Because I have a day-to-day job, but it'd be nice to get some extra money to really help her. That's the main thing for me.
That's really nice of you. It's very wholesome as well. I love to hear that from you. just quickly before I let you go, you have, of course, like those EML games coming up. Is there any team or any player in specific that you're looking forward to playing against? I see you're smiling. Is there anything coming to mind?
No, not particularly, but like, can I say some words that are people I want to thank?
Of course you can.
So I want to thank Wild for trusting us to start with the spot. I want to thank all of my team, especially Evan, because I would have never been here if it wasn't for him, because he basically made me do the trials and I wasn't going to do them. I actually want to thank GK for not picking up Raiden, because they actually probably would have qualified if they had Raiden. Who else do I want to thank? I want to say, so CSK on Good Intentions. People really need to stop putting his name in the dirt, because that team wouldn't be what it is without him. He may go negative a lot of games, but that team would not even be in playoffs if it wasn't for him. And yeah, I just want to say thanks to everyone that supported me all the way. Especially, they know who they are, Zemper. He's a funny guy. He can get on my nerves sometimes though. But yeah, that's basically it.
That's awesome. I feel like we've given you an award and you should prepare like a lovely thank you speech for us for it. But that big award, of course, being the spot in EML, it is very well deserved. You still have a game to play. You have that grand final after this, so I won't keep you here any longer. Once again, a massive congratulations and good luck on the grand final.
Thank you.
What a wholesome interview that was. That's really nice actually speaking to Boomsy, hearing about everything, all the things he had for the players and the people around him, but also the plans that he's got with EML coming up as well. Very nice. Obviously, that makes it even more deserved for this team, thinking about how wholesome and how nice it is as a whole like team structure with it.
Yeah, that's, I think that's what it's about sometimes. These are people going through this, and this is such a big thing. It means so much to him and what he wants to do with everything. I have to say, I'm a big fan of Boomsy. I have been for a long time, and my respect's grown even further at this point.
Esports is super volatile, right? Like, and these players, they've just managed to make their dream come true, and they're going to be able to, well, not only better their own lives for it, but also the people around them. And it's always good to see when selfless acts like that are a driving force for a game like this.
Exactly, it's basically all we can ask for coming in here, but it doesn't conclude the run for Wild just yet in the EML Challenger Series here. They have a rematch with Matchgo on the board right after this, but for you two, the EML Challenger Series is done. We'll get a Chamberlain and Grace in afterwards. Is there any closing words, Hap? Whip it. We'll start with you, Hap. Anything that you want to say after we let you go?
I mean, I started casting Challenger League back when it was still called Season 9, and those have given some of the best matches that have ever been streamed for Rainbow Six Siege. Also some great moments in terms of quotes. Avich, I'm looking at you. Either way, having Challenger League back is it's a blessing, and to have people like these and like teams like these up and comers be able to fight themselves back to the top, that is worth it all.
And I'm almost sound the same. I was lucky enough to be part of the last ever season that we had of Challenger League back in the day, and it's somewhat of an emotional privilege to be back here for the first we have of Challenger Series. What a run it's been, and congratulations to both the teams that made it towards the EML match. And Wild completely deserve it.
They definitely do, and I think before you two are going to try and make me emotional here and make me cry, I think we'll have to go to a bit of a break, because when we're back with that, we still have the grand final to be played. Yes, both these teams already have an EML spot. Yes, they got what they wanted, but the prize money difference is going to be absolutely huge whether you win that grand final or not. So stick around, we'll go to a big break before we're back with the grand final. it is grand final time for the EML Challenger Series. My name is Anne, and I'm joined by the lovely Grace and Chamberine. I'm glad to have you two on board here for the grand final, the big prize pool distribution game as well, because both these teams, they've already qualified, Cham, but we're still excited for this game, aren't we?
Yeah, we're still excited, of course we are. It's still more siege, it's still bragging rights, it's still more money. There's still stuff on the line to be competing for. And it's also a little bit of a revenge arc as well, because you've also got to consider that both these teams played each other yesterday, and Wales are going to have a second crack at it. And they said, Boomsy said in that interview just recently that they thought that they played to a point where they thought they deserved to win that game. So they could have been the one that came in through the upper bracket, but they weren't. So we'll see if they can have another second pop.
I think it's going to be a really interesting one, especially in terms of what's on the line, right? Because both these teams have already qualified. The pressure's off in that regard, while they're coming in on a massive dopamine high, and that can really be a blessing or a curse, depending on how the neurochemistry is working. When it comes to what's on the line for this in particular, one, yes, it's bragging rights, but there's a massive difference in that prize pot between second place and first place, right? First place obviously getting 17k, I believe it is. That is a lot of juicy money. That is rent money for Teb, and that is something that he would really like. So I think Matchco are going to really lock in for this, while at the same time, that money's going to be really nice for them. We had some lovely words before about how certainly, it can benefit their families and stuff, but they are coming in on a pretty strong dopamine high. So that's where you have to kind of bring it down a little bit, focus in, yes, you've qualified for EML, but it's time to lock in and get that juicy prize money.
Yeah, you're right. It is indeed 17,000 euros if you do win out this grand final. You still take home 9,000 if you come home in second. So equally wise, good money, but obviously you want to go for the 17,000 euros. This is a big difference. But let's talk about these two teams a little bit more in depth, because yes, it is a rematch. Yes, we have seen this game yesterday as a best of three, as the upper bracket final. It'll again be a best of three today, but let's talk about Matchco first, as it has been the longest since we have seen him, even though it's only been like 24 hours. They were the first team to qualify to EML yesterday. Obviously, they've already had that dopamine high. They've already come back down off of it. And I think what really stood out to me in the interview, Grace, is that Teb said, okay, we really feel like a family. Yes, there'll be some things they need to iron out. It was looking dire for them. They had to claw back, but it's still impressive what they were able to do.
100%. And again, yeah, family vibes with Matchco all the way through. We even touched on this yesterday. Sham was saying about how the T2 finals, they were just kind of literally walking together as this like almost borderline ominous at times unit, just kind of floating around the place looking for Italian food. And then at Malta, it was the same kind of vibe where they're just kind of going around together as this little stacky. There's a brotherhood there, a very, very strong and concrete brotherhood that comes with, playing with each other for a long time now. And again, the way this project was developed back in September had the Italian community very, very happy again, having this full Italian stack. And then their performance going into South, again, got the Italians very, very happy. So it's not just about that brotherhood, that family, but it's the community spirit that also powers Matchco as well. The way that the Italian community really is behind them all the way to the end.
I think to add on to that, for Matchco, I have a teensy tiny concern for the final, and that is just because that now that they've qualified, now that they're in, they're gonna be complacent and they're just gonna chill. Yeah, we've done it. Like we've done it. We've done the hard job. We've now peaked. We've got it done. We've got it locked in. Whereas Wild, I think they'll be in a slightly different situation, because you look at it.
No, I think, for me personally, I think it's actually going to be the other way around. I think Matchco are going to come into this absolutely, like, laser vision. Like, Teb touched on this yesterday, right? He lives alone. Siege's his only job. Like, he is locked in. He's like, job's not done. It is time for us to get stuck in right now, so I can, be a responsible man and sort my bills out. But again, yes, we do have that same vibe coming in from Wild, but again, it's one of those matters right now of the expectation versus reality. And the reality is sometimes it is very difficult to bring that neurochemistry down. You have just qualified into EML. This is the tippity top of these guys' career when it comes to Wild in particular. We've had a lot of players there that have been, they were in the Spanish, Matt, for example, the Spanish circuit, Sneak as well. Like, it's this young blood that hasn't quite tasted that T1 juice yet, I suppose. And it's that idea that this is such a big thing for them today, such an incredible thing. There's so much going on for them, in their heads and in their bodies, that it's like, okay, that's where the coach has to step in and be like, simmer down, simmer down, simmer down. But you can't get complacent where, say, if the rounds start spiraling out of control and Matchco are just like bodying them a little bit, and the IGL, instead of being like, guys, we need to lock in a little bit, and the IGL instead is like, oh, it's fine, guys, let's just have fun with it. Like, that's where it depends what happens there, right? It depends what happens there in terms of the shot calling. Like, do you try and bring everyone back down by saying, oh, it's fine, it's easy breezy, chill a bit? Or do you bring everyone back down by being like, lock in, like, job's not done? Like, do you have that harder edge with it, or do you have the softer edge? I don't know, because I'm not in their team speak, believe it or not. So I can't answer that question. Maybe it's something that we can ask them later, again, depending on who wins. Maybe that's a little question we can have. But that is something to consider going into this, because, again, it's a very big day for Wild right now.
It is. I find it funny though how I haven't even asked you to anything about like who's going to win this game, and you two have already kicked off against each other about who's going to win and who might have the better cards going into it. Even though I know, I mean, you Grace are particularly not very fond of doing predictions or having guesses on what team's going to win, but we've got that out of the way. We have our opinions on who might win this series here. I think it was clear. Like you said, the dopamine high in the interview with Boomsy as well. It felt like he said, like, "Oh, I'm so happy. I don't even know what I want to say right now." It's clear they're still riding this dopamine high. You obviously want to go out and party and celebrate. You just made it to EML. That was the biggest game in your career. Nope, you're gonna play another best of 3 right now. But Stamina Cham will also come into play when you just gotta play back-to-back best of 3 here.
Yeah, I think Stamina comes into it. I think not as much maybe as what some other days, I think, because I think about 2 best of 3s back to back isn't too much of an ask. It's more the actual mental aspect of it, of the effects of being on such a high point and then having to come back down again for a different best of 3. I think that's probably the bigger factor. It's not so much how many games they've maybe played, because it's not that long a day of Siege. I don't think there's long. They've definitely probably had longer days where you've had to have longer stamina or something. It affected a crazy amount. It might actually help because they're going to be more warmed up, more fired up for it starting. And we've seen yesterday how slow Matchco can start. So that there is that aspect that kind of plays in as well. If Wild got off to a good start again, can Matchco come back and they dig deep and stuff? But we'll see.
I think that's it. Digging deep is the main phrase that I want to kind of grab hold of and like put on a little title point here, because we need to consider the fact that, Wild in that last best of 3, in terms of like vetoes and stuff, they were bringing everything they wanted there and then, right? That was their main, like, this is where all the cards go on the table. We need to get that EML spot, right? So they were going fully ham, fully in on that map veto. Matchco, on the other hand, they haven't had to play an official today. They would have had a warm-up scrim, of course, because that's just due diligence, right? But the warm-up scrim would have been based around the maps that they want to play today. So they can kind of, not only will they be scrimming around the maps that they perhaps expected to play today, but they'll also be looking at the games that while they're playing and being like, okay, they're the maps that they are juicing on, right? They're the maps that they want to juice on. We've seen how that veto worked out in terms of bans. Maybe we can play around a little bit here and, get something cooking for us. And again, in terms of depth of map pool, Matchco definitely have the upper hand there. They have shown everything. I wouldn't be surprised if they turned around and showed a map that wasn't even in the map pool, to be honest, how many maps they tend to throw at you. Every day it's a different thing with Matchco. I think that really has shown their resilience and their flexibility as a team as well, albeit, yes, some maps haven't really gone to plan at times. But again, like I touched on this point yesterday, only for me to just be shaking my head and just be like, what is going on? Because it didn't matter at all. But, a lot of the times where they've lost maps, it has been to big dog teams. It has been to those T1 teams, for example, during the SI LCQs. And it's one of those things that you really have to consider the strength that comes with a roster like that when they do have that depth and they do have a lot of flexibility with the map veto. However, a point I made yesterday was the fact that if you're Wild, surely you're gunning for something like a border where you can be a little bit freaky with it, right? You can be a little bit freaky. Statistically, I think it does favor them slightly as well. And for Wild in their playstyle, and especially at this point, right? At this point, you just want to send these kind of very excited, very hyperactive, very feeling into that flow state due to the dopamine players at Matchco. And the best map to do that on is a map like Bordeaux, where it can be very, very aggressive and it can be very spicy and very in your face. And I think they would have a field day on that. So we didn't see it yesterday, but maybe that's something we'll see today.
Yeah, just to send them off in their playground kind of vibe getting there.
Yeah,
but you know what,
exactly.
Grace? I mean, with the way you say Matchco's depth in their map pool, I can't wait to see a house, a plane, a favela in this best of 3 grand finals of the EML Challenger Series. No, that's in fact not where we'll be heading to. Where we will be heading to, we'll have a look at our map veto to see the 3 maps selected for this best of 3 grand final of the EML Challenger Series. And you are in fact right, we will be heading to Border. That is a wild map pick. They'll be unleashed in their playground very shortly when this first map will start. Matchco then, of course, having seen that previous game that Wild just played, they pick into Clubhouse. That was the map that M&M Academy managed to win against Wild just now. And again, we'll need a Lair as a decider if we potentially get there. Grace, you happy with this map veto and the fact we're going to Border?
Oh, hell yeah. Like, I'm so excited for that one. I want to see both teams as having an absolute slugfest on that. It is Border. That's the kind of map where you expect that kind of vibe. Matchco starting on the defense, I think that's going to favor them a little bit more, but they need to be careful not to get into their own heads at times with how Wild might go a little bit more gung-ho with this. Again, Matchco themselves, when it comes to Border, it's a 50% win rate, so it's that awkward kind of middle ground, but they did let it through to the end. But again, I do think a big part of that is the fact that they absolutely did not want to go to bank, okay? And Labs as well, it's just such an awkward 50-50 in terms of defensive strength when it comes to that map that sometimes you don't want to faff around with it. So Border going into the hands of Wild are going to be feeling pretty happy about that. Matchco going to the Clubhouse, again, probably down to the fact that they did see that last series at the same time. Matchco do have the higher win rate. It's a 71% for them. On the side of Wild, it's a 69%. Actually, if that'll be less now, that's going to be more like a kind of 65%. So for them in general, it's going to be a little bit of like a safe betting, right? To be like, okay, let's go something a bit more even Stevens. We've just seen the mistakes that they were making in that last series. We can maybe get the upper hand there. Lair is the final one. I'm very happy with that. I think both teams, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on there, but I feel that's something that both sides should be able to iron out by EML. At the same time, it's a kind of map where you can kind of get a little bit more loosey-goosey with it. You can be aggressive if you want to from the get-go, and it does allow you to be a bit more adaptable as the rounds play out, depending on how you're flicking between those bomb sites. So that'll be like a nice one in terms of like mechanics, I think.
Well, I agree with most of your points, right? However, the thing that I'm looking at is I actually think that Matchco were expecting this to go a different way. They've left the skyscraper in, and we haven't ended up on it, because the skyscraper is a map that they never go to. They've looked okay on it when they have been on it, but they don't like playing on skyscraper. I have a feeling they've left that open with the expectation that Wild would pick onto it after the bank ban, but they've decided to pick onto Border instead. So I think that Matchco might not be expecting that. I think they were probably prepped for Sky. And you said earlier about them, they're probably going to be scrimming maps that they'll be expecting today. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were in a skyscraper scrim earlier on today. The Border one, I think, might catch them out a little bit. But we'll see. Sneak's absolutely phenomenal on Border, so that is a bit of a concern for me. Clubhouse, I think, is fine. Could go either way, really. It's club is club, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those maps that everybody's ran through. And Lair, I really didn't want to see it again today because, I do like the map, but I do think that Matchco will just complete the hat trick on it against Wild. I think Wild are a good Lair team, but Matchco are just better.
Well, to be fair, their attack seemed pretty good just now in that other game they played for Wild on Lair then. Also, seeing that we're going to go to Border first and the fact that Wild are going to start on the attack to basically unleash them in that playground, put them in the driver's seat. I can't wait to see what's happening with that. But I'm also just glad to be doing that game with you two here because you're supposed to be a team. I feel like sometimes you two are talking like a married couple because it's all happy days one point and then boom, you're arguing against each other and have these different opinions and then clashes, which is fine. It creates a good narrative going into this game because we have been given a little bit more time to talk about them as the players are getting ready to get in their game, this big grand final. And I feel like you're not going to be too upset about that, champ, because I feel like you have lots to say. Anyways,
I do have lots to say. The reason we always go back and forward is because Grace always leans leans to stats and numbers and logic, and this is how a game should play out because this is what this numbers say. Whereas like I lean more to the vibes. I lean more to. I just feel like this team are sitting pretty good here. I feel like this is how it's gonna play out, and that's why we always conflict because. Obviously,
left brain versus right brain.
Yeah, exactly. Stats wise, it probably does favour Matchco, but I just think that Wild without the pressure of the EML spot on their shoulders is a different Wild. I think because they lean into the chaos factor, they like to bring different operators and kind of play that kind of looser role. Yes, they've had to deal with that huge kind of dopamine surge and adrenaline and stuff like that, but I still think they're just going to play their game, and I think that might be enough to win it.
Well, Grace, I wish I could let you jump in here to defend yourself in this conversation or discussion, rather. But unfortunately, there's no time. The players are ready. The game is ready. Will the numbers or will the vibes come out on top of this first map here in the grand final? Let's go to Border to find out.
Yes, indeed, we are heading to Border for the final game of Challenger Series. 3 whole maps, hopefully, is what we'll get, but it's at least going to be a very action-packed one because Border always delivers gunfights, doesn't it, Grace?
100%. Like, Border is just the kind of map where everyone needs to start having such a slogfest. The gloves need to come off. You need to really get stuck in as fast as possible. I like the way that Border kind of goes into almost like a four-layered grid effect. Like, imagine a window frame, right? Because 9 times out of 10, you are going to be taking one side first. You are going to be taking one of those grids, and you'll trickle out and slowly spread yourself into the other 2 sides. But a lot of the time, especially since the changes, it has slightly changed things, especially now that we get a little bit of a rotation between E-Stairs and CCTV. But that just means that people can get more stuck into the action. For example, the defense can go for spawn peaks a little bit more aggressively now around that area. Maybe that's something we'll see Matchco see, but I reckon they'll play it a little bit safer. Again, they'll be looking at just dodging, ducking, diving, weaving around that kind of default hold around CCTV. Wondering where we are. Oh, there we go. Armory lockers to begin. Again, when it comes to the site, you will be looking at E-Stairs and CCTV being taken first. So I'm very curious to see the vibes that Matchco bring on this defense. Are they going to try and meet Wild head on? Are they going to extend, go for aggressive window and doorway peaks? Or are they going to pull back and be a little bit more, okay, let them come to us and we'll try and deal with that ferocity as it comes through?
Well, we're gonna have to wait just a second. I think we'll see. I was expecting a pause for a second, but we're actually going straight into the game. That's all good. It's all good. Yeah, you never got a chance to defend yourself there.
This is being. There's nothing to defend. I think I like the debate between us because again, I do think it's 2 very different ways of looking at Siege. You know, I think it's 2 different ways of approaching Siege, and there's lots of times, even yesterday we saw it perfect reality, right? I facts wise, Matchco shouldn't have lost bank, but they did, and they decided that they're not going to go there today. They've decided that Wild's bank is a lot better than theirs, and that's not something they want to do. Sometimes it happens. Again, you can have like everything going in your favor. Statistically, you can have even like 100% win rate on a map. All it takes is for one cheeky team to really study into what you do, and they are just gonna have you off guard, on the ropes, and crying for your mother.
That is one way to put it. Border, though, is going to be very action-packed, of course, as it always is. You know what? The thing is I have a love-hate relationship with Border. It's going to come as, I think, a little bit of a palate cleanser, actually, for me today. I'm kind of feeling the vibes of, you know what? Let's get a small, compact, action-packed map. We've not had one over the entire weekend, really. So it's been very methodical Siege. I feel like we're going to get some chaos. We're already starting off with some I guess, creative picks, the combination with the Sense, the Deimos as well, and a bit of pressure, of course, inside of CC onto Ghost, but he'll be quite happy just sitting there waiting. It's supported on the longer angle from Lolo with an SMG-11. Probably not the best one to use for that gunfight, but they won't be bothered because you just swing on to Sneak anyway on the other side. There's a Blitz, though, bearing down. Evan has found one and Garen with another. It's a bit of a back and forward. Just inside of office here for Lolos. He's still trying to slow this down, still trying to absorb some of the pressure. Lolo, that's incredible start here on Border. The opening minute is full of action and full of so many deaths so far. Boomsy not looking too great for HP as well. I don't think he's aware that Lolo still exists in that position. He is, and Lolo's got away with a triple. And still, he lingers. Ghost gets in on the action, and now it's just down to Garen for Wild. He's found one back at the very least, and we're halfway through the round, Grace. What a start here on Border.
That's exactly the stuff I want to see. Easter starting to have a peekaboo moment. Lolo with the final kill there. But that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see Matchco meeting them head on. They had a massive opening up there on the office wall, and they took it as an advantage point. They were like, you know what, they're coming to us, we can deal with it, let's just land our ones. That's the scrappiness. That's the assertiveness that I want to see from both sides, the willingness to just get stuck into these gunfights. That is the nature of Border.
And I love it so much. Again, I've got a love-hate relationship with Border. Map-wise, it's not the most visually appealing map to look at, but it's always guaranteed to give you some fun antics, and that comes in the form of Lolo getting a 4K already. And I was questioning, I was like, he's holding that longer angle with SMG11. He just shuts me up. He's like, I don't care, mate. I don't care what you got to say. I'm just gonna kill them all. It's fine, man.
That, you know, it's 100% why Border is actually one of my favorite maps. I love how aggressive teams can be on it. I also love the cheeky pocket strats that you find on it, especially when it comes to teams wanting to get a little bit more stuck in, not wanting to go for clearance, and just kind of being able, and especially on a side like this, for example, you know, people like to sometimes go immediate for that window pressure. You do have to be careful though, especially in cases like this where the defense have opened up that hatch. You know, ideally it is the best courtesy, shall we say, to clear that top floor a little bit and get that office control, so you're at least defended from the upstairs. At the same time, you know, if you do want to suddenly stampede in, maybe it's about having that slightly off pick where you can kind of have the plant down in somewhere a little bit more neutral, but you have to have the info on site. And what's also a benefit is having the right utility to deal with what's ever on site. Sending in those Retoros first, dealing with all of that utility that is usually around that window, exactly for the reasons I said, because sometimes people do like to just get stuck in, champ.
They do indeed. A head spotted. Oh, and it is removed. That Queen, not a chance to react. Garen with the DMR finds control at the top of the east staircase by removing the Jaeger as well. Now Lolo in the same position he was the last round. Of course, different site this time, but still the same area, all the same, still the same role for him to hold on to that. There's a Deimos track that goes out. Ghost manages to slink away from that for now before he loses his life. Sneak on the hunt for him. And a skeleton key to open up even more inside of the break room, just so they get a deeper angle into that office position that where Lolo is playing. Much longer sights there for Lolo now. Of course, now they're using the DMR, the ACOG combination, being able to see a lot further than they could with SMG11. Of course, they're just taking their time a little bit here, Wild. They're just hesitant to step. Well, it looks as though they're kind of holding for a sec. Dora, though, well shut down Boomsy. It looks as though they're going to double up and send in. Wild, though, they just turn on the electricity. Just like that, it's a 2 versus 4. Ghost and Dora have it all to do. And Dora now made that move to the top of the staircase. I don't think that anyone's aware of it. No one is. Just can't quite land the shots. Fluffs it just a little bit and it's not ready for Garen to float in from behind. And now it's just down to Ghost here. 1v4. Holding onto the hatch. Fought ahead for just a split second, but the death mark betrays him and sneaked with the finish. Wild, they'll find their first round here on Border.
That's low-key like robbery from Wild as well, considering the fact that their drone eco was a little bit stinky in that round. They were really going in blind there. But a really big benefit, again, was having that death mark. It can give you that info that you need. When you start to lose those drones, that's when you want to rely on that backup utility that you have. You want to rely on what else you have in your pockets to get the info. And again, a map like Border, 9 times out of 10, you're meeting that firefight very, very quickly. But Wild was so reactive to it. The information, the rustling around the corners, they were swinging and they were winning their ones.
Good start for both teams so far. No one's shying away from a gunfight. That's what you like to see. That's what you like to see. Down to the vent site now. Of course, changing it up around. Going through the motions here, Matchco. Just going round the rotations. Sneak asking the question, how did I kill someone with a nade? I'm not quite sure how I did that. It's just questioning it. This is what I like about this, because, yes, they are two teams that like to get in chat. They like to get loud. Yesterday, it was part of the mental game because, of course, there was the EML spot online. This time, that's different. This time, they can have a bit of fun with it because there isn't as much pressure. Yes, there's the pressure of getting some money. Yes, there's the pressure of the kind of bragging rights of being the king of T2, if you want to coin it that, of winning Challenger Series. But there's vastly a lot less pressure on them now that they're both qualified for that email spot. That's what they were playing for. They've got it secured for the next year, and this is just a bit of fun, I guess, if you want to look at it like that for them. And I think they will play like that. I think both teams will play a bit more loose, a bit more kind of excited about it. And that's why you've got Lolo already prone on an angle, trying to get a spawn peek. Won't be rewarded the first 30 seconds at the very least here, though, Grace.
I'm 100% for it, though. This is exactly what I want to see from Matchgo. Them getting a little bit cheeky with it themselves. Again, is what I want to see on Border. The aggression, the feistiness, the willingness to scrap. The Brava pick's a lovely one because it does enable you to deal with a lot of that house cam utility and even remove things like the Dreadnet mines from the get-go. You have to be careful of those EDDs as well. And I love that pick from Matchco. I think Cap Can on Border is always a lovely thing to see, just because it can be that slowdown effect, it can be that surprise. The drones have spotted it out. Garen on those drones would be able to call that out to his teammates. Watch out for the EDDs, they do indeed have a Cap Can. Evan is going to fall. That's a blitz off the table.
Yeah, just caught out there, just in customs. Not aware of the position, unfortunately loses his life though. Sneak trying to go on the hunt just to try and get one back. Well, can't do much. Sets off the beepers twice there, just to try and make them think as to which position he's going to move to. There's a player just on his right, though. He's not. He's turned his back at the wrong time. It's so unfortunate. Dora, he'll get one for free. And Mats is trying to, again, go on the hunt, but Ghost is ready for him as well. And the case is down. Cole's right in the middle there. Nothing they can really do to recover it. It's just Boomsy. And a 1 versus 5, all on his lonesome. Half the round, though, in his pocket if he can make something happen. He's inside the site as well, which is even funner. He's managed to work his way in, but unfortunately doesn't have the all-important part of the kit, which is the diffuser. Dora falls there. Boomsy's found 2. That doesn't get 3. Aqui's at the top of the staircase to close out the round for Matchgo.
Yeah, very cool. Calm collected. Towards the end there. I think it's an interesting thing, actually, the kind of utility setup they had and what they plan to do with it. You know, it's using those firebolts to kind of block off certain lines of sight, certain positions. But I think for Wild there, they just really struggled in getting the clearance and the control they needed to actually hold some of those more pivotal points when it comes to that site setup, especially upstairs. Again, sometimes teams like to force it. They like to go a little bit more direct, especially now Aura's in play, right? Maybe that's something we'll see come out from these teams as well as time goes on. A bit more Aura action, just because if you do try and get site control as quick as possible, you can use it to block things up a little bit behind you. We'll see, though. For now, everyone's playing pretty bread and butter. Like, it's very standard, it's very basic, and they're more playing around this idea of meeting each other head on with the gunfights. It's mostly going to come down to the mechanics with this map, I feel.
Such is the script of Border most of the time. I think this is going to go round for round for a while. I think it's going to be an exciting one. What have you spotted? What are you...
I mean, it's kind of one of those moments where you're like, okay, they're going on to the Grimbees, they're going on to the Deimos, and we're also seeing the Gara hook come out to play. And that makes me very excited because, yes, you can use it on those hatches. You can suddenly pop up out of nowhere and get control. We might see, a workshop take, for example, where they go below and they start going up those hatches and get the job done. However, I do expect that might be a bit of a sandwich take. It really does depend on the team and the pocket strat that they're using in this moment, because you can either beam yourself up through sandwich, but again, that only works when you're applying pressure towards the site. So you have to make sure that you get on those doorways or even that external breach of armory and apply the pressure there as well. Looks like Garen is heading to the vents window. So again, using those Grimbees should be pretty effective. Holding people back into office. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, Bimsy outside sandwich window, ready and waiting. Just needs his teammates to get into position and he'll beam up there and try and catch people off guard around armory. But again, emphasis on your teammates need to be in the right position.
There you go. Send it right in. One falls behind it. The shotgun's too far away. Bimsy, no! Dora with 2 as well. Shuts down the push from the armory wall, and it completely falls apart. Match go flawless round. Wild tried something, and it absolutely didn't work, Grace.
Yeah, so this is why I like it when people do a little bit more clearance first, right? Because if you are going to try and push around armory, there is always going to be, especially on the armory site, right, that you're always going to have that extension towards CCTV. You need to be careful for it. You need to be mindful that that is a massive bit where people are going to be holding. And 9 times out of 10 nowadays, it's not just one player. It's going to be multiple. So that was a little bit of an oversight from World. Perhaps if they cleared CCTV at least first, and then they themselves decide, okay, this is where we're going to start approaching the armory wall. And as we want to execute into that armory wall, that's when we're going to use that Gara hook, swing through sandwich, and the player that's going to kind of be tucked just behind the Bond chassis preventing that collapse from the armory wall is going to basically be pinched out at that point. That's what you kind of want to see when you're doing that kind of pocket strat. That's what you want it to ideally go like. In this instance, obviously that didn't happen. Matchco were able to stand their ground because of that a lot more effectively, being very reactive to the information that they were hearing, essentially.
Yeah. I would also potentially suggest maybe knowing the distances, because Bimsy trying to shoot someone from far away with the supernova didn't quite work out. Happens to the best of us though. It's all good. Wild go again. 3-1 here for Matchco so far on border. Back down to bathroom tellers for this defence. And Lolo still in that same position upstairs again in office. Got the Arunian toll. Got the longer sights as well on that DMR. Just to ensure that they can challenge as long as possible. Sneak bringing along that Demos, which he does like to play quite often. Wild are a big proponent of the Demos. For now, though, it's a bit of a hold. They're expecting a bit of aggression here from Matchco, but they're not really playing into it as of yet. No one going for that step out, no one going for that aggression yet. Garen starts a little bit of work on the top of that east staircase, but Matchco, they're standing steady. They're just holding out for the first kind of minute here. Wild got off to a bit of a slower start, and first kind of showing is just inside of break as Akwi sends out a couple of shots and goes for the drop down now, and the Eve 1D will go out to give away a position of a couple of the players.
Precisely, Matchco, they're not being pressured too much, so it is just going to allow them to just stand around. Again, they have the composure, they have the diligence to know, okay, we don't have to overpeak from here, we can just let them come to us. They would have had that Dreadnought go off, so again, Sneak trying to get stuck in.
Oh, they know.
They do know he's trying it, they do know he's attempting it, especially if he starts trying to swing and free fire in various places. We might see a bit of pressure coming out, especially now that Evan, after they took CCTV, never mind, Ghost, he gets it, gets his one.
Oh, they knew he was there, and he still somehow loses the gunfight. 4-3 now. Lolo just absorbing so much of the pressure now as they bear down from behind here. Wild side of armory. The diffuser is cold at the top of that staircase, and Nate somehow will find Teb. That's another one on border. Mats has also brought it back into the favour of Wild, and it's Akwi and Dora now together to stop Wild from sweeping across that top floor and getting the full control. Akwi still lingers. He's went back up just to try and get a second bite at the cherry. For now, he's going to hold back on that east staircase. Has to drop down, but he's taking shots. There's death marks all around. It's not looking too hot for him. Somehow manages to get back to site for now. Back into the safety. But they are encircling. Wild dropping the hatch. Garen with the diffuser in hand. But Dora knows he's on the other side of the wall. Oh no, it's cold, and they have to do something here, Wild. They have to recover it. 35 seconds on the clock. 2 versus 2. It's going to be difficult to drop this hatch, though. It will give away what their plan is and what their intentions are. They double drop. They go for it now, but Max has found one. Dora there eats up another. Sneak takes so much damage as Dora holds the longer angle. They do have information. The yellow ping there. Dora rotating round, trying to isolate it. Being out the defuse here, Sneak, it looks as though he actually makes sticky, but no, he steps back for a second. The proximity gives away the position. He's got super shorty close here. Dora, nerves of steel. Matchco, they'll lock out another round.
Yeah, well played in that moment. From both sides, to be honest, as well. Sneak could have overpeaked there, but he tried to play it smartly. He tried to bait a little bit, as is expected in that moment.
Yeah.
I love the composure. I think that's a really good word to use from Matchco right now. Composure. Even from the get-go in that round, they weren't swinging around those doorways. They were letting Wild put the feelers out a little bit. They were letting Wild have a little nose around. And yes, you can gain the information by being a little bit more slow on the uptake like that, especially on a map like this where you can get into the action pretty quickly. But it does, again, for the defense, you can't kind of be looking the wrong way at the wrong time. You have to, of course, maintain your position and maintain your focus, but you don't have to go out of your way to meet that gunfight. You can let them come to you. And Matchco, they were waiting around a bit, then they gave up a lot of space to Wild. They just fell back. They'd get a bit scrappy in the middle.
Just a teaser.
It's to be expected. It's to be expected. It's to be expected.
That's border. It's the ethos, man. It's scrappy, scrappy, scrappy.
Ooh. Oh, Sham! Look what my elf I see. Rat Aura coming out to play. This is what I was mentioning before, everyone at home. Rat Aura on this site is really lovely, especially when you think about that default site take where you want to hop through the window and you want to get the plant down and hop back out again, right? Have someone hold on that lobby doorway as you're going into that B site and you're getting the plant down, right? If you've got that Rat Aura, you can use the DOM panel to essentially cut off the doorway going into main lobby so that no one can swing that corner aggressively to you. Then you only have to worry if anyone's around workshop, which 9 times out of 10, if you do have that verti control, you should be able to hold on to that. So I love this little util setup that Wild are cooking, especially now they've got the Capital combined with that Rat Aura panel. This should be really, really lovely if they're able to get that control upstairs first.
Big if. That's what they're trying to do just
Huge
right
if.
this second. Of course, there's a mirror window stopping them for now, and for a second I did think you were going to talk about the Vigil before you took us on the journey of what the Aurora could do. Vigil with the boss G in the hands of Aqui, I do sense a little bit of mischief. Could be afoot this round. Ghost on the vertical angle here, just inside the supply, waiting for someone to hop into that window upstairs. Max will get the opening pick onto... Ho! Ghost with the intuition! He knew someone was going to be floating past that window and Sneak loses his skull for it. Evan now stepping into sight, goes straight for the diffuser and under the cover of the smoke. I think the match will have absolutely no idea what is happening. Teb's also been removed. Boomsy's found one. There's actually a second that Boomsy's managed to find because he's floated into bathroom at the backside. And Ghost trying to stop the Blitz from putting pressure on him. He'll lose his life off the back. It's a triple kill from Boomsy and Aqui now with the boss G. I did say there could be mischief afoot in this round from it, but looks as though Wild are the one that have brought that mischief. 3 versus 1. 20 seconds to work with. Blitz bearing down and Garen to close out the round. Wild, excellent execute there.
100%. Again, they didn't even need the Aura panel in the end, right? Because they were like, hang on, there's a massive gap here. We've got a lot of control that, you know, is basically handed to us, especially around Teller's kind of area, right? We had this massive pressure that even in the end, you know, I think it was Ghost, I believe, running away from that blitz, trying to get back to lobby to duck into workshop and actually getting caught off guard because they had that presence around bathroom Teller's side. So it's lovely little pinch moves. This is why having 2 dimensions of pressure is an oldie but a goldie when it comes to Siege. It's always important to have that pinch. Again, Raora didn't need Raora. Love that. Again, maybe the smoke's going down in that moment kind of caught Match go off guard because they were like, surely that's not happening this quickly. Again, why would you expect? Not even half the round gone, I believe, and they're just like, yeah, plant time. I love it. I love it. This is exactly what I wanted to see between these two. But again, Shan, we're gonna go on to the other side now. This is where Matchco themselves will go onto that attacking half. This is where they themselves get to play around with all this juicy utility and be like, okay, how do we make this happen? How can we get stuck in? Do we go dilly-dally, take these gunfights, go for full clearance, or do we just go for util dumps and be more immediate approach, shall we say?
I'm consulting my crystal ball first.
What is the thing? One thing to consider is like we're obviously not going to have that. Archive push through the door. That I love it so much. I don't care what people want to say about it. I love it. It's so ratty. We're not going to have it as effectively because, of course, only the Blitz is in, right? Blackbeard and Monty, they are both banned. So it's about playing around that idea too.
I'm predicting a Sneak San second half Scorcher because he always plays well for some reason on border on defense. He's hopped onto the Capcan to cause a bit of a nuisance. And a C4 from Evan. We'll open things up, Dora. First of all, that's the Grim Bee's gone, and he did manage to eject a few before he left the round, and they're just going to sit on that doorway. Just being a bit noisy for a second while Aqui holds. Trying to tease the potential of a gun. Oh, a shoulder spotted for a second there, Ghost. Coming in from that balcony side. Evan there reacts. He catches Ghost sleeping. Aqui as well, though. It manages to bounce back with one onto Boomsy. Still, they haven't flushed out this position inside the CCTV. Still got Sneak playing there. Supported by Mats on the castle. Garen, though, has taken a hell of a lot of damage and he will leave the round off the back of it. Teb as well. He's finished him. Mats gets in on the action before retreating for now. It's 2 versus 3. Still,
retreating's the right call. Retreating's the right call to make right now, 100%. You know, you've got that player advantage. You've burned out a little bit of time, half the round gone. It's getting to that 3v2 situation. So if you pull back, you can maintain that player advantage and not get caught off guard. This is where you just hold tight, hold your angles, and wait for them to approach you. This is where all the pressure falls back into the hand of Matchco.
Light wall goes out just to cover Teb's push as he slowly but surely moves into break room. Nate did go into the 90 position just to see if anyone's behind that reinforcement, but there's no one there. They don't really have info, and this is the tricky thing here for Matchgo. It's going to be difficult. They still think there's someone going to be lingering in CCTV. They don't know. They're looking over towards it, and there's no one in there. And wasting a bit of time. A little bit of complacency, a little bit of tentativeness as they are waiting. Still not fully confirmed what information is what. They don't have any clue that someone's just on the right as well. That flashbang will flash them for a second. Akwi gets one. Oh, he gets two! Oh my days! Absolutely no right to win that engagement, and Akwi's got himself a 3k. Incredible stuff there for Matchgo. I don't know how they win that round.
They win that round by the power of Akwi and Akwi alone, pretty much. Akwi getting stuck in, finding those nasty little angles, the exact right pixels around those players. Again, as is the nature of Border, it is just a slogfest. It will come down to these gunfights 9 times out of 10. Yes, Matchgo from the get-go, they're trying to fall into that util. They're trying to be a little bit more stratty about it. But ultimately, sometimes you just have to go and win your ones.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I was wanting more from Akwi. Yes, we've seen a lot of the Matchgo players standing up. We've seen Dora yesterday. Lolo's had his moments as well. Ghost also, had a bit of a flourish yesterday. But Akwi it's been pretty steady. Not that they've been performing badly, but they haven't been quite at the level that we kind of came to expect from that entry player for Matchgo. It was absolutely fantastic on the Tier 2 Grand Finals, especially going up to that as well was so good. He's been one of those players that's just been can turn rounds, can turn games for them, and I was just expecting a bit more of a bigger performance. Seems though, now that he's still got it, he's still got the rounds where he can turn it on its head and bring it back for them. That's 5-2 now for Matchgo, firmly in the lead here on Border.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Absolute scenes right now. Matchgo just really bringing the firepower behind them right now. It's interesting too because Wild, this is a team that can hit some nasty shots themselves. Very different approach right now. Sometimes when the going gets tough, all you need to do is send one player in to get a little bit freaky with it.
Yeah, they need to thaw out Sneak. They need to thaw Sneak out.
Force Sneak out like he's
That's what they need to do.
Put him on the defrost setting in the microwave. That's what we need to do.
Get him defrosted. Get him firing on all cylinders. This is not what I've come to expect from Sneak on this map. I'm picking on specifically on Sneak just because I know that he performs well on Border and I've seen it multiple times. Matchgo,
absolutely, we have.
They are performing very well right now. And the reason I highlighted Akwi earlier was just because he had a 1.65 KD at the Tier 2 Grand Finals, was the MVP at that event, and hasn't been relied on as much as he was at that event for Matchgo. But he's going to start things off with an entry! Look at that, I've just cursed Evan out of the round by talking about how well Akwi has been, going for a plant as well from Lolo, but Garen's on the hatch above. They need to be conscious of this. Boomsy gets a smoke kill as well. He's had so many of them this weekend, doesn't realise that Dora has came in from behind the passport though, and he loses life because of it. And again, just as always on Border, we're halfway through the round, and already we've lost so many bodies, Grace.
Yeah, and my main concern here is that they're all pretty spread apart from one another. Mats and Sneak are relatively close together, but they might get caught off guard here, depending on where Matchgo decide to push.
Oh.
You feel like Ghost could maybe... Oh, never mind. Sneak will fall.
That's
there is almost a moment right now where Mats and Garen, they need to play very well around each other. A little closer to the site. Need to be careful for the cavalry coming in. Ghost will deal with Garen. Poor Mats now left in a 1 versus 4 sham. It's not looking great.
It's really not, but he's still got control of upstairs, so there is a sign of life for him here. The issue now, though, is that Ghost is going for the plant, and he's overexposed a second. He doesn't quite realise. He can't see out of that hole. And what a start here from Matchgo. They will secure the first map point of the Grand Finals here on Challenger Series. Akwi, what a half he's had so far.
No, precisely that. Sometimes you'll just have these players who will show up and get the job done. And in this instance, right now, it is certainly Akwi, especially on this attacking half. But this is the main thing, right? Especially when you're attacking on Border, you need to be assertive. You need to not be dilly-dallying. You need to get a little bit stuck in at times, because the moment that you get a little bit more passive, especially when those bodies start to drop, if you're on the back foot like that, The defense, all they need to do is just hold these crossfires due to the kind of size and compactness at times of this map, right? Again, think about, I like to call it the Battenberg, but I think that kind of goes over a lot of people's heads. So I want to say like a window frame, a classic kind of cartoonish window frame where you've got those 3 sectors. They are not big sectors in actual fact. Think about how big the room of CCTV is, right? That is an entire sector and it's one room. So for Matchco right now, they know that even if they get those sectors and those bodies start dropping, there's going to be a few players just holding these angles, but they are going to be default angles. And when default angles get held, they're easier to pre-fire, they're easier to get stuck in. For Wild right now, this is where they maybe need to get a little bit ratty with it. Do some things that maybe are a little bit more unexpected. We're seeing the Ella come out. That's something I really love. We've touched on this time and time again lately. Massive uppick in her. That stun is still so powerful to this day. It's a really good way of delaying these sudden moments where players will just get stuck in and go for these pre-fires, because that stun will hit them like a brick in the face and they won't be able to do much about it. It gives you a little bit of breathing room to land your one.
Well, 4 rounds of map point that Wild have to endure. This is their pick. They decided to go to it. And unfortunately, they are under pressure. They are the ones that have to try and pull this back. Matchco sitting pretty. And composition-wise, hopping on to the glass, Blitz, Amaru, Sense. It's giving chaos. It's giving anarchy. And
I can't wait for
I'm a little bit concerned. A little bit concerned.
I love it. And again, from the get-go, Lolo's already stampeding towards here. He's going to have a cheeky little nose around, see what Break Room's saying, see what CC is saying, see what, again, the setup's looking like. Again, default castle panel here. They know a player's there. They might get stuck in immediately and go and try and take him down. You do have to be careful. Again, if someone's playing in CCTV, they might try and swing around the window. Sen's going out. Lolo getting stuck in.
Oh, I like this.
Is Sneak going to be able to shut it down? Yes, he is. No, Evan's there. Evan will fall.
What is happening? They just decide to just completely ignore the player inside the CCTV and decide to bypass it. They managed to get in and go for a plant anyway. Ghost is still down. And now they will get that diffuser cooking. They can use it. A swing though comes through and now they find another player down. 2 on the floor for Matchco. 1 for Wild. There is a few confirmations that come through and it just leaves Aqui in a 1 versus 3. He's been fantastic all day. Can he continue the form? Not in this round anyway, because Garen snatches him out. And now they will be able to diffuse the diffuser, if you want to call it that. Counter diffuse, that's the one we're looking for.
That was super chaotic, though. It's the thing, right? Okay, this is where things start to get a little bit silly sausages, right? Because the gloves are coming off on both sides. Love the fact that we had that setup where it's like, if Frover sends out, so we cut off the line of sight from CCTV, we can get stuck into Armory ASAP, right? We have, that again, that Gara hook on the sandwich window. You go flying in, you try and stick the plant. They did that so well. They even got the post EP from it, right? You then have the glass holding from the north balcony, looking all the way deep into Armory. So ideally, that's the player that's keeping you alive when you've been the one to plant, right? You've planted, you send a flash out, you're trying to hold on to that. Unfortunately, they went down. It was refragged by the glass, but at that point, when those bodies on site start dropping down, and you're basically in no man's land, not only do you then have to worry about people swinging, you know, from, if some, say for example, someone starts jumping out of office window, or they start swinging from Archive's external door, you have to be really careful in that moment, and the cover's not quite there as effectively, especially when you know that you're also trying to cover for that diffuse. It becomes chaos, it becomes pandemonium, and there's really not a lot you can do as attackers at that point. You need those people on the site to stay alive for as long as possible. Which, you know, hats off to Wild, to be fair, because they shut that down immediately. They shut it down, and that's exactly what they needed to do in that moment, because aggressive pocket strats, if you're able to win your ones and hold your own on the site itself, you put yourself back in that power position.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Different site, though. Different ask. We head down to that bathroom tellers one. Return drones coming through as well from Ghost. Combination with the Twitch as well. Double drone. Making sure that you can get rid of as much utility as possible, which isn't a heavy amount other than Mira and the, I guess, if you want to go for the Banshees. But most of that will be focused on getting rid of those castle barricades. Top floor here, though, for Dora on the Ash. Just has now been unleashed a little bit, been given the more of aggressive role. This is not generally where Dora plays. He's generally that more supportive one, usually the one trying to get plants down, but 10 and 6 so far, he's been given the permission to go on the hunt, and that comes in the form of putting pressure on in that 90 position they do have that mirror window now destroyed, and Dora, just a little change in where they want to prod at this defence has dropped on to passport area. Bit aggression there from Evan, though, immediately traded out as Sneak goes for a bit more for themselves and pressure. Oh, and an impact nade as well onto the Blitz. Teb in a bit of a tricky situation, but Mats decides that he doesn't want to continue that engagement, and now Matchko, they're in a 2 versus 3.
I love the rotation there to maybe try and catch him off guard on the doorway, but Teb is gonna hightail it out of there, as is Dora. This is where you have that little reset moment. Yes, there's only 2 of you, but there's 3 of them, and again, if you can at least deal with one, that puts you on more even footing. This is where you need to get the information. So you've got the diffuser, you're working out where these remaining players are, your teammates constantly flicking through the cams. Unfortunately, in this instance, there's not too much info that might be beneficial right now. Mats has fallen, though.
Mats has indeed fallen. That leaves us just with 2 members for each team, and still about a minute on side. For now, though, they're going to just try and pressure. A couple of pop shots come through. Dora just decides to step right in, just hops right into the site. Teb's outside, and Dora can go for a plant, and it doesn't matter if he's on Ash, doesn't matter if he's fragging, he's still going to be on the hunt for those plants. And he decides, actually, you know what, I'm going to get even more aggressive. Garen falls and sneaks in a 1v2. Is this the time for Sneak to activate? Impacts that wall, goes for a rotate round, catches 1. Teb's put in the dirt, he's got a triple kill for Sneak, but Dora will finish the map. Border will go into the pocket of Matchko.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Matchko are playing this very, very aggressively, especially when we look at the last round. 7-3 is nothing to be scoffed at, especially on an aggressive map like Border, especially when this, in theory, would have been a preference of Wild. But Matchko played that completely differently, and that last round certainly sends that point home, right? You've got the plant going around, you're tucked in that safe corner, there's no one that can really spray and pray unless they go just outside of workshop, right? You're covering from the window. And at that point, you're like, okay, we know someone's in the bathroom, let's just go for them. And it becomes so cute. Like, the fact that Matchko in that moment are like, you know what, let's just take these gunfights. We've got the rounds in, let's just go for that. That pretty much sums up how that map went. Matchko did not give any bother, right? They were just like, let's get stuck in, let's have these gunfights, let's have a good time with it. I respect it. That's how Border should be played. You should just get stuck in. And Matchko did just that.
Yeah, I agree. It's a really good way to play Border. Just get in their faces, take gunfights. You've seen, Dora getting unleashed in there. Ackley having a good time as well. I expected Well to be a bit more at the races, be a bit more aggressive themselves, maybe a bit tentative, but Matchko just deciding to kind of play their kind of own game, I guess, and just play, and allowing people to just be a bit more flexible. Dora, though, I imagine now will be locked back into his support role for going onto Clubhouse. I imagine we'll be put back in there, right? You've had your fun on Border, now it's time to actually get on the ace, get on the thermite and start planting that diffuser. But we will find out, of course, what happens on Clubhouse in just a few moments. We're going to head to a very short break. See you soon.
Matchco lead us 1-0 in this grand final here at the EML Challenger Series, which is mainly for the prize money because both these teams have already qualified themselves into the EML for this upcoming stage. But as we said, the prize money is a bit of a difference, and Matchco are definitely looking to get that here with a 4-2 split after defenses. Almost flawless on the attacks, Grace. A bit of, wouldn't necessarily say trolling, but a bit of a pocket strat coming out as well in that 1-2 final round. Just try and test the waters to see how far this playground would really let them go.
I love the confidence coming out from Matchco right now, though. That's the main thing. It's like, yeah, okay, now's the time that we start playing around these pockets. Now's the time where we're just, again, there were so many points where they were like, I'm just going to take this gunfight. Like, I don't care. I'm just going to go for it. Again, border, that's what we love to see, but it really shows the confidence that Matchco have right now where they're kind of like, I reckon I can outfrag this guy, I'm just going to swing him. That certainly sets a precedent going into a map like Clubhouse where things are a little bit more even-sided, it's a little bit more 50-50. We say this all the time, it's such a bread and butter map. Everyone knows what to expect, so 9 times out of 10, it is coming down to your aggression, your assertiveness, your positioning, and kind of like more down to the fundamentals, the nitty-gritty about how you're playing through that map. So realistically right now, I would say that Matchco are in a really strong and powerful position going into this, and Sham, I'm sorry, but it's not looking good for Wild right now. It's not looking good for Wild right now. They need to pull their socks up a little bit, and it's difficult when, again, you've had this massive dopamine high, and right now there's just a lot of outgunning happening. And I think going into this, Wild need to keep their mental in check so they can be able to contest against Matchco just a little bit more.
Yeah, okay, all right. It's not looking great for my prediction, I guess, right? But that's fine. That's completely fine. We seen this storyline yesterday. We seen Matchco lose the first map, and then they go on and they get some momentum in the second map, and they carry that all the way through, and they win. That's my prediction. Wild will do that. They were just having a little chill, letting Matchco get into the game, get into the groove, have a little bit of fun on border. Like you can get some kills, but Clubhouse, they'll lock it out. That's what I'm going to go for. It's just because I want to see Grace be wrong, but that's it, basically, really. That's all it is.
That's only reason why you want to see the Clubhouse go the other way. Yeah, I totally see why you're thinking that way. But in order to do that, or in order for that to happen, Wild are going to have a complete turnaround of their Clubhouse in, less than 2 hours, I guess, approximately, from how long it's been since they just played that Clubhouse. Which, when we talked about it, it's been one of their like perma-ban maps, not a map that they've always banned a lot, but they weren't always necessarily like willing to bring it out. Do you think that might play in the back of their mind as well, Grace? Again, it being brought out here in this series?
I mean, the thing is, right, okay, yes, they did lose it today already. They did lose it against M&M Academy, but I think everyone's forgetting that, it was a 7-8, right? It was a 7-8. That is very, very close to the line. And it was against M&M Academy, who... those players are like veterans, especially in the UK scene. Like they put them in the retirement home already. Like they have been for a very, very long time around the block, and it was always going to be a difficult one when it comes to a map that's more down to the fundamentals with a stack like that, because they will have everything on lock. They know each other really well. Again, they've played so much Clubhouse over the years that you couldn't even imagine. They're closing their eyes at night and they're seeing Clubhouse, right? A lot of Clubhouse. So it was always going to be difficult for Wild on that map today. However, going into this is where you have to kind of up the ante and maybe being a bit ratty. You're starting on the defense, I believe. So it does allow you for a few little cheeky moments yourself, and maybe that's what you need to get that upper edge onto Matchco. Maybe we throw Sneak Down Oil Pit, for example, and he's just kind of waiting like a little goblin in the shadows for Matchco to approach. And again, at that point, Matchco might thinking, oh, well, maybe they'll go a bit more scared here. Maybe we've scared Wild into a bit more submission, and then if Wild fight back fire with fire, that's going to keep Matchco on their toes. It's like, no, we're not scared, and we are going to swing out of these shadowy places and catch you off guard, because again, especially on the defense, that's where aggressiveness, that's where Rat plays tend to work more, because the attack have their checklist to go through. If you spring up out of nowhere, if you're in these unexpected places, you're donezo. And that was a big factor with that first map. Wild were being a little bit default in where they were positioning themselves. Again, it's difficult because it's border and it's so compact, and there's only a few places where you can actually stand. But with Clubhouse, again, it's time to get a little bit creative. It's time to get a little bit dirty, a little bit naughty, and you should be able to get an advantage over Matchco as the rounds progress by doing so.
I'll throw in just one more thing. And this is actually in favor of Grace's argument for Matchco winning this game, and it is that Wild have banned Clubhouse both times that they've played each other. This is the first time they've let it through the ban phase, so they were quite happy to ban it away. The last time, they've not wanted to play it against Matchco, whatever the reason is, we do not know. But they've decided to leave it open this time, and now they're there. They lost it earlier. They looked pretty good on it. You know, M&M Academy were a little bit funky at times, and it did go all the way to overtime, and Wild actually should have won that final round. They should have closed that game out in 2-0 fashion, but they just didn't. They couldn't get it across the kind of final hurdle. So I'm still gonna lean Wild. I think this goes to third map.
I mean, it's literally just because of the longevity and the history that Matchco have slightly above Wild right now, right? And it's again this almost boy band of Italian players kind of coming together, and some of them like from the get go it was kind of like this, you know, it's something you love to see, and the first kind of showing of that obviously was South Breach, right? And from the get go, there were so many points where you were just like, this is so much cleaner than what everyone else is showing. This is so much cleaner. Yeah. I remember very clearly in my noggin, right? You had this rotation happen on Consulate immediately, and it was to the point where it was like, okay, this execute's not working on like the usual window strat, so we're going to rotate round, we're going to open up the meeting wall, it's whatever, we're just going to get stuck in there. It's these moments where Matchco are so quick on the uptake of changing the plan. It's so quick on the comms, but like that's the tiny little thing that from the get-go they were doing, which means at this point it should be so much cleaner. It should be so much, like, again, the depth of the map pool combined with the way they play around each other, combined with the strength of their fundamentals, they just going into this should win. And this is why, again, I'm begging that we see that third map, and I'm begging that Wild, you know, throw everything in the kitchen sink. At Matchco right now, Wild need to get a little bit freaky with it. Wild need to do unexpected things. They need to get a little bit zany with it. And more importantly, they need to start winning their ones. They need to, yeah, as you eloquently put, Sham, right? We need to put certain players in the microwave and defrost them a little bit, because it's been a little bit cold from them. A little bit cold. And not in a good way.
No, I mean, hopefully the temperatures will be warm enough on the Clubhouse. We can sure find a microwave over there to put some players in there and heat them up a little bit. Because since you two have both turned into Matchco stands here and think they might win this next series, or this next map, sorry, I'll throw in a positive spin here for Wild. When we look at Matchco regarding Clubhouse, they haven't actually played yet in the EML Challenger Series, not in the Swiss bracket, not in the playoffs either. They've banned it a few times as well, so maybe it's just a pick to once again play into the weaknesses of Wild earlier on this map. Maybe it's not. We'll find out though. A lot of prize pool money is on the line, and the champion title of EML Challenger Series is on the line as well. Let's go to Clubhouse to see if Matchco can 2-0 this or if Wild can bounce back.
I did love that description of Matchco being a boy band, as if they're getting together. You know, it reminded me very much of McBusted. You know, when they brought McFly and Busted together, the two super boy band groups together. That's what it's reminding me of. Let's get everybody, all the Italian players, into one place, and let's just see if we can conquer Europe. Love it. Clubhouse, though, is where we are heading to. First couple of bands coming through. Of course, it's going to be Shield Operators. Why else would it not be? Blackbeard Blitz taken away, and Valkyrie as well to boot. Any guesses on the fourth one, Grace?
Sorry, I was just trying to my math saying I'm going to put ketchup on the pizza.
Yeah, I'm trying to ignore it. I'm trying to ignore it.
Kaid, potentially. Most likely it'll be a Kaid or
they're going for the Spanish food.
I love that. I love that so much. The thing is, look, the banter's completely different to what it's been this entire weekend, right? Think about how things have been, the gobbing off in chat, right? Look how much more vibes filled it is. This is the thing. These are two teams, remember. Two teams that have qualified for EML. They are going to be going against the big dogs in EML. It's incredible stuff. There must be vibes happening. Wild, yes, the all chat is getting a bit more silly now. It's getting a bit more vibes. They're not being as kind of spicy and serious as they were yesterday. And I think there's a lot to be said about, again, keeping that mental in the game, keeping things nice and high vibe, especially when you've won a game today that put you into EML, the tippity top of European tournaments. And for Wild, that's an incredible thing. Matchgo, they did it yesterday. Now it's just coming down to bragging rights and prize money. Matchco seem a little bit more locked in if the all chat's anything to go by.
Yeah, just a teensy bit. Actually, fully just spit water everywhere reading that all chat there. It was it's just the warfare of comparing each other's foods as well. And I'm Scottish, so I'm just going to mess up both cuisines. You know, deep frying pizzas for one. So the the Italians don't vibe with that for starters. I don't even know what we've done. I don't know what we've done to Spanish food. I don't know. Someone maybe can jump in here and into chat or something and tell me if there's any Scottish food that is sacrilegious to the Spanish people. But anyway, we're going to get into this game. Enough of our yapping, because this is a big game indeed. Of course, this map could be the deciding factor as to who will be the Challenger Series champion. Matchgo in the driver's seat, already got Border in their pocket and looking to close this one out in a 2-0 fashion. Starting off, a little bit of kitchen pressure, of course. Basement. Pretty standard stuff here from Wild on the defense. I do like that we've actually finally seen a Kali sneak through as well. Usually it's Sneak teasing us with that, but it's Dora that's going to give us the Kali pick here on Club.
Yeah, I do love that. I think that's going to get a little bit nasty as time comes on, though, especially when it comes to some of the longer line of sights you can hold as time goes on. Especially around that basement. Oh, getting stuck in already, though. Teb, he's already inside. What is happening? Ghost does get that pick onto Evan, but how is Teb getting away with Murder Plant? Is going down, but Lolo with the shield on his back. Body's starting to drop on both sides. It's getting a little bit chaotic here. Pandemonium already setting in, and it's only round one, Sham.
Yeah, it continues on from Border. Absolute manic chaos, anarchy, all the words you could describe it. Matchgo closing that round out there. Teb just finding a gap, dropping the hatch, realising it. I love it. This is what we wanted to see. Action, excitement. We're keeping it going. I love it. I love it. This is going to be an exciting game.
And Tim, this is exactly what I was talking about in the pre-desk, right? Matchco, right? They know the best way to go into this. Everyone's going to be so bread and butter about the op picks. It's a bread and butter map. So if we go a little bit gung-ho here, if I just get stuck in, I see a gap, yeah, no one's lurking there. I can just drop the hatch and just go for it. Matchco just immediately taking sight is just a sight to behold. Again, Wild, they need to pull their socks up a little bit. Brush their T's, dot their I's, make sure they're covering everything. And again, I really want to see them get a little bit freaky-deaky with it. I want to see them do unexpected things. I want to see them take these massively aggressive approaches towards Matchco, because we know the gun power in Wild, we know they can do it. We know that they can pop up out of nowhere and really get Matchco on the ropes, but they just need to be confident enough to do that right now.
Yeah, they do. Gym and bedroom now where we're heading for the second round of this game. Along the compositions, nothing too crazy on the defence. Of course, the Bandit and the Fenrir. If they're open, you're going to use them here on this top floor. But on that attacking side, the Aurora coming through. We've seen it a few times used to great effect, but it does kind of come in spades. It's not been, fabulous. I'm kind of intrigued what the where's Lolo found that then? Where has he found that? He's just down inside a strip club. Mats is already gone. First 30 seconds. Grace, am I just watching Border on repeat?
Potentially. I mean, what's going to be nice, I reckon the aura is going to be used on the gym door, right? Because if they try and go in for the gym plan and they stick one of those Dom panels on the gym door, it's going to work similar to that old school castle strat, right? Where you have the castle barricades on the door and window to cut off lines of sight. It's going to work in like a reverse way almost. You know, you get that pressure around the jacuzzi wall, you get in through the doorway maybe, and then you start to apply a lot of pressure there. There's even the fact that we're seeing Akwi already in kitchen. Maybe he goes up the main stairs and he Dom panels off the bedroom door and the logistics door. That could also be an approach there, because you're cutting off a lot of rotation for those players, especially the ones lurking around logistics. I'm very excited to see what Akwi actually does here. Oops, indeed! No. Lolo, he deals with Bimsy though. Bimsy trying to be a bit ratty. That's exactly what we wanted, but he's shut down.
How is Lolo still alive? He had absolutely no right. No right to win that gunfight. Oh my days, Lolo has been on an absolute stormer today. Garen now absorbing a bit of pressure here as the Grim Bees will just displace him, stop him from getting too aggressive. He does step up for a second there onto that hatch, but No one's going to drop as of yet. His position is known. He has stepped too far into it. And there are a couple of players here now mounting up that main staircase. Matchgo looking to funnel in. Lolo is the first one to the slaughter. There isn't a second though as Aqui's there for the refrag. The Aurora panel covering off the top of that staircase. You don't know there's a flank from behind. There's a double flank actually. Sneaks managed to sneak his way into logistics there from behind. And Dora now out on his lonesome on hot. I don't... What?
Wow. Wow. Well, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Okay. One,
VAR.
the way that we're taking the Dom panels, right, to block off these rotations. And I love that. I love the fact that we're already seeing Aura being used in such incredible ways on a majority of maps, right? It's been absolutely phenomenal. However, Wild, they tried to get a little bit ratty with it themselves, and I love that, and that's what we wanted. However, when both sides are bringing the rat strats and they're meeting each other head on around that main stairs, when there's Dom panels kind of sliding down here, there, and everywhere, it starts to get a little bit more chaotic. Again, mostly that round came down to gunfights. That round came down to whoever was quicker on the draw.
This is manic. I don't even know how that transpired. Like, I'm just loving this. This is not a Clubhouse I was expecting. I was expecting this to be a bit more regimented, but Matchgo are feeling themselves. They're really getting amongst it. Really bringing the fight to Wild. The first 2 rounds already under their belt, which you're always quite happy to on Clubhouse. A couple of attacking rounds. It was a very checklist heavy map. Of course, it's pretty balanced in terms of the which side it does favour, but for now, different site setup. CCTV now is where we head to. The double up on the electricity, the bandit and the Kaid with the combination of the two barrel. There's a heck of a lot of denial here.
Yeah, there really is. Kaid, Bandit, and the Tubs, as you've touched on, those Zotos will keep that wall open. However, the ultimate counter to that is indeed the Maverick, Dora being on that Mav. So you've had 3 operators there who can just immediately be countered by Dora. It's a little bit awkward. Do have the Dom panels coming out to play as well, so I'm very excited to see what Lolo does with that this time. But right now for Matchgo, they're just putting those pincers in, putting those feelers out. They're getting that wall open nice and swiftly. Ooh, someone nearly got caught off guard there. I believe that was Evan. No, it wasn't. It was Bimsy.
The bandit of all people as well. Just get a leap across here. Just chuck one of those bandit charges on that wall from construction. Now, Matchgo just doing a little bit of work here on the other side of the site, looking to prod at the construction side at the same time. There's quite a few of them over there now. Lolo has now stepped up. Ghost as well joined alongside. Evan though takes so much damage. Don't know where he's found that from. He's actually in a bit of an engagement to see the construction before he steps back, and he'll now hold at the top of that red staircase. Flicking through the drones, getting some information. The opening pick here will go towards Matchgo. Ghost finding Bimsy just on that window. Got a bit too aggressive. And doesn't get to cross again, Grace. Tries it once, but not the second time.
Absolutely. I love the fact that Matchgo is still going for that jugular, right?
Oh,
Goes,
no.
oh my days! Mats beamed. Unfortunate stuff indeed. Again, goes from the tiniest bit of health. Getting away with daylight robbery here on this breach repel. The rest of Matchgo still in it to win it. All of them alive still. This does not sell a good story right now for Wild. You desperately need to find these heads. Matchgo, they have that power position. They're going for the construction take now. There's the potential of them trying to get a bit more stuck in. There we go. They're flooding that site. They're getting that plant down. And Sneak with it all to do. Gets one there onto Ghost, albeit very, very injured. Has to try and go for the spray and pray. But there we go. I was going to say the rotation is there. Lolo from the window. It's such a difficult position to be at that moment because Matchgo, they had such a massive amount of control, right? They had that breach open. They had players who were trying to still peek that breach and were being distracted by the breach. They weren't aware of how many people were about to flood in from construction. At the same time, you know, you've got people that can just jump out that window and go to that CCTV window, and they're dealing with that remaining player who's been stuck in garage for the whole time. And it's just an uncomfortable and unfortunate thing to say. And rightfully so, we are going to see that timeout from Wild because this is a runaway train right now.
Yes.
This is a train of Matchgo stampeding through the Italian countryside, and Wild need to slam the brakes on.
Yeah, they're looking absolutely electric just now. A couple of players not haven't died yet. Dora and Teb haven't met their maker in any of these rounds. And just like you say, rightly so, they are taking a breather, getting the heads back in it. Matchco, of course, lighting up the all chat, really trying to put the pressure on Wild. I think they're just going to continue playing just like this, and they're looking so good for it. This is actually getting a little bit scary now for Wild. This is looking like it could get away from them quicker than they would like. If they don't convert this round, I am going to start getting a bit more concerned. I'm usually the one that's trying to be a bit more positive on the broadcast, usually trying to find the good in these, but right now it's not looking all that good for Wild. Down to the bottom floor though, and a classic setup here, opting not to bring the Kaido but bringing the Tuberal, just to deny a little bit more time, and a double up on the SAS operators as well, Mute and Smoke. And then standard across the board, you got that Legion and you got the Azami. Nothing all that crazy in terms of what they want to do. I think this is just a standard, go through the motions on Clubhouse and just see if we can make it stick. And I think that is a teensy tiny bit of a concern for me, Grace.
It's a massive concern for me, because I think your two options basically are go default but spread out a lot and react to the info that's occurring and make sure you've got the info on lock, or you go for info denial and start being a bit ratty. That's the vibe right now that World need to sink into. They've gone default. Their positionings are relatively spread out. We've got a nice extension coming out from Bimsy. And he should be backed up by Garen, but Garen presumably will fall back down to those stairs at some point. You don't really want to lose your smoke on the main stairs.
What's the confidence here? Look at this from Akwi. Just shoots down the barricade, steps right in. He's like, yeah, I've done the drone work, it's fine, I'm going to go. And they're just looking like they're just happy to take any gunfight if it does come their way. Lolo starts with some pressure from construction. I think they're aware that there is a player on this top floor. And they're just trying to pinch them out and get rid of them. You can see the drones coming through. There is a player up here, by the way. There is some player inside of Gem. I'm not sure who it is. Can't tell from the outlines, but someone will be under pressure in a few moments. They are encircling them for now. Lolo, yeah, it's Bimsy. Look at that. Like sharks in the water. Not a chance. Matchco continue to march on. They know there's another player there as well. They just seem to know everything, Grace.
Absolutely on it right now. Again, just going through the motions, dipping, diving, dodging, landing their shots. While at this point, you need to pull back to safety. You need to play around that Util. We've got 4 Keepers in the pocket of Matt. He needs to start lobbing them out. He needs to plug up some holes and create some safety blankets for his teammates. This really is where you have to just be careful. Again, the danger element here is that if Matchco find a little entry point to start flooding into sight, it's going to get very, very sticky for Wild.
Could well do now. Just Teb now stepping into kitchen to do some of the vertical work. The hatch now the focus to make sure that they've got that pressure. Of course, last time Ted decided just to drop the hatch and win the round for them, so they are... Oh, what shot that is from Evan. Punishes Akwe. That's what you needed. Akwe, they're showing that they just want to step into gunfights, try and get in the faces of Wild, but Wild need to respond back with more of that. They need to be confident in themselves and that they can win these gunfights, that they can come out on top. They've already laid quite a lot of punches on Matchco. Yesterday, there were so many rounds that they could have won. They could have won that game. They could have qualified yesterday. They could have been the team coming into the upper bracket, or coming into the grand final from that upper bracket. Lolo now doing some of that vertical play, making sure to open it up. Ghost has got more aggressive inside of Moto, but look, it's just completely falling apart at the seams here for Wild. They are really struggling on Clubhouse.
They are, and again, this is the point, right? It's again what we were talking about earlier in the day, right? There's a lot of experience in that Matchco roster where they can go into this with so much focus still, and it's very difficult for Wild, again, on a neurochemical level. And at the end of the day, you know, with Siege, with esports, there's a lot that goes in on the psychological aspect. You're on such a dopamine high going into this. It can be difficult, and it's only natural. It can be difficult to lock in as much. And Matchco in that 4-0 position on attack right now, of course they're going to start gobbing off in chat. And this is where Wild need to just ignore it a little bit and focus up, right? They're bringing out that Solus. So finally we're getting a little bit more info. I like this retaliation. Again, like I touched on, you either try and extend and work on the info from that extension, or you start playing around info denial and get a bit ratty with it. Once again, they're going for that info extension, I would assume. They're going to play this very default on that extension, yes, but it's an extension nonetheless. nonetheless. Bimsy, having those keepers in pocket, playing around this kind of garage and cache side of the map, it should give him a lot to work around, especially in terms of throwing out cover for himself. We've got dread nets here, there, and everywhere. There's a lot of pressure on Sneak and Bimsy right now to maintain a stronghold, so to speak, but they're certainly the players to be able to do so. Again, they just need to not get in their heads about stuff, try and focus up a little bit more. Dawn panels coming out from Lolo yet again. I'm wondering if we'll see much of the same when it comes to blocking off those doors. Most likely we will. But I am here for it. Again, I hope this is actually inspiring a lot of teams and players, and even the casual community on different ways you can use that aura within Seed at the moment. It's really lovely to see.
As indeed. First wall now be attempted to open up, though. Look at the concussions coming through. Evan can't do much about it. C4, though, will go deep, and it will not find anything, as Akwi will remove mats on the other side of the map, actually downstairs. That's the Solid's gone, and that's the Cam's probably going to get hacked as well at the same time. Really, really nice work there from Matchko early on. It's even better as well. Lolo patiently waiting on that rappel, and Evan takes the bait. He steps into Jim, and he loses his life for it. Firmly in the driver's seat. I can't say it enough. Matchko are just looking fantastic here on Clubhouse. Wilder up against it, spotted for a second there. Garen sees one coming through the breach, but can't do anything about it. Akwi's buried. Sneak on the other side, and Garen can't escape the clutches of Matchko, who claim a flawless round. And Grace, this is going from scary to just downright terrifying.
Oh my goodness. I can barely watch. I can barely watch. This is so unfortunate. Like, to have such a high being wild right now, to have such a high and then get to that 5-0 point. I really hope they can at least deny the 6-0 half from Matchko. Matchko getting very, very brave in chat. Very, very brave and very, very gobby. So maybe unnecessary things being said right now. Wild, this is a very, very good team, but again, it's a very natural thing to happen to the majority of teams right now. You've come off this massive high into a series like this. It's just science, simply put. Matchko, they would have had their little warm-up scrim, and they would have gone into this, freshly playing the maps that they expected to play based on what their warm-up scrim and veto shenanigans were looking like. But I think they're getting a bit brave in chat, to be honest, Sham. Not sure how I feel about it. Getting a little bit brave.
Yeah, the thing is, right, it's pressure, right? This is what I'm thinking. You've all got different ways to kind of perceive things, and obviously you're saying more it's Wild not being here because of of earlier. I think that this is Matchko playing without the pressure on them. I think that this is what these players can show from their skill, because the way that they're playing so fluid and so loose. But the thing is they're ticking all of the boxes. Like, it's not just I'm gonna jump in here and take a gunfight. They're making sure to go through the motions of droning things, like the coordination and how tightly compact they were in that last round, and to open up the breach, put the pressure on the bandit, go through, get the kill, and like. It's looking really, really good, and this is the kind of type of play that we want to see from them all the time, and not just once they're true and safe. And that's what I think I want to see it, because they played well yesterday, but they did not play like this yesterday.
It's an aggressive half coming out from Matchko. This is much better, though. Wild getting stuck in, they're winning their ones finally, catching Matchko off guard here. That's exactly what I want to see. Again, just meeting them head on and getting into these tight little nooks and crannies. Look at the little setups that we have on this extension as well. Very aggressive setups. Wild like, okay, just fire with fire. Let's just have some good old-fashioned gunfights. Let's meet them head on. Let's open up some of these walls, these ratty little peak holes that we can get. And that's already dealt with two of these players of Matchko. So surely they don't let this fall away from them now. Surely they can deny that 6-0 half. Bimsy, perfect stuff. Lolo will fall. This is looking very, very good. Again, all they need to do now is fall back a tiny little bit and just wait for Matchko to come to them. Again, maybe that's what Matchko themselves are expecting here. So Mats could potentially catch someone off guard here, especially if Teb comes out into that corridor. Mats, there we go, dealing with Dora on that surprise approach, thinking Matchko just gonna have to try and deal with players only on site. No, Wild, they've spread out, they've kept spread out. Deciding, last round of defense, we have to be a little bit more freaky with it.
Tail accidentally flashed himself there for a sec. He's trying to get the confirmation so desperately. He's wanting that extra kill. He's wanting to try and pad the stats. Hasn't died yet. Still on Clubhouse as he rotates round to dirt. This goes for something different. Opponent detected outside those. It catches his interest for a second, but he's decided, no, I'm going to go for it. He does have a diffuser in pocket, by the way, and Wild have made that rotation up onto the top, so they need to be mindful, but I can see quite a few outlines still staring down this dark tunnel, so they are conscious and waiting for where Teb could come from. Eventually, there is Evan bleeding out. Pops around the corner, can't land anything though. Boomsy ready for it, and Wild they will collect their first round on Clubhouse.
And that's a little bit of dignity maintained, I think. That's a little bit of dignity maintained there. Not getting 6-0'd in that half. I really desperately needed them to get that round. Again, they're going on to the attack now. That's going to be difficult, right? Matchco, they're one more round away from that match point. They're in that power position. They're getting really, really freaky in the chat right now as well. It gets to the point where if you're Wild, it's like, okay, do we just try and go for the motions and see what sticks? Are we actually feeling too much pressure right now? Again, they've got the EML spot. If the vibes are down right now with the lads in chat, like it is just that idea of, okay, it's fine. Like there's a lot of pressure off us. We got the job done to get EML. It would be nice to get that extra bit of money. But we're doing our best right now. Matchco are just bringing a completely different vibe and energy. Like, Matchco have not played... Like, this... I cannot emphasize this enough, right? This series, Matchco are not playing typical Matchco. Matchco are not playing typical Siege full stop. Matchco are playing very hyper-aggressive in ways that, a lot of teams would... not expect, certainly not at this level, but it's that sudden kind of, again, flood towards the opposition. Mm-hmm. This could be a benefit and a lifeline for World, however, because if Matchco get a little bit too freaky with it on the defense, and World expect things like runouts, for example. We see Teb already around Strip, could potentially go for some of those kind of default runouts around there. Again, especially being on that scope, also Pantheon will allow him to rotate safely back. We'll see what happens, but Wild, if they are very, very careful here, again, you don't want to waste too much time, but at least take your time and be very cautious about who's hiding in every nook and cranny. You could potentially capitalize on the aggressiveness that Matchco may bring on this defense.
There's a Scopus that is in that position as well, and ooh, that was a bit of a quick drone there from Boomsy. Oh, I think he's definitely noticed it. There you go. He went back. He went back, thankfully. That's not going to come back to bite him. Teb. I think he's now moved as well. He has, yes, he has. He's now decided to go for the rotation. Not a fun gunfight to be in, though, because when you get called when you're on this, because it is a drone, of course, you can't really see much, and unfortunately, he'll get caught with his pants down for a second there as he pulls out, I think it was an impact. He was about to toss there. Unfortunately, he'll lose his life aside over that side of the map. But pressure mounting on Ghost as well. Stuck in a corner between a rock and a hard place. Sneak will finish him off as well. The Deimos on the hunt. And this is looking a bit better here for Wild, but they will lose Evan just before the drop off on the hatch, and Acqui answers back at the same time. Sneak's found himself a double, and he will not be on the greatest of HP for the second half of this round.
You will not, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. Think about the ferocity that just occurred on both sides, right? Full out scrap fest. Now we've got that 2-2 position, a 2-2 situation. Yes, Sneak's not on a lot of health. He's looking a bit unhealthy indeed. However, he's on that Deimos. He can get a little bit of info for his teammates. And again, you've still got that smoke. You've still got that firebolt. There's definitely a plan that can be done here on the side of Wild. Just have to be mindful. They just have to be careful. Ooh, Pokeball going out. Don't quite land on anyone. They know it's at least one of those players tucked around the corner. Lolo deals with him though. Sneak will fall. Garen Dora now in a 1 versus 1. Matchco somehow by the skin of their teeth winning that, but that is unfortunate stuff. To go to a match point like that with such a by the skin of your teeth moment, it's very unfortunate indeed. Sham,
yeah,
I'm terribly, terribly sorry to say this might be a 2-0.
This might indeed be a 2-0. Matchco have to be perfection for the rest of this game. 6-1 now, the score stands at. And series point for Matchco. This is a concern. Not where you want to be. You want to be competing for that extra 8,000 euros, I think, will be the... Maybe it's dollars. I don't know my currencies all that well. But it's a lot of money. Let's just say that. It's a lot of money. And also the bragging rights of the fact that you have won Challenger Series. You are the top team. You are the best team in this competition. Matchco, of course, looking to go back to back with, they won Tier 2 Grand Finals just recently, and then trying to confirm here as well that they are the best team in Tier 2, because I think it's almost unarguable that they are the best team in Tier 2. But Wild looking to try and get in it, cause an upset at the party, but I don't think it's looking too great.
It's a difficult situation for Wild to be in, right? And again, it's one of those things where I feel like what I thought was going to happen has happened, is happening, right? And again, it's a tale as old as time when it comes to Siege, and it's something that over time this roster will be able to change that. Right now it is coming down to their inexperience in these like higher positions, where it is kind of difficult going into a map like this, and with a team like Matchco, who are suddenly playing very different to how they normally play. They're playing very unexpected. They're trying to really get in your heads now at this point. Again, I think there's an argument to be say where perhaps there's a lack of humility started to trickle through from Matchco. It's like, don't kick them while they're down, lads. Don't kick them while they're down. And I think again, like, we've said this, I know definitely, especially behind the scenes, you and I have said this for, 5 months now, technically, because we are in May now. We love this Wild roster, right? We love them. Like, they are so fun. They play well. From the get-go at the start of the year, it was like, there's something special here. I was so glad that the org were like, you know what, we'll make this our main roster. Certainly the org is out there and they're going, that was great that we took that chance on these lads, because look, they've got that EML spot for us. They've got that EML spot. This scoreline, this series does not reflect how things are going to go going forward, I don't feel. There's so much potential there. Again, this is 100% come down to mental. And already, Matchco losing a blood and it not being traded. That's a little lifeline here for Wild.
Yeah, you're right in saying it came down to mental as well. Because remember, we watched these teams yesterday, and the game was really, really close. There was a reality in which we could have seen Wild win that game, and there's a few rounds that they lost from advantageous positions that they should have won, and they could have been the ones that kind of qualified. I've said that a few times. Dora absorbing a little bit of damage there, not damage because this is Clash, but pressure again on his shield as he just steps back into construction, just delaying a teensy tiny bit of time. And down below you do have rotate from Lolo. He did have the cams and awareness that he was down there, so to change that around a bit here as Evan and Boomsy just try to put pressure on this main breach just outside a hot tub. There's a Maestro camera that will play a little bit of devil in as they will have to deal with it to deny that information. Lolo drops down as well again, goes back, trying to play for something. Does have a C4 in hand if he wants to use it later on. And they've reinforced off Bathroom as well, Grace.
Yeah. I love the Clash being brought out so much. We've seen so much Clash throughout Challenger Series, to be honest, Sham, and I do think that's something we're going to keep seeing, and the way that she can hold on to these nice little angles. Right now it's just Matchco being a bit more creative with it. That's unfortunate. Team kill coming through. Sneak will fall also. 3 versus 3. Bit of 3 versus 2. Azura will fall as well. Wild. They have to keep their composure here. Not make any silly mistakes. They hear Lolo below them. Teb with the Elder does get traded out. 1 versus 2. Surely they know where Lolo is. Yes, they do. The flash going out. Not that it matters. That kind of kit. Flash will protect you, but quick on the draw to deal with him. Sham, yes, that's a lifeline for Wild right now, but it's still a massive, massive mountain up ahead of them.
I'm not saying nothing about that yet. Still 4-round deficit to claw back, to keep them in this. Lair is the 3rd map if we ever get there. And if we do get there, Matchco have already won it twice against Wild, so it does favour them. But Clubhouse for now firmly within the grip of Matchco. That was a much better round there from Wild, much better execute. Looked better for it. Yes, they capitalised on a little bit of chaos, and yes, they got that extra pick right at the start. Acqui fell on the dock in the first kind of 30 to 40 seconds, and that really was good for them. That helped in the momentum for Wild. They can get control and they can feel a bit more comfortable getting that opening pick now, though. Different site as we head over to CCTV and Cash. And setup wise, going for the Kaid to just shore up the site, and a downstairs setup here for the castle. I do like a little bit of a lounge hold downstairs when you've got that castle set up.
Yeah, 100%. It's a little cheeky way to cut off those lines of sight. Gives you a bit more freedom in terms of maybe ratting around a little bit. Of course, being the defense, you can easily rip those panels off yourself. So if you need to rotate underneath, you can do so. It gives a little rustling in the corner enough for Wild to maybe be distracted by it if they spot it out on the drones. They might want to deal with those players below initially. Again, Skeleton Key coming out does imply that Mats might play below at some point. I think that's a very old school strategy to it. Sometimes it used to be that you could just hold below with that.
Oh, no way.
Fuck, Acqui destroying Evan there. And that's all that utility ripped from the hands of Wild.
Yeah.
Unfortunate stuff indeed.
Oh, no. Does feel like it could be simmering out a little bit here. Sneak got one back at least. So that was a chance for Wild to come back into this round. In control here, though, for match goal. Player count in their favour. Teb on 10 and 3 as well. He's had a brilliant game on Clubhouse so far. I feel like we've highlighted every single player from match goal over the weekend. Someone has stepped up in a different map and a different round and a different game. It's really been a team effort for match goal over this week. Unfortunately, Wild are suffering again because of it. Spoomsy now rotating around to logistics, looking to try and make something happen on the logistics side. Sneak will rotate over to join him as well, and they do have another player on the roof, so it looks as though they have just made that full rotate round, but Matchgo haven't moved a muscle. They're happy to just wait. They know how much work has to be done, and they haven't got much to do it with. They've only really got the Maverick to get through that construction wall, and that's what they're going to try and do here, Chris.
Ooh, Sneak dealing with Acqui. So he's leveled the playing field somewhat. Toxic Babe's going out, a minute to go. Still looking bad for Wild right now. There's still a lot they can do. Mats is indeed below, trying to find a little bit of pressure through that Verti. Certainly keep Matchco on their toes.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know how close he is. There you go. Teb just steps out. He just finds two. They had absolutely not a clue that he was standing in that corner. And Teb, who has been extremely vocal for Matchgo, steps up to the plate in this grand final. 12 and 3 so far. Mats is trying to hold on for dear life here for Wild. He has found one, but it is 1 versus 2 and 25 seconds. He sends it through the smoke, but he doesn't know where anyone is. The diffuser's miles away. He has to recover it, and he dies to the smoke! Oh no! Dora finishing it off for Matchgo, and they will put Wild to the sword in a 2-0 fashion. Matchgo are your champions of Challenger Series.
That's not only being the champion, that's a decent 17k of schmackaroos going towards them as well. Let's get on in, because, I mean, that was a very anticlimactic end to what should have been a little bit of a barn burner, and I really want to know what you thought of that.
Well, it was in fact a crazy series. I think this is kind of what we expected of it as well. Maybe not you, Shem, but it's at least what Grace expected coming into this, right? Given that it's just you've played this best of 3, so important one for a Wild earlier, to have to go back into a series now. It's not easy. Well, you could consider the job is done, and we've got what we come for here. To play another series after that is definitely going to be difficult. But of course, a big congratulations to Matchgo, and it's a deserved victory. I mean, they've already won that upper bracket game as well, showing that they were superior to Wild at one point, and they just show it to us again today, 1 day late. So big congratulations to them. A 2-0 series, and yeah, a lot of prize money. I think, Grace, we've talked about it before. It'll definitely come in handy for these players.
Yes, certainly will.
Yeah.
Again, I think that's taken a lot of pressure on them, off them going forward in terms of their day-to-day lives. But again, the main thing there is that it's another trophy under their belt, right? And that's the crazy thing about it, because Matchgo have won some decent things. They already were kind of crowned the T2 champion in February, but now it's the Challenger Series and the return of this kind of circuit, the return of promotion, and they've won that as well. It's one of those things where it's like, Matchgo, we've said from the start, right? Matchgo, it's time to put your money where your mouth is, right? Time to put your money where your mouth is, and well, they just did.
Yeah.
They just did. They ate that money like it was no tomorrow. And you have to take your hats off to them. Credit where credit's due again. Having that kind of longevity with each other, having that mileage, having that brotherhood is one thing. But also being able to have such a deep map pool, and again, really mix things up at the end, especially this last grand final, right? Because they weren't playing how they normally play, and they weren't playing how they normally play.
I think if they play like that, they will be genuine competitors in EML. That the way that they played there was just so much more comfortable. A lot of the time when I'm watching match go, I feel a little bit on the edge of my seat, a little bit like, guys, let's try not make a mistake. Let's try not let the pressure get to us. That happens a lot. It happened in Malta. Yesterday I was definitely sitting there like, oh, there's a few of these rounds that have gone Wild's way that probably shouldn't have. I mean, Wild had a few as well, but today they looked composed, they looked comfortable, they were playing, and I said it in the cast as well, they were going through the checklist perfectly. They were hitting every single note and then making sure that they can be aggressive on the top of that. And sometimes you'll see one or the other, but when you see both of them, it really is just great Siege to watch. And it's not nothing. There's no slight on Wild's performance there. That was just Matchgo playing at their absolute best.
It's what you want to see on a map like Clubhouse as well, right? We call it the bread and butter map, the very basic map. It comes down to the defaults, having your checklist ready, and it shows why Matchgo have deserved that spot in the EML. Same for Wild, obviously, as well. Or two new EML teams will be playing in EML starting from June, so an exciting future is ahead for both these teams. But it also concludes our run here at the EML Challenger Series. So for one more time, let's recap the bracket and see where we started and where we ended, because this is the upper bracket that has now fully been played out. We started with 8 teams, and I feel like if you would have asked me at the beginning of this EML Challenge Series playoffs, would Matchgo and Wild have been the teams that I've predicted to go through? Maybe not 100%, but it's definitely what we are here for when it comes to Siege and the Challenger Series, that we have these big upsets. We have these teams making it at the cost of big titans. Teams taking down big titans when it comes down to prep work, or just the sheer vibes, like you say, for example, Jen, which could be really important in a game as well, making sure that they have the upper hand here. And of course, our lower bracket final earlier today, where Wild took down M&M Academy, falling short at the very final hurdle, just before they could put themselves in EML. But I think, Sam, this is a pretty... I'm happy with the way this bracket played out. I feel like we've got 2 very well-deserving teams in the EML now.
Yeah, I think as well, I think if you want to look at it from a perspective of like, I think like true like tier 2 Siege has won the day here, because like they've changed a few things around, and you've got a few players that have kind of obviously dropped down into that tier 2 system because, just because of the rearrange and stuff like that. And then, teams like Twisted Minds, like your GKs and stuff like that, people were expecting to run straight through. Whereas Matchgo, they've been around a bit. So have Wild. Wild, of course, we've said a lot that Matchgo have been together since September, but Wild have been that roster as the Academy one for longer. They've been together since last August, so they've been together for quite a while as well. So they've been hitting it every single tournament, trying to turn up, and I feel like the 2 teams that I would have picked like across the year that deserve to get it from the T2 would have been them. And it's just nice that the rosters that have stayed together, that have worked together, are the 2 rosters that we've got. And it's a shame that some of the rosters have just came together just before Challenger Series, and I don't doubt that some of those teams will eventually find success and will get it, but it's just a nice little ending, I think, to see 2 teams that have been together for so long go through.
No, you strike an incredible point. And this is something that I really want to drive home, actually, and really emphasize what you've said there, because I do think that in the way that things are, right, but the longer that a roster is together, the stronger they're going to be, the easier everything's going to be, the more they are indeed going to win stuff. And I think that's been a really big issue around the T2 circuit for a few years now. And it's a really big reason why a lot of these players aren't actually getting promoted, because why are you going to get picked up by an org or a team if you're roster hopping every 2 seconds, right? You're not going to actually get that diamond polished. You're not going to get to your best position if you keep being like, oh, well, this guy is the problem, or this is the problem, or we need X, Y, Z. Like, you need to stick as a roster and work together. Again, the brotherhood aspect of these 2 rosters, in my opinion, is why they have won. It's because the vibes are vibing, but the siege is sieging. So those 2 are the yin and yang of that complete picture of what you want in a team. And I 100% agree with you, Sham. I think that in this next year or so, especially in the T2 circuit, I want to see a lot of the rosters, especially that we've seen this weekend, going to come together, stick together, stay together, and ultimately work out, again, these tiny, tiny little gaps that they have, because they are tiny gaps a lot of the time, and they go from strength to strength. And then next year we have just absolute insanity on the horizon, I'm sure.
For sure.
I think it's a good sign as well, right? Obviously, we talk about this a lot when it comes to tier 2 tournaments that we work. We want to see players put in their absolute best. We talk about the tier 2 being a stepping stone for a team, obviously, with the promotion games now being back in the way of the Challenger Series, but also for yourself as an individual, as a player looking to get picked up by one of these big organizations. You want to make sure you put in an absolute shift. You do what it takes. You do your due diligence, as we talk about. And of course, hopefully, we have these regional competitions as well, besides the Challenger Series, where teams can really show that if they stick together, they get their deserved spot at a tier 2 final, for example, and then get to play into the Challenger Series, assuming that the current tier 2 ecosystem as it exists will continue going into the next year. And especially for these players now, we look at an insane amount of new players going into EML that have never been playing at this level of competition before. It's so exciting for these players. I just can't wait to get to see them in action later when the EML finally starts. But I think we said it before. It ends here. The EML Challenger Series, the playoffs are done. That concludes it for us as well. I was wondering if there's any final closing words from you two that you'd like to add to the broadcast before we sign off, before I let you go into this big hibernation. Grace, anything you want to start with?
Up the wild, up the match go. Let's get stuck in for EML. Be those underdogs and take them by surprise.
I'll be really controversial, and I'll just be like, I think that our tier 2 teams will absolutely wipe the floor with any NA teams, and I hope that they qualify for some of the events this year, so let's go. And yeah, thanks for having me.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I am so down to see that. EU best region. We will say it all the time. Obviously, we want to see these teams do well in the EML and hopefully in international play as well. But EML Challenger Series is done. We have sent our 2 teams to the EML. A big congratulations once again to Matchgo and Wild for getting those very well-deserved tier 1 spots. That signs us off for here now. Of course, Reload is starting next week. That'll be on this channel as well. A friendly reminder that you should do your predictions if you haven't done them already, because that spot for like getting 7 points right, or that gun skin, is pretty good. It's pretty exciting. I definitely go check and do your predictions. A big thank you to you two for assisting us and guiding us, talking us through all these games. Of course, to Hap and Whippet as well. A thank you to production for making everything as smooth as it has been. A thank you to you for watching and sticking around with us and supporting all of these teams into the EML. So that's it from us here from now. Thank you so much for watching, and we hope to see you again very, very soon.